What it do? How y'all feeling? Welcome to AshnielzRadio. I am your host, Ashniel. That is I. So, we talking to y'all. Yes. Piers Morgan. He had a panel discussing what I think is the Iranian attack. I don't know. Don't let me lie to you. But I decided that we're going to go ahead and go through this video together. I did start it earlier. Hold on real quick. And I decided to shut it down because I wanted to restart my stream fresh and go over some new information for the second half. So I'm trying to structure my show where I bring you market information in the morning, and then we'll do news and other fun stuff in the evening. Of course, we mix the news with the market. We're going to see how it works. We may do primary market in the morning and then go to the news in the afternoon. I don't know. Or we just keep intertwining the two. But for right now, what I want to do is I at least want to go over this video. We'll wait for you guys to come in to see. Sorry. Because if you wasn't keeping up with some of the information, some of the updates, of course, we know that Iran had retaliated against the United States by dropping bombs on our military base in Qatar. And we have some people who don't believe that it's a real attack. And it's just so much developing news surrounding Alex Jones' tweet when he stated that this all was planned on both sides. We feel like that Trump administration and Qatar, it's like they're working together. It's almost like they're working together, some people think. And hey, who knows? That may not be far-fetched. Right? I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see the bombs. I ain't assessed the damage. But let's see how this Piers Morgan panel discussed the whole situation, because right now tensions are heating up. Yes, they are.
I would be very, very surprised if the Iranians don't attack either with their missiles, their militias, or through direct terrorist activities.
You guys got what you wanted. You guys got your war. Are you expecting American troops to fight this war and die on your behalf? Or are you going to bring the Israelis back, tell them to put their fatigues on and get ready?
I can feel how sad you are. I can feel how difficult it is for you to see Israel teaching the Iranian regime a lesson, and Israel winning on the battlefield.
About the Iranian regime getting targeted, because you hate the Jews and you hate Israel. You genocidal prick.
We should want regime change. How much we do is a different story. There are a lot of ways to achieve regime change. None of them involve boots on the ground.
And you think that it can come and dictate to a country 80 times?
The answer of why your regime is enriching to military grade, why it
Let me ask you, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
History books will write about your government the way that Americans read about the Nazis today. Trust me.
President Trump kept the whole world guessing over whether the US would strike Iran. And when it comes to what happens next, he still is.
This cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Well, there are many targets left, the president says, and if Iran doesn't play ball, the United States will attack them too. But the administration took great care yesterday to make clear that the US does not want a long war and that regime change is not the aim.
Is the United States now at war with Iran? No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. We don't want a regime change. We do not want to protract this or build this out any more than it's already been built out. We want to end their nuclear program, and then we want to talk to the Iranians about a long-term settlement here.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program.
And then he turned around and said,
we
need
quite
a
so
regime
clear.
change. Yes.
He posted last night, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why shouldn't there be a regime change? Well, if the past 10 days show us anything, it's that any claim to understand Donald Trump's strategy based on these breadcrumbs is purely speculative. Only Trump knows his next move, and he likes it that way. The problem for those who are still soul-searching of whether to back him on striking Iran is that so is the damage the attacks have done. We don't yet know if Iran's nuclear facilities have been totally obliterated, as President Trump said. We don't yet know if Iran's massive stockpile of enriched uranium was wiped out in the US attack. Well, my view of the whole crisis is that too many people are basing their view of it on whether they're instinctively anti-Trump, anti-Israel, or anti-war. Two things can be true at the same time. You can support a precision strike on Iran's nuclear facilities without supporting another long conflict in the Middle East. You can oppose Western involvement without supporting the Ayatollah. And you can support Israel's position against a nuclear Iran while unequivocally condemning the suffering it's now inflicting on the people of Gaza. Breaking news, the world is complicated. And after the events of the past few days, it's not about to get any simpler.
Nope.
I'd like to welcome my panel now. Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host of The Young Turks. Jonathan Conricus, retired lieutenant colonel, IDF spokesman. Dinesh D'Souza, host of the Dinesh D'Souza podcast. And retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, Assistant Secretary of State under George W. Bush. Well, General Kimmett, let me start with you. From a purely military perspective, how successful do you think, first, the Israeli strike on Iran has been? Because it's ongoing, and secondly, the intervention by President Trump with American strikes?
I know that there were words being thrown around yesterday like obliterated, so on and so forth. But I believe when General Kane says partially destroyed at Fordow, I think that's really the best way to describe it. We don't have the bomb damage assessment yet. I think we need to wait for a technical assessment rather than a rhetorical assessment. So let's give it time. But I believe that General Kane is right when he says partially destroyed. There may be some reattacks when the bomb damage assessment comes back and says, this is how much we've taken out, and to take it out to your standards, to the military standards, we need to reattack this method. So I think the next time we're going to see planes in the air is either for a reattack or to respond to an Iranian attack on American forces, embassies, or bases in the region.
And how likely is it, do you think, that Iran will respond by directly attacking American servicemen and women?
Oh, we've seen this before. When Qasem Soleimani was targeted, they sent 12 ballistic missiles into Al-Assad base. There were a significant number of casualties. Thank God there were no deaths. But it's a prideful nation. It's part of the axis of resistance. It needs to demonstrate that it will resist. So certainly our force protection elements are in place, but I don't know. I would be very, very surprised if the Iranians don't attack either with their missiles, their militias, or through direct terrorist activities.
Anna Kasparian, your view of, well, the combined attacks, Israel and United States?
Well, I think Israel has been pushing for regime change in Iran. The claims that Iran was close to developing a nuclear weapon was false. Not only were they over a year away, according to Netanyahu himself, in being able to develop a nuclear weapon, they didn't even have a mechanism in order to deliver said nuclear weapon. This has been all about engaging in a regime change war. That's what this is. Anyone who's pretending like this is about nuclear weapons is lying to you. Again, the United States is forced to fight another war on behalf of Israel. And I just want to ask Conricus a question real quick, because I'm seeing a lot of videos of Israelis leaving Israel to go home to the United States or to Greece or to other European countries. You guys got what you wanted. You guys got your war. Are you expecting American troops to fight this war and die on your behalf? Or are you going to bring the Israelis back, tell them to put their fatigues on and get ready for a ground invasion? Because if they want regime change, they're going to need a ground invasion, and Americans shouldn't be forced to do it.
I will let Jonathan Conricus respond. All I would say, in relation to your super confidence that Iran was not planning to weaponize its enriched uranium, what else could they possibly have been planning, given they took the enrichment process, according to the Independent Atomic Energy Authority, they took their enrichment of uranium from the 3.5% required for civilian usage to 60% in the last few years. There is no other reason you would do that if you weren't at the very least wanting people to believe that you were going to be weaponizing your uranium. Otherwise, why do it?
It's about to fall in their face, y'all.
Well, I mean, they were not enriching uranium under the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, which unfortunately Trump took the pressure from Netanyahu to pull out of in 2018, which essentially cleared the way for Iran to enrich uranium.
Right.
Now, yes, they enriched up to 60%. You need 90% in order to have the material necessary to build a nuclear weapon. However, I think what Iran was doing, considering the fact that they're in a region of thugs in Israel who clearly have been announcing that they want regime change in Iran, they wanted a deterrent. I think that's what they were doing. And as this war in Gaza, this genocide in Gaza continues, I think they wanted some form of a deterrent, much like Israel has with their over 90 nuclear weapons that they don't acknowledge, of course. They're not part of the non-proliferation treaty, even though Iran was. Just really interesting comparisons there.
Okay, General Kimmel, I know you have to leave us. Jonathan Conricus, I will come to you in one moment, but I just want to ask the General to respond to that. Is there a naivety by many on the left, you think, about Iran's intentions with this enriched uranium? Because look, I oppose the Iraq War as a newspaper editor in the UK very vociferously. It cost me my job in the end, actually. But I think I was vindicated over time by subsequent events. But here I just looked at that Independent Atomic Energy report and I thought,
why these people?
What else could they possibly be doing?
Why we can't be on the right side?
If you enrich your uranium at that level and you have enough to build potentially 10 atomic bombs, I don't know what else Iran wanted the world to think it was doing. Enough about 9 to 5. What about the most important bit, the 5 to 9? It should be the most comfortable part of your day. And today's sponsor can help. Cozy Earth's bamboo sheets are temperature regulating and designed to wick away both heat and moisture so you can sleep several degrees cooler. They're soft.
What percentage uranium do you need to build an atom bomb? Let's see. An atom. Yeah, an atomic bomb. How much uranium? I just want to see something. Ah. Oh, they think I'm trying to build one, so they can't give me the information. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not. Hey, government. Hey, I'm not trying to build a bomb, so don't come kicking my fucking door down thinking I'm trying to build a bomb. No, I just want to know if Piers Morgan slipped up by saying Iranians was trying to build an atom bomb, an atomic bomb, by enriching their uranium from 3% to 60%. I just wanted to see, because y'all said it takes about 90% to create a nuclear bomb. I just want to see how much it takes to create an atom bomb. Sorry, I won't do it.
Breathable and guaranteed to give you a more comfortable night's sleep. They also have high-quality breathable clothes for all-day luxury. You can try it all risk-free with Cozy Earth's 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. If you don't love their products, you can return them hassle-free. But trust me, you won't want it. Luxury shouldn't be out of reach. Go to CozyEarth.com and use code Piers, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 40% off. Cozy Earth's best-selling, temperature-regulating sheets, clothes, and more. You will feel the difference on the very first night. That's CozyEarth.com, promo code Piers. Stay cool.
Stay cool. Give him a shout
Listen,
out.
I think we need to recognize that for the past 30 years, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been warning the world about the Iranian nuclear threat. What is different about today? Listen, the excuses and the rationale that was used are the same ones that could have been used 20 years ago. The fact remains, October 7th changed everything. The axis of resistance and the ring of fire was a deterrent to Israel ever since it was established. Hundreds of thousands of weapons, hundreds of thousands of missiles and warheads were aimed at Israel and could, as was said at Thermopylae, could blot out the sky and overwhelm any kind of air defense system that the Israelis had put up. Since October 7th, the Israelis have methodically taken away and torn away and destroyed most of that capability. Deterrence was off. This is a once-in-a-lifetime generation for the Israelis to attack, and every Israeli pilot for the past 30 years has wanted to be the first one in the cockpit to end that nuclear program. The fact that the Ring of Fire was destroyed and it was now a manageable threat from Iran, no longer deterrence. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and Netanyahu took that opportunity.
But it wasn't destroyed, stupid.
It wasn't Israeli pilots. It was American
pilots.
Let's be
pilots.
clear about that. American
Exactly.
pilots did this incredibly risky mission. Luckily, none of them got hurt. But this is going to start a full-blown war with Iran, a war that the United States should not be fighting on behalf of any foreign country, including Israel.
They should have did
It's
it.
unacceptable.
All right,
Unacceptable.
we don't actually.
How
we don't
many
know, well,
years
hang on,
do
hang on.
American taxpayers and our members of our military need to be slaves to the Israeli government? I need someone to answer that question.
Okay, listen, I know General
A
Kim.
genocidal regime.
Hang on, General Kim, it does have to go. I just want to ask you before you go, just one last question. Would you, as a military commander, have been comfortable about what the IDF has been doing at the behest of the Israeli government in the last 3 months in Gaza?
Well, I'd rather answer the question directly of Gaspar. And look, as somebody who's worn a uniform for 30 years, the conditions that had been set by the Israeli Defense and the Israeli Air Forces and Mossad meant that this was not only the most lethal attack since Hiroshima, but it was also the safest attack. The fact remains, the IAF had wiped out the air defenses. Mossad had put a lot of pressure. This was the safest operation, not to include the Great Deception Plan, where President Trump used Winston Churchill's axiom that the truth is so important, it must be a bodyguard of lies. And I would tell you right now, there's not an American pilot that was worried about this attack and had anything but pride for this attack.
Okay, and just finally, the answer to my question?
If it was about Gaza, again, I think that I certainly don't commend the killing of innocents and civilians.
They can't speak about Gaza for shit, y'all. They can never, ever admit that the atrocities going on in Gaza, brought on by Israel, are war crimes and against international law.
But you know that when the enemy wraps itself around civilian targets, civilian facilities,
You support genocide.
That facility is now no longer. It is now a military target.
There you
I
go.
don't necessarily see at this point that it's genocide for the simple reason that the Gazans
So
and
he should not be
Hamas
taken
have
seriously.
an opportunity to end that, and that's to
He
return
should not be taken
the
seriously.
hostages and end this
So-called-
carnage. In previous actual
That's a
genocides,
lie, and you
they
know
weren't
it.
giving any-
You know it.
they're-
They're shooting and killing civilians at humanitarian
Look at him smiling.
aid hubs. Dozens of them on a daily basis.
put a
Literal
sock in that?
children are getting shot in the
You're right,
face.
Piers. It is a good time.
It's a genocide.
Piers, you are,
It's a genocide.
Piers,
Okay.
you are
It's a
right.
genocide.
It is a good time for me to leave.
Okay.
I
Bye-bye.
thought we were going to have a discussion,
is.
not
See you later.
not
You're a liar.
propaganda.
Okay,
Thank you.
General Kimmett, I appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. We're going to be joined on the panel by Kaveh Afrasiabi, a former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team, who was arrested in the US for alleged spying before being pardoned by Joe Biden. But before we speak to him, I want to talk to Jonathan Conricus. A lot has been said in the last few minutes. What's your response?
Well, hello everyone. I can, even though I've never met the person who is constantly interrupting others, I don't think we've ever even communicated on X. But I can feel your frustration. Don't interrupt me. I can feel your frustration. I can feel how sad you are. I can feel how difficult it is for you to see Israel teaching the Iranian regime a lesson and Israel winning on the battlefield. I can understand that it's frustrating for you. I can understand that you're having a tough time dealing with reality.
You have to actually address the substance of my argument. Why are IDF soldiers shooting and killing children?
Why are they shooting
on Israel? Genocidal prick.
And frankly,
can you answer
really
that
your
question?
talking points are tired.
The whole world
I'm not
sees
here
you
to
guys
answer
for what
your
you
questions,
Just keeping
Mrs.
it real.
Interrupter. I'm not here to answer your questions.
Your own damn
Last time I
wars.
checked, this wasn't your channel. And you've
Biggest
done nothing
welfare
but interrupt
in the
and talk
world, constantly
nonsense.
taking from the
You've
American
only been
people,
talking nonsense so
both
far,
in the
and I've been
form of
sitting here and
American
listening
lives and
quite
in the form of
politely
American
to your
taxpayer
nonsense,
dollars.
and
Pay
you
for your
keep
own
on
damn
screaming
weapons.
All right, guys, we need to hear individually talk.
So we all watched last night. Jonathan was basically on that news station saying the same shit. Saying the same old talking points. This is propaganda. Hamas this, Hamas that. So we know his playbook. That's why Anna's interrupting him. Do I think she should interrupt him? No. I don't think interruptions are needed in debates, because if you can't debate, then you shouldn't be there. And interrupting somebody just basically flies in the face of your argument, because it almost like you don't have a valid point, which she does, but she has a lot of emotions behind her point, so it's keeping her from maintaining her composure and getting out her point. But at the end of the day, she's correct, and all she's doing is saying, shut up, bro, you was just saying the same old shit, you ain't said nothing different.
Okay. Don't talk over each other. There's no point.
I can't stand these people and their disgusting lies.
But
As
excuse
children
me,
are
I
getting
was
slaughtered
talking, and then you
by
started
the dozens
interrupting, and you're
daily
screaming.
at these
You're
humanitarian aid
impolite.
hubs. I can speak over
You're
you
not even
endlessly.
facts-based.
All right,
You're
Anna,
just
listen,
screaming
we can't have a
nonsense at
debate,
me, and it's not going to
we
work.
can't have a debate if you don't let Jonathan
at least let
him.
let
Jonathan say what he wants to say. Then you can respond.
Yes, let's talk about it.
Listen, Piers, this isn't going to work. Clearly, you can see that she's here to
Let him
instigate.
talk, please.
She's here to instigate. She is here to instigate. She constantly interrupts. That is not a way to have a meaningful discussion. And if I'd ask you to kindly, put her in place so that at least I could say 2 or 3 sentences.
Put her in place.
That's the first thing. Now I can understand the frustration of so many people that are Israel haters, disguising as liberals, disguising as humanitarians. I can see and feel, and I even have compassion for your feelings that you see the great empire that the Iranians built against us. It is being decimated piece by piece, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. And it must be frustrating. It must be frustrating to see
because you guys have occupied the American government,
after a
obviously.
Hamas attack on
But all
October the
those boomers
7th.
are going to be
And
gone
it must
one day,
be
and I can't
frustrating
wait.
to see Israel persisting and winning and defeating our enemies despite the efforts of the likes of you and many others who have teamed up against Israel. And I can understand the frustration, but guess what? It's not going to help. Your opinion isn't true. It is not reality-based. Just like you just said in the beginning that Israelis are fleeing. On the contrary, Israelis are lining up, and there's actually a national airlift to get home. There's an Israeli national airlift to get Israelis home from all over the world, from Greece and from Cyprus, so that they can come home to be with their families.
Go back to Israel. Put your uniforms on.
All right, I'm now going to go. I'm going to bring in Dinesh here, and I would appreciate it if everyone just let each other talk. Otherwise, the viewers can't hear a damn thing. Dinesh, thank you for your patience in waiting so long to speak. First of all, what is your... I mean, look, there's a lot of speculation about what Donald Trump may do next. I happen to think that he is instinctively anti-war. I don't think there's any chance he wants to put any boots on the ground here. I think if he can make it one and done with the strikes that he ordered, I think he would be happy with that, as he was with the strikes against Syria, against Soleimani, against Baghdadi. You know, he's a guy who likes to go in, targeted, and out. I don't think he wants any kind of prolonged war. However, once you do something like Trump ordered at the weekend, it can be out of your hands. It really depends how Iran responds. What do you think is going to happen here?
I think that we are learning that Trump represents a repudiation of the Bush tradition, but he doesn't represent a repudiation of the Reagan tradition. Trump is quite willing to use force, but he uses it discriminately, he uses it quickly and decisively. And Trump's own rhetoric very much supports this. I think that a lot of this anxiety is because of the bad lessons that came out of the Iraq war. But Iran is not Iraq, and Trump is not Bush. And the fictional weapons of mass destruction in Iraq are not the same as functioning nuclear facilities enriching uranium in Iran. So I think that it's important to look at this situation for what it is. Now, who can argue that the world is not better off when Iran doesn't have nuclear capacity? Whether there's a 50% chance that they were going to get there, a 70% chance, a 90% chance, it would be really good to have a 0% chance that they could get there at all. This is a fanatical militant regime. It is different than places like China and Russia in that it has always had an ideology of global involvement, global destruction.
Does India have nukes? They have more than 180 nuclear warheads. Dinesh is from India.
Global terrorism, death to America. You don't have to seek for a motive here. They deliver it to you from the Iranian parliament on a pretty daily basis. So the United States has very definite interests here. The interest is not necessarily in regime change, although I, for one, would welcome it. Who can argue that Iran would not be better off than under the mullahs? And I think the big losers here are, in fact, Iran, Hamas, but also the global left. The global left has partnered in a way with these Hamas radicals. And so they are taking a tremendous beating here. All their idiotic campus protests are for naught. So this is why we're getting all this screaming and hysteria from Anna, because she realizes that not only is Iran going down, so is our own ideology.
I don't like watching children get slaughtered by a genocidal regime that we're unfortunately funding with our taxpayer dollars and with military weapons. That's what I don't like. Look at Conriquez. Look at how flippant he is when it comes to children getting killed. That's the kind of person you are, Conriquez. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The international community sees it. And honestly, Dinesh, it is a stain on America's reputation that we are literally funding modern-day Nazis today in their genocide against Palestinians.
Okay, Anna, you made your views about Jonathan clear.
You disgusting terrorist.
All right, can we try and keep things, please, less ad hominem? It's a bit pointless to screaming abuse at him. Let me bring in, if I may.
I mean, what do you call a regime that slaughters children willy-nilly?
You can have your arguments about it. And by the way, I share a lot of your arguments, but I think abusing another guest on a panel for as long as you've been doing is a bit pointless and self-defeating. I don't think viewers like it.
You don't think he deserves a little bit of abuse, considering what he's been in
Sure, and you've given him more than a little bit of abuse.
Actually, do not.
Let me bring in.
And actually,
let me bring in our other guest who hasn't said a word.
That's my thing. It's invalidated her argument. It is. It's like, hold on. Shh. Real quick.
Let me bring in Kaveh Afrasiabi. I mean, the big question I would have for Iran is, why were you enriching uranium to 60% if you had no intention of building nuclear weapons to a weaponized degree? It makes no sense.
Mr. Morgan, I'm very unhappy with how you mischaracterized me a minute ago. Right. I was not charged as a spy for Iran. I was an international affairs consultant for Iran's mission for 13 years under UN norms and guidelines. And in the last 24 hours of the first Trump administration, he decided that I'm in violation of US law and brought these phony charges against me. What I was doing was in line with all the other consultants for other country missions, none of whom have registered as a foreign agent.
Okay, but everything I said was accurate. So let's get, look, everything I said was accurate.
The last 24
hours. No, you are not accurate, and you're not putting yourself up in legal
you were
jeopardy,
accused of spying, and you were pardoned by Joe Biden.
I was not accused of being a spy, and I will bring a major defamation lawsuit on you.
Well, fine. Let me ask you two questions. Let me ask you two questions.
Let me answer your question.
Let me ask you two questions.
I will bring a major.
Let me ask you. Can you stop talking?
I have Harvard for 30 years. I am in the Supreme Court against Harvard right now.
Fine.
And I will bring a major lawsuit.
I'm sure you will. I look forward to receiving it. Let me ask you two. Let me
answer your question.
Let me ask you two questions first.
Okay.
Is it true that you were accused of spying?
No, absolutely not.
You were?
No, I was not.
What were you accused of?
And I sued successfully the UPI. I
said, is it true you were accused of spying?
Against me.
Is it true you were accused of it?
No, absolutely not. I was accused of violating the Foreign Agent Registration Act, FARA, which requires registration, but not for people who work under the UN mandate.
But you were arrested.
I was arrested for 24 hours.
Okay.
I denied the charges. I represented myself.
Fine. I didn't say you were found guilty.
No, you accused me of working as a spy for Iran, which is an outrageous lie.
I didn't accuse you of anything.
Yeah, you did.
No, you said that I've been charged with being a spy.
No, I didn't. I said you were accused of it.
Yes, you did. You're a damn liar.
I did not say that.
The whole world heard you.
I did not say that. And when you watch this back, you will regret your outcome.
Let's see what he said. Let's see what Piers Morgan said about him. Let's see.
In the last few minutes, what's your response?
Well, hello.
Thank you very much. We're going to be joined on the panel by Kaveh Afrasiabi, a former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team, who was arrested in the US for alleged spying before being pardoned by Joe Biden. But before we speak to him, I want to talk to Jonathan Conricks a lot. Iran's nuclear negotiating team, who was arrested in the US for alleged spying before being pardoned by Joe Biden. But before we speak to him,
he was arrested in the US for alleged spying. He said he wasn't arrested for spying. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go back to the action.
March 2025 says, and I quote, since February 2020 against me.
Is it true you were accused of it?
No, absolutely not. I was accused of violating the Foreign Agent Registration Act, FARA, which requires registration, but not for people who work under the UN mandate.
But you were arrested.
I was arrested for 24 hours.
Okay.
I denied the charges. I represented myself.
Fine. I didn't say you were found guilty.
No, you accused me of working as a spy for Iran, which is an outrageous lie.
I didn't accuse you of anything.
No, you said that I've been charged with being a spy.
No, I didn't.
You said he was arrested for an alleged spy. You did. You did. The alleged was kind of faint, but the spy word was loud.
I said you were accused of it.
Yes, you did. You're a damn liar.
I did not say that.
The whole world heard you.
I did not say that.
And
when you watch this back, you will regret your outburst because you misheard me.
I will bring a major lawsuit on your head.
Oh, you know what? Do what you like, mate. I couldn't give a damn.
You know, I'm a plaintiff against Harvard. I represented myself
Good for you.
For 30 years.
Do you want to do an interview or not?
Jury trial. I'm in the U.S. Supreme Court.
Do you want to do an interview about what's happening or not? Or do you want to keep shouting?
I will answer your question. I will answer your question.
Well, answer it then.
First, First, what the U.S. did was a violation of the IAEA statute prohibiting arms strikes against nuclear facilities, which should have been immediately condemned by the governing board of the IAEA, just as the EU 10 days ago
But that
issued
wasn't
a
my
statement
question,
that
was
the
it?
IAEA
That wasn't my
don't
question.
interrupt,
You said
and
you were
these
going to
are the
answer my
mouthpieces
question.
of
You're not
Israel.
answering my question.
What's your question?
My question
Okay, the
was why
60%
did Iran enrich its uranium stocks to 60%? That is my question.
Okay, I answer you by first of all pointing out that what you said, that IAEA says that there's no other purpose for it, it's a lie. There's no such a thing in IAEA report. The IAEA report of March 2025 says, and I quote, since February 2025, Iran has been facilitating the implementation of a strengthened safeguard at its facilities. Now, is that the profile
And
of a
then
nuclear
came another report
profiler?
which said that Iran
The
was
60%,
obfuscating and not
excuse
allowing
me,
access
you
to
had your
international
chance, let me answer.
supervisors.
Let
Oh,
me
stop
try-
it.
let
I
me
know you
answer.
ain't talking
Let's
about
not
access
forget the
to
last damning
60%
report of the Board of
60%
Governors of the
enrichment.
Atomic
Part of the
Agency.
non-proliferation treaty. How
The
about you shut
smoking
up?
gun.
60%,
Right.
Go ahead.
60% enrichment has medical uses
Oh, are you
for
running the
medical
show,
isotopes.
Mrs. Angry
It is
Screaming
not,
Lady?
does not
Angry
represent a
Screaming Lady.
violation of the IAEA safeguards. All the facilities that were bombed were under international safeguards, and it should have been condemned immediately because it's also a violation of the UN Charter, because Iran has not threatened the US. US engaged in a unilateral act of
Now, we
militarism
watched it.
against
Your
Iran. and
leader,
the
your
main
supreme leader,
excuses-
has
Are we
literally...
We
going
watched it. It was condemned by even Piers Morgan's people. It was condemned all over. So the problem is, why was there no action? Why didn't none of these countries follow up with like sanctions or any kind of no embargo? I don't know, something to say, hey, you violated. They admitted you violated to the tune of like 30-something violations, and still no accountability.
To an answer
Your
of why
super-
the Iranian regime was enriching to military-grade uranium. Are we going to hear why, Mr. Negotiator? And again, I hold you in high respect
Who
because
are
I
you
think
to
you
talk about
and
that?
the
The
people like you,
nuclear-armed
I think
Yeah,
you
and
have done a
nuclear weapons,
tremendous,
and you're not even
Hold on, Anna, he got him. Anna, hold on, he got him.
outstanding job. For 25 years, you have facilitated for the Iranian regime
He got
to
him, man.
develop nuclear weapons, and it is through the skill and rhetoric of people like you that this has gone on for so long. So, but can we get to the answer of why the Iranian regime is enriching?
And you think that it can come and dictate to a
Can
country
we get
80
to an
times
answer
the size?
of why
You
your regime
hallucinate.
is enriching to military grade? Why it
Let me
builds
ask
a
you, does
heavily
Israel have
hardened
nuclear
facility
weapons?
underground, 80
Does
meters
Israel
underground?
have the
You don't
right
do
to
that
have
if your
monopoly of
intentions are
nuclear
peaceful.
weapons?
Mr. Negotiator,
Israel have
you don't
nuclear
do it if your
weapons?
intentions
Look
are
at him
peaceful. You
ignoring
have
it.
nothing to hide and you have no reason to build
inspection
Fordo.
of its facilities. You are such a hypocrite. You think that Israel is exceptional, is a chosen
The
people.
last
You have
report
the right
of the
to rule
Atomic
the Middle
Agency
East.
Board of
And you
Governors
know-
stated clearly Iran is in violation.
very critical
Iran is
of
not
Iran and
allowing
women's rights
international
and
inspectors
democracy
to
and
come
all
and
these
see,
things.
and Iran has enough fissile material for 10 nuclear bombs. That was the smoking gun that eventually caused
Smoking gun.
President
Oh,
Trump to
really?
understand the severity of the
The head of
situation.
the
Yes, and that was
IAEA
what
said
tipped the
yes.
scales.
You know, you just
That was what
All right,
tipped the
let me
scales,
ask,
and
let me ask
despite
a
these
question.
efforts,
Look,
That is
people can't.
violent.
If you all talk over each other, nobody can hear a word anybody says.
Well, ask
let
him
me
to shut
ask
up
you.
then.
Let me ask you, Mr. Afra CRB. Let me ask you this: do you deny, for the record, that Iran has sponsored terrorism through Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah going back several decades?
I've been very critical of Iran's support for Hamas. I wrote an article right after October 17 USA Today denouncing Hamas's ISIS-type attack on innocent civilians. I've been very critical of Iran's obsession with Israel in various books, including Trump and Iran right behind me, which has been highly praised in Foreign Affairs, as well as many other articles. I have called on Iran to stop its Israel phobia, because it's not in the national interest of Iran to be so obsessed with Israel, which incidentally, in 1984, I've written a book on an Israeli operative, Amiram Nir, who was singularly responsible for shipping out missiles to Iran defending against Saddam Hussein. Iran should be thankful to Israel for the support that was given to it to safeguard it against Saddam.
You've now said something, if you don't mind me being, you've now said something genuinely interesting and surprising and constructive to the debate, right? Which is you've acknowledged that Iran should not have been sponsoring terrorism with groups that are wedded to eradicating Israel off the face of the earth. And that's been the problem.
Absolutely not.
But that has been...
Iran should have never said Israel should be wiped off the map. Because it's contrary to Iran's national interest. The mullahs have done a lot of things wrong, and I'm on record,
Well, that's good to hear you say it.
Huh?
It's good to hear you say that.
No, but I cooperated selectively with Iran for the sake of a nuclear agreement, which was a win-win and a non-proliferation net plus. And President Trump made a terrible mistake, and Netanyahu's pressure to withdraw to set the stage for
the problem is, look, I've got to jump in because we're running out of time, but the problem is that the last report made it clear that the Iranian regime has been obfuscating and lying and hiding stuff and stopping them from doing their job. So you have a significantly enriched uranium program going up nearer and nearer to weapons grade, and they're not allowing the inspectors to do their job. You put the two and two things together, and you get 4 if you add 2 and 2 together. Let me ask Dinesh.
You are wrong.
Let me ask Dinesh.
Hang
on. Dinesh, you wanted to say something quickly.
I wanted to make a point about the issue of who is responsible for what. Now, when regimes start wars, they are responsible for the fate of their own children. I mean, if I come and do a home invasion on you, right, and threaten your children, and you strike back, and then I go grab my own kids and stick them in front of me and say, don't shoot, because I'm holding my own kids. The truth of it is I am putting my kids in jeopardy, not you. You have every right to retaliate against me. And I am the one. I am the one.
When Israeli civilians get killed,
I am the one
you better
who
use
is
the
putting
same
those civilians
standard,
in
Dinesh.
danger.
You better use the same standard, but you won't. You won't use the same standard.
Let me finish.
I want to hold the panel here for 2 minutes. I want to just have a quick conversation with Ambassador John Bolton, the National Security Advisor.
Yeah, this is a joke. It's a joke. The way that people can sit back and pretend as if the attempted coup by America in the 50s had nothing to do with Iran's aggression towards us. I really don't care what John Bolton's warmongering stuff has to say. And we'll hear a little bit just for context. But that whole argument about who started what, like, come on now. We get it. A lot of us weren't here. The media was controlled by us. So the narrative should have went out to all of our parents, and our parents should have told us. And it was like, nah, Iran is bad. But sorry, we do research. And when we seen that America tried to overthrow the government, and ironically, you guys are trying to inject the son of the same person that you injected last time in the 50s, and you act like Iranians can't call it out. You act like that's not a threat to their democracy just because you don't think they have a democracy. So it's funny to me that all this look what they did when we don't even want to acknowledge what we did.
Country affected established their own regime, and it clearly is the case that they should be primarily responsible. I said back at the time of the overthrow of Saddam Hussein that the U.S. role should be to hold the ring around the outside, prevent the Iranians from interfering, and basically say to the people of Iraq, here's a copy of the Federalist Papers. This may be helpful to you. Why don't you form your own government? You don't enhance political maturation by making decisions for other people. You enhance political maturation by making them make decisions for themselves, including mistakes from which they learn.
Donald Trump is making
John.
slightly ambiguous statements at the moment. Would you want him to be clearer about his intentions, or is this all part of him not letting the other side know what he really wants to do?
Oh, shut up.
Well, I don't think he knows what he really wants to do. I think he's just going around the circle now to see what he can come up with. But as others have observed, one very important change that I think he's making is yesterday the vice president said, we do not want regime change in Iran. That is absolutely wrong. We should want regime change. How much we do is a different story. And I think Trump obviously is not going to contemplate putting troops in. But I want to say again, there are a lot of ways to achieve regime change. None of them involve boots on the ground necessarily. This is a different context. You have a very educated population in Iraq. The young people, 60% are under 30. They know they could have a different life. They can see it across the Gulf in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Doha. I think things would move in a very positive direction without particularly significant U.S. involvement.
Ambassador Bolton, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much. I know you've got a busy day.
Basically,
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Anna Kasparian, I mean, here's my sort of issue, I guess, with a lot of people on the left in relation to this story, is that you end up sounding like you're siding. Hang on one second, please. Please allow me to talk to different members of the panel. Is it that on the left you end up sounding like you're, shilling for a vile regime? The Iranian regime oppresses women. Well, hang on. Let me hang on. Is it they oppress women?
I know what you're going to say. I know. I hate the regime in Iran.
Right.
I hate the regime.
So why
in Iran.
wouldn't you want it changing?
I hate the mullahs. There are Armenians living in Iran right now who hate the mullahs. Okay, but regime change should not be spurred by the United States and Israel, which wants to install a puppet government on their behalf. And by the way, the Iranians know that. They know that. Polling indicates the vast majority of them want regime change. They don't want it to be done by Israel. You have to be clear about that, because I think there's an intentional misframing or false framing of what's happening in Iran right now and what the population actually wants. Now, with that out of the way, my issue, Piers, is that the United States has been expending its resources and has been essentially sending its soldiers to die in wars on behalf of Israel, a country that goaded us into invading Iraq on a false pretense of weapons of mass destruction. 4,000 of our soldiers died in Iraq. You didn't send a single IDF soldier. Not one IDF soldier was sent to Iraq. Our soldiers died on your behalf, Kunrikis, on your country's behalf.
Not at all.
And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. You guys are committing a genocide right now, yet you're a nuclear power that's not in the non-proliferation agreement. Why? Why is that? How come you guys get to play by completely different rules? You're genocidal. You're disgusting. The world sees you guys for what you are.
Let him
you are
answer.
the people of Israel.
Let him
hate
answer.
the government of Israel.
Let him
You're
answer.
a genocidal government. You guys make me sick. You make me sick.
So deep.
You make me sick.
Let him
The
answer.
entire international community looks at your government
Let him
and
answer.
gets sick even thinking about it.
We know that he makes you sick, but let him answer.
For God's sake, we're trying to have a conversation here.
The history
and I'm trying
books
to
will write
answer
about
what you're
your
saying,
government
but you're
the
not
way
even
that Americans read about the
acknowledging me
Nazis
as
today.
a
Trust
person.
me.
Instead of just
Modern-day
screaming
Nazis.
at me and looking like a
Modern-day
lunatic
Nazis.
who just keeps on screaming at
Right.
other people, could you for a
I
second
speak on
allow
behalf
me
of all
to say
those
two
children who are now
sentences?
orphaned.
No,
all
you
those
don't
children
speak
who
on
were
behalf of
born
anybody
in
but
Gaza
yourself.
in an
You weren't
open-air
elected.
prison
You don't
and had to
represent
die
anybody.
Gaza
You're a
because of
talk
your
show host and you
disgusting,
don't represent
belligerent
anybody.
military.
You've never stood for anything. You've
Genocidal.
never fought for anything. You're a talk show
Genocidal.
host and you don't represent anybody.
whole international
And the
community
fact that
sees
you
you for
think
what
that
you
it's
are.
effective
Anna.
to accuse me of all kinds of
We're on your
nonsense
side.
and you think that that will rattle me, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
everyone knows.
Many and better
you know
people
too.
before you have tried and they have all
Right.
failed. But let me tell you something. Your hatred
Let me say
is
it
so
in a way that
showing.
you'll understand.
Your
The
hatred of
international community
Israel
looks
is
at people like
blinding you.
and they say
You're not able to
terrorists, okay?
distinguish
That's what they
between
see.
different
Terrorists.
situations,
You're a
and you find
terrorist.
yourself supporting a genocidal
Endless
regime
numbers
just
of
out
children
of your burning
slaughtered
hatred
Pierce.
at the
towards
hands of the
Israel.
IDF
And
and
I
the Israeli
think that
government.
is so
Help.
compelling for
Somebody-
people to see
I
how
hate
you
the government of
behave.
Israel.
Okay, don't all start talking,
I
otherwise I'm going to
despise
literally
the
give
government of
up.
Israel.
All right, let me
Despise
just
it.
look. Let me
And
go.
I feel bad for the people of Israel who are now
Let me
under
go back,
threat
if I
because of the
may, to
belligerence of your
Kaveh.
government
Let me ask
and
Kaveh
military.
this question. Kaveh, in an ideal
Piers.
world, Kaveh, do you think it's right, as John Bolton said, that the young
Piers,
population...
this isn't fair. She's been
Yeah.
screaming over me the entire conversation.
Yeah.
I've said one sentence, and
Yeah.
I've been sitting here for 45 minutes.
I agree.
I would really like to say one sentence without
Keep
her
crying about
screaming
it.
like some
Okay.
crazy
Well,
person.
well, then I think-
totally,
I
totally
guess that's
Let's see
what
if-
she's
let's
doing.
see if she'll let
I
us
guess
totally
she's trying
consumed
to
by
keep
her
him from
They're
saying
such
shit.
victims.
Right. So
Oh.
I would like to say
Yeah.
one thing.
The
and
young-
please,
the young woman
could you,
speaking
you know,
over me.
contain
Yeah.
yourself
Go ahead, Tim.
for
Please.
20 seconds? Could you contain yourself for 20 seconds, please?
ahead.
Like you've been screaming and ranting all over this debate, and it's not meaningful. People don't hear
I
what you
can't
say.
have
They
a
don't hear
visceral
me.
reaction to
Nobody
people
makes
like
sense
you.
of it.
Sorry.
So please
Let him talk.
do me a favor.
Yeah,
do
let
me
him
a
talk.
favor and allow me at least to say two
Anna,
sentences.
everybody's
the
saying let him
Iranian
talk.
regime now is struggling like any dictatorship with a new and dynamic situation. They're not used to not being in the driving seat. They're not used to not dictating in events. And for the first time in
That's
25
what they said about
years, Israel is taking the initiative. And Israel has now peeled back the layers of the ring of fire around Israel. And Israel is...
Israeli media said that about themselves this morning, that they weren't used to having bombs dropped on them. They're used to, assessing bombs that they drop on other people.
Yes, and I can say this not officially as a spokesperson, but this is what I understand. Israel definitely is trying to bring about regime change in Iran. Why? Because it would be better for the entire region, for the Iranian people, and definitely for Israel.
But
It
many
would
people,
open the path to prosperity.
All right, but Jonathan, many people
May
also.
I
Hang on,
answer
hang
that,
on, hang
please?
on.
Hang
Many
on.
people, Jonathan, also think there
Greater
should be.
Israel
Hang
Project,
on!
look into it. That's
For
what it's
goodness
about.
sake!
Anna, hold the fuck
Many
on.
people, Jonathan, also think there should be regime change in Israel because of what it's been doing in Gaza. So there's a lot of talk
Well,
of
that's
regime
called
change
elections,
generally.
Piers.
Yeah, well, okay, but
Yeah, but that's called elections.
Sure.
And I have many friends. I have friends and family who feel the same way, and I have others who feel differently. And luckily for Israel, luckily for us who live here, and luckily for the 2 million Arabs who live in Israel, Israel is a democracy, and we get to vote, and we get to vote what we like. Currently, we have a government who I think is
Netanyahu been
definitely
charged
should be
for
criticized for
20
many
years.
things and how it has managed those situations since October 7. But I think the government and the prime minister has done a very brave and
That's a
good thing for the
long
future of the region
Okay.
in attacking Iran.
okay, let me give the final word to our Iranian guest. Over to you, Kaveh, for your final word here.
Well, Mr. Morgan,
raining.
it is abundantly clear that two nuclear-armed states are ganging up on another state, the regional rival,
Right.
using a lame excuse of proliferation in order to cause regime change,
Right.
partly because Iran is part of a new multipolar world, a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, part of the BRICS nation, and the United States has been seeking a rollback of the historic Iranian Revolution for 46 years.
Right.
And now are seizing on this opportunity in a very systematic fashion, using their mouthpieces, such as your guests here, in order to provide the stage setting for this rollback strategy. And all these
Tell 'em.
spinners like the warmonger, who Mr. Trump himself labeled as a warmonger, who
Yep,
who
he
didn't
sure
like
did,
a
John
war
Bolton.
that didn't start in the world, is not cheering Mr. Trump because Mr. Trump is exercising, implementing his script for regime change in Iran. This is
Okay.
a travesty of international law, the violation of the UN Charter. Most of the world leaders have condemned it. And Iran, by the way,
No,
has
they
paralyzed
haven't.
really.
Actually, I don't think that's true.
Israel's economy is paralyzed.
They
right
haven't
now.
condemned
I don't
it.
think it's
It's
true. I don't
condemned.
think it's
Watch
true
it.
that most world
There's
leaders
no
have condemned
Under
it at all.
financial hemorrhage, and hundreds of Iranian missiles have landed in Israel and have penetrated the paper
Okay.
dome, which you call Iron Dome. And
Okay.
you talk about regime change. Go look at the look at the destructions in Tel Aviv that's making Tel Aviv into another Gaza.
Let's
You are
talk in 6
hallucinating.
months and let's
You
hear
are
what you say then. Let's
hallucinating.
talk again in 6
I'm gonna leave it
months.
there.
Tiny,
Let's talk in 6 months.
inconsequential Israel, the
Okay.
tiny,
Let's
inconsequential
talk in 6
Israel
months and
in a
we'll see
I'm
what's
gonna
going
end it there because honestly,
in a country 80 times
I am
the size of
completely and
Israel.
utterly.
You
Getty.
are hallucinating.
Okay.
Millions
I tell
of
you what, I'm
Iranians
Let's see who
hallucinating.
is. Let's
I
meet
am
again in 6
hallucinating.
the
months.
country just the other day.
I am
'Cause you don't wanna
hallucinating.
hear.
Regime change.
Okay.
The only regime
Yes,
change
I know.
out of Israel will be the genocidal
Okay.
Netanyahu. That's the only regime
Okay,
change.
I am hallucinating. I'm exhausted. I'm bringing it to an end. Thank you all very much.
And that's because Piers don't want to address his key points. He's actually making some key points. He's saying that America been trying this for over 46 years or something, and now they're trying to seize the opportunity to do it right now, because Israel want them to, and it's two superpowers, to the goal of a Brit and an Israeli saying, well, y'all shouldn't have nukes. So, and they're the ones who cooperate with the nuclear agreement and let inspectors in to see what they're doing. And Israel does it. They're not even a part of the proliferation agreement. I think I said that right. Hope so. But Anna, no, that does not work. It don't. So if you have a point that you want to get across, the main thing you do is let them speak. And when they interrupt you, the best thing to do, since you have the capability, is then you use that yelling back, hold up, don't interrupt me. But for you to just go on like that, nah, that one right there, nobody even heard what you was really talking about. They know what you was talking about, but they didn't hear you. So let's see if we got some updates, because whoo, shit, I feel like Piers. That was kind of draining. That was kind of draining. Yes.
Massey, who the White House, who the president himself have gone after hard over the course of the last 24 hours because he does back that War Powers Act, right?
Yeah, we've seen them going back and forth. Trump.
That's how they do me.
Day oat cream blend cured.
See how they do me? I was over here jigging, trying to represent them, and they finished they live. So let's see what we got here, y'all. Oh, they back. It was just a
So clearly not wanting to fuel the narrative that there's some significant split between her and the president.
Mel Zanona live for us on the Hill. Mel, thank you very much. That's a wrap for this hour. Thank you, as always, for watching. We've got more coverage picking up right now.
It just ended. Hey, that's my chill. Hold up. Ashniel's in the building.
We are coming on the air with what may be an off-ramp for now for President Trump, with the first we're hearing from him about those retaliatory strikes today from Iran. You see it here, those missiles in the sky over Qatar. As the president suggests, this could be the end of it, at least for now. He wants to see peace. We're going to take you live to the White House with what that means. Plus, we're live in the Middle East with more on that escalating back and forth between Israel and Iran. And a new look at those B-2 bombers that struck Iranian nuclear sites. You can see it taken off there. There's some night vision video, too. But how effective were those attacks in the first place? And where's the enriched uranium now? We're getting into all of it. Plus, what all of it might mean for your money and for oil prices, too. Why Wall Street at this point doesn't seem to be too worried. Plus, our team goes one-on-one with a U.S. Marine veteran who says his dad was brutally attacked by Border Patrol agents in California. How he's responding to what the feds are saying about his father, who's now in federal detention. And that monster heat wave melting millions of us across the country right now. When the soup will stop simmering later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and in just the last couple of hours, it seems we may be getting an answer to the question the world has been waiting for, at least for now, after Iran's retaliatory strikes on a U.S. base. Will President Trump retaliate in return? Will he escalate again? It sounds like the answer to that may be no, at least not for the moment, as the president tells the world it is time for peace in a new Truth Social post, his online platform, in just the last couple of hours. Of course, the question now, is this it? Is there going to be more after the scene that you are looking at here? The Iranian retaliatory strike. Missiles over Qatar, targeting the Al Udeid Air Force Base, just about 40 minutes outside Doha. It's tough to see, but obviously you see those red dots flying through the air. Those are the missiles getting intercepted in most instances there. Something like 5,000 U.S. troops. It's the biggest base that the U.S. has in the Middle East. Two U.S. defense officials say the attacks from Iran were intercepted. It's not even clear whether the base itself was hit at all. And President Trump confirms nobody died, nobody was hurt. And he even says Iran gave early warning that the attack was coming. So then you might ask, okay, well, was this really the most muscle that Iran could flex here? Or was this just enough muscle to show a domestic audience that Iran did something? Because it would have been virtually impossible for Iran to do nothing after those U.S. strikes Saturday on its 3 nuclear sites. Attacks carried out by U.S. B-2 bombers. We're now getting this new look at the actual jets, the actual bombers that participated in the attack. This is coming in from the Pentagon here in just the last couple of hours. So you see it's over June 20th to the 22nd from that Air Force base in Missouri, where they made that round trip from 30+ hours. One of the sites that these bombers hit with those massive so-called bunker buster bombs, Fordo. You can see the before and after of some of these from satellite. Remember, Fordo, deep underground. It's really, really heavily fortified. You can clearly see some of the craters in the before and after and some holes where those bombs essentially tried to tunnel down. But all of this brings us to some of the big questions tonight, including just how badly that site, the 2 others, were damaged. First of all, as we've said, is this it? President Trump says the Iranians have gotten it all out of their system. Is that actually the case? What about the highly enriched uranium that was being held, it's believed, at those nuclear sites? Were the U.S. strikes on the sites actually effective? Where is that uranium now? Nobody can go in and independently assess the damage. So what do we really know about that? And does all of this talk of peace that the president's promising tonight, when he says it's time for peace, does that extend to Israel too? What does Israel do next, as they have even issued new warnings tonight about attacks on Tehran? We've got it all covered from Washington to the region, but we start tonight in Erbil, Iraq, where our chief international correspondent, Piers is joining us. Piers, talk us through what you're hearing on the ground there, given what is continuing to be a pivotal moment here.
Yeah, Hallie, we're about 2 hours from the border of Iran here, and from inside Iran, while you were speaking there, we're getting reports of loud, large explosions in Tehran and other parts of Iran. So just as you were talking about President Trump saying it's time for peace, maybe we were hearing, at least in the short term, Israel's answer to that, continuing its bombing campaign, it seems, across Iran, determined to target Iran's nuclear program and maybe the regime itself. Earlier today, they targeted a notorious prison, Evan prison in Iran. It's a place where political prisoners have been held. People have emerged with stories of torture. Some have never emerged at all. The Israelis, to put it this way, just blew the doors off. Now, the Iranians say that no prisoners escaped, but you don't hit a prison unless you're trying to destabilize the Iranian regime, and the Israelis seem determined to continue despite that attack by Iran on Qatar. Those missiles would have flown over us here. For a while there, Hallie, we wondered whether the American base that is just behind me there, you can see it twinkling in the distance here in Iraq, whether it would be targeted. In fact, what the Iranians did is just target the one base in Qatar, a base that's very well defended in a country that they are more friendly with than some other countries here in the region, gave warning. People are talking about it as the Iranians putting on a show, but trying to de-escalate. But again, there are multiple actors in this. There is the US and the Trump administration. There is the Iranians, and then there's the Israelis.
So, Keir, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a second because as you were speaking, we got a significant piece of news from President Trump in a Truth Social post. I'm going to ask you to stand by. I'm going to let you get your phone. I'm going to bring Yamiche in. We're getting Richard Engel as well because President Trump is announcing now online that there is going to be, he says, a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Now, I want to be clear, as we have Yamiche here, we've got Richard, I know Courtney Cuby's with us as well. The president says, I want to see if we can pull it up on screen here, that it has been fully agreed by these countries, Israel and Iran, that there will be a ceasefire in 6 hours from now. But he says they have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours. And he says at which point the war will be considered ended. He goes on in this fairly lengthy Truth Social post that we're turning around. Again, this is coming in literally the last 90 seconds here. And Yamiche, I should note here, we do not have independent confirmation from Iran on this. We do not have independent confirmation from Israel on this. This is coming from the president himself, suggesting that there will be a ceasefire at some point later on tonight. I don't want to put you on the spot here. Do we have anything else on this yet from national security officials or folks that you've been talking to? Help us understand
those who know the Iranian
mindset
people
at this moment
and their history
looking
know that
to try to get to some kind of a truce in the region.
Iranian nation isn't a nation
yeah, well, this
that
is, of course, a
surrenders.
striking and really significant announcement that President Trump is making here. If this, of course, holds, which is the fact that he is saying that there's a ceasefire between now these two nations that have been in this confrontation that, of course, the United States then joined over the weekend. So if this ceasefire has actually been brokered, it would be significant. The other thing to note is that all day, while the president was saying that he was ready to fight back against Iran and any sort of retaliation that they might have, he was also messaging very clearly that he wanted this to not be an escalating conflict. In fact, he wanted to de-escalate. And earlier, he posted online that even though he saw Iran's retaliation as weak, he also said, thank you for the heads up. And he also said that he was going to be ensuring and encouraging Iran to have peace and also encouraging Israel to have peace, which I think is really significant because the president wasn't just saying that I want Iran to be peaceful moving forward. He was also saying he was going to be messaging to the Israelis, and of course that being Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a close ally of President Trump. So this announcement to me is a big deal. We're going to, of course, be digging into it with White House officials, but the fact that the president is publicly saying this tells me that the president wants this to be happening and is hoping to take some credit here because he's also been saying that it is the United States leadership that needed to sort of step in here and that this was not a war. And let's remember that the vice president told Kristen Welker on Meet the Press that this was not a war against Iran. It was a war against its nuclear program. So I think all of this dovetails with what the president has been messaging all weekend.
Yamiche, thank you. I want to go back to Keir Simmons now. And Keir, again, I know that you had about 11 seconds to look at this because this was coming out as you've been live on the air. But the president goes on to suggest in this Truth Social that this is he describes it, again, from President Trump, an official end to what he describes as the 12-day war. And he says that Israel and Iran have both agreed to this here. As Yamiche points out, would obviously be significant given one of the biggest questions that we had up to this point, including after that Iranian retaliatory strike against the U.S. airbase, would be what does Israel do next? Does Israel, in fact, work to de-escalate as well?
Yeah, that's going to be a crucial question, actually. Hallie, as you were just talking to me there, I was just looking down at my phone because I'm just texting Israeli officials and Gulf officials, Gulf diplomats to see whether they can shed any light on it. Just in real time right now, a Gulf official saying, we're watching and fascinated. So that means, translation, they don't know anything about it. They might not, clearly, since President Trump is talking about the potential deal between the Iranians and the Israelis, with obviously the Trump administration involved. As I mentioned at the top here, as President Trump is posting that, we're hearing about strikes in Iran. Now, the end of a war, I mean, we really have to be cautious here. We could...
That's right.
No. We can't say that's where we're at, but the closing hours of a war can often be the deadliest, the most bloody, the most dramatic, because both sides can attempt to try and gain as much advantage as possible before a ceasefire has to be imposed. But to be honest, until we hear from the Israeli military, the IDF, the Israeli Air Force, that they have been told to stand down, I'm not sure that we can say that there's a ceasefire. But the president the president of the United States is the president of the United States. So, when he says this, and as Yamiche was suggesting, carries a lot of weight.
And I should note, too, and again, as we are in this developing coverage mode here, Keir, that the vice president is also talking about this now, suggesting that this is a new opportunity to pursue the path of peace for both Israel and Iran. To your very important point here, though, we have not heard, and we've said it, and we'll say it again, we have not heard independently from either Israel or Iran about this as well. To that point, I want to take you to Israel, because in Tel Aviv, we have our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who is joining us now. And Richard, it is, to Keir's point, it is the president of the United States making this announcement about what he describes as a ceasefire that is not in effect at this moment. He seems to be nodding toward the operation that Israel is currently carrying out, at least did within the last hour in Tehran and elsewhere, but that is set to go into effect in the overnight hours, essentially.
I'm still trying to figure it out. He says in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. So is it 6 hours?
Right, because then he goes on to say, Iran starts it at the 12th hour or something. It's a little bit convoluted the way it's laid out here.
It is a little bit confusing. We haven't heard anything from the Israelis immediately. There's been no official statements. We're all trying to make some sense of this. Frankly, this is something that has been hinted at. The Iranian foreign minister, we were just talking last hour, said that if there are no more American attacks, there won't be any more Iranian attacks. We said and how that applied between a part of this conflict, which was the direct strikes between Iran and Israel, Iran and the United States. But we hadn't heard any talk of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. That was always the looming question here. How far will Israel push this? Will Israel step back from regime change, even as it now has been widening its targets? Today, we saw Israel expanding its targets list to attack the prison, to attack the domestic security services in Iran. Or these last licks, are the two sides going to step back from the brink? President Trump is saying that they are. Going back to Keir's point, what happens in these next 12 hours? Is it just free game? And what happens if there's many, many casualties on one side or the other? Is that acceptable? We're going to just sort of, everyone's just told to take that on the chin, bunker down for 12 hours. It is an announcement, not a lot of preparation. Maybe there's preparation that's going on in the background. But I will tell you that I've been speaking to very senior U.S. military and very senior Gulf diplomatic sources, and they were talking about some optimism about ceasefire. And I understand that, Keir, you have some new information.
For us, if you can hear me, I want to go now back to Keir Simmons.
Richard, I'll pick it up from there. Hallie.
Oh, Keir, I'm glad to have you. Thanks. I want to get to one of the points that we're talking about here, which is about this issue, regardless of these fast-moving developments between Israel and Iran. As we've noted, as Richard has pointed out, they are moving quickly. One thing that hasn't changed is this question around what the actual damage was to those nuclear facilities in Iran and where that enriched uranium actually is. That Iran says it had moved out of those nuclear sites, the highly enriched uranium that can't be used to make a bomb now, but that is obviously incredibly significant to its program moving forward.
Trump with the shit. Look, I'm getting alerts.
Yeah, I'm so glad you raised that question, Hallie, because it is a crucial question. And even more important at this moment, the questions that Richard was raising there about what happens in the next few hours, let's add to that the issue of what happens in the next weeks and months, because if this really is a ceasefire, what's the deal? What's the agreement? I mean, the fundamental sticking point, roadblock, if you like. I mean, the two sides, to use another metaphor, have been between a rock and a hard place. The fundamental question has been about will Iran agree to removing all of its nuclear capability? Will it agree to give up the enriched uranium enriched at 60%. Now, for a nuclear weapon, you need 90%, but the physics of this is a little bit confusing, and it's actually quite a short distance between a 60% enriched uranium and a 90% or beyond. So that's what the Israelis have been saying this entire time, that they have been concerned that the Iranians would not have to do too much more work in order to get to that stage. They would then need also to turn that uranium into metal and to turn it into something that could be put on in a warhead. But again, the Israelis have been alleging through sources reported in newspapers like The Economist that in fact the Iranians were looking at being prepared to do that. Now, that on the other side, U.S. intelligence has been suggesting, again through sources reported in news outlets, that in fact it does not assess that the Iranians were about to move that quickly to a nuclear weapon. And that may be partly because up until a week or so ago, the impression was that the Ayatollah of Iran, the supreme leader, had not decided that they would move to a nuclear weapon. That kind of confusion, that kind of a different interpretation, that is still there. The uranium, the 60% uranium I was talking about there, that is still in Iran. And publicly, at least, we don't know where it is. And that is a huge question, as you can imagine, because are the Iranians going to be able to agree a ceasefire and then keep that kind of radiological material and possibly hide it away and possibly begin some kind of a nuclear program that people are not aware of, that the UN watchdog is not aware of. Already the Israelis have been suggesting that the Iranians were doing something like that, even whilst putting some of what their radiological material in public view through that UN watchdog. So there are so many complexities here, so many questions, and for President Trump to say, okay, now there's a ceasefire without any negotiation, and that is going to raise a lot of eyebrows around the world, frankly, and not least in Israel. Now, if he can get a ceasefire, perhaps that is the moment when negotiations can begin. Perhaps that is the stage when, in fact, the two sides can get round the table and try and come to some kind of a compromise. The Iranians have been suggesting at times, some of them, some in that regime, that they would be prepared to agree to having nuclear material, radiological material, for a civil nuclear program, but not weapons grade. And that is not something, though, that the Israelis have been fond of, and not something in recent weeks and days that the Trump administration has been agreeing to, Hallie. So it really, there are so many things to figure out. And I think one of the crucial points here is that President Trump clearly, we know from it's widely reported, and from those around him, that he is somebody that would like to bring peace to conflict. He talks about it all of the time, but what kind of peace is it going to be, and how suspicious will particularly the Israelis be of the Iranian ambitions here, and what they might be doing secretly, and all of that comes to this fundamental point. Well, if there is a ceasefire, how long will it last?
Kira, I know we may lose you at any moment, but I want to go to our colleague, Matt Bradley, who is also in Tel Aviv, who I understand has some new reporting on this. Matt, what do you know?
Well, we're just seeing this, I'm just parsing out this statement like the rest of us, Hallie. It is confusing. One of the things that really turns me around here is that he says officially Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war. Clearly, President Trump sees this 12-day war as a successor to the 6-day war. So it looks as though, and I don't know any more than you do here, Hallie, but it looks as though Iran is going to stop firing, and then 12 hours later, Israel will be enjoined to stop firing. And
Why?
But that's, and upon the 24th hour, both of them, or the war, will be officially declared over.
So what
that
Iran
almost makes
ask?
it sound like Israel will have its way with Iran for a 12-hour period between the time when Iran starts its end of the ceasefire, and then
I don't
Israel
know about
picks up
this.
on its end. Though he does
We'll
say
see.
that during each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. It's confusing because, of course, you do think of a ceasefire as being a mutual agreement. Not that one can have a ceasefire and the other, unless one just simply ceases firing and the other is allowed to continue firing. That doesn't sound like much of a negotiated agreement. However, we're going to have to give President Trump the benefit of the doubt here. He's announcing a major, as Piers said, a major advancement here, even though it is kind of unclear how the mechanics of this are all supposed to work, especially if the Israelis are allowed to continue firing for 12 hours, already having dominance over Iranian airspace. But as Keir mentioned, the Israelis still have a lot of unfinished business, especially when it comes to that uranium that nobody knows where it's gone. So, I mean, it's unclear where this is all going to be going from here. Woo! It all starts 6 hours from now, according to the president. Again, we haven't heard anything from the Israelis. It's very late here, 1:30, so we might not hear anything. But it's going to be before dawn when this ceasefire actually starts, or around dawn. So this country is going to be experiencing quite a bit of whiplash in the next couple of hours. I can tell you that Israelis went to bed tonight thinking that they were going to be woken up by more sirens and more bombardments.
Matt Bradley, I'm going to ask you to stand by because, to your point, it is not just President Trump who is talking about this. It is now Vice President Vance as well. Yamiche, who is still with us outside the White House, he has just, I believe, finished speaking. What can you tell us about what the VP has to say?
Yeah, so as the president is making this striking announcement, and we're still waiting, of course, for confirmation from Israel and Iran, the vice president is essentially throwing his support behind this idea that this ceasefire agreement has been reached. And he said this is a great thing, as you said, for Israel and Iranians, a new opportunity to actually pursue what he called the path of peace. He also said that the 12-day war appears to be effectively over. That's exactly his words. He said we have an opportunity now to restart a real peace process. He went on to say that it's now that the Iranians who now need to play it smart from here. So to me, it's really interesting because as he's saying that this ceasefire has been breached and that the war is over, he's also signaling that Iran now has a decision to make about the way forward. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Iran talks about this. It's also very interesting to get details, I think, about exactly how the ceasefire was brokered. We know that the president was talking to both sides, that he spent all day in the Situation Room talking to his top defense officials and top aides about this, and that he was in the middle of negotiations. The vice president is essentially saying that there was the president in the middle of this all day that allowed this ceasefire to be brokered. Of course, that is the Trump administration stance. Still waiting to see how, of course, the other two countries that are involved here categorize this and talk about this. But it is interesting that the vice president is now out publicly saying that this 12-day war is effectively over. Hallie?
Yamiche, thank you. Let me bring in our national security reporter, Dan DeLuce, who's joining me now here on set. To Yamisha's point about the discussions, we know based on public statements from top Trump administration officials, there were direct and indirect talks with Iran. Obviously, there is a close and clear open line to Israel as well. And there are several Trump advisors who have played a key role in, we don't know if they played a key role in the ceasefire. We can assume that, but certainly in those discussions.
That's right. So there have been communications throughout this whole time. And in NBC's interview the other day with the Iranian foreign minister, he said, we are still exchanging messages. We're not negotiating, what did I do? But we're communicating. And the key person in that has been, it appears, Steve Witkoff.
I called, look, everybody, he lied. Greg lied. He mad because I made him some money. We got 214s, 200 calls for IWM.
Didn't succeed, right? So
yeah,
we got some 214
calls for IWM. We are $1.10 away. It was down this morning. It was ugly this morning. It was ugly this morning, and I told him I was holding it. He was like, "You motherfucking shit!" And listen. I had a hedge too. My hedge probably died. We don't know, but I did buy some time on it. But these calls, they
to take a breath. They need to regroup, and for Israel, they've had the upper hand. But obviously, at some point, they start running out of air defense system, interceptors, and so on. Putting a strain on them. They're obviously also taking some
she might gap up to 120. These contracts might be worth $500 a piece.
We still don't know so much about exactly how this is agreed.
We'll start following.
How long it might last, and whether Israel might say, we've got a bomb again because we believe that there's some kind of suspicious nuclear activity going on that we've got to take care of. So that's another question going forward. will President Trump have the ability to call his counterpart in Israel and say, you're not bombing in Iran again. That's over now. We're going to have peace now.
One of the things that's important to this, Dan,
Don't mind us.
we
like
to and we've touched on this
make
a bit
money
earlier in the
on
broadcast.
these
But Piers Simmons, let me bring you in on
uncertain
this.
times.
The domestic
That's basically
political
what
pressures for each of
the
these
market
leaders
does.
here
It
that are involved
reacts on
in this
news,
incredibly
and
complicated
y'all were right here
geopolitical
with me
situation
when it
here,
went
in the
live
Middle
right
East,
here
right?
on
Because you've got,
Haley
obviously,
Jackson
Iran
show. We had
needing
the
to
song
present this
jamming,
strong
and out of nowhere
presence, if you
she
will, this
said,
flexing
"Oh,
of
breaking
military muscle
news."
to its
And
audience
the
at home. You
market
have
took
Israel,
off.
you have
I'm sitting there
Netanyahu
looking
under immense
like,
pressure,
damn, I had to
domestically
hurry up
in Israel
and
as
pull
well.
it up for y'all.
Help us understand some of
And
those
my
dynamics in this
God,
moment.
y'all, this is, it's not over.
Yeah, you know, Hallie, I was looking down there while you were talking to me because, as
they
I
got
mentioned
6
earlier,
hours.
I've
They
been
got 6, and then they
texting with officials
and
and
they said
diplomats,
Israel
and
get the bomb
that I know,
until
across the region. And I'll just tell you that
Iran got to
I am
stop
told
first, and then Israel
by
get to
an
stop.
official with knowledge that there has been some kind of a negotiation involving the U.S. and Qatar.
Now, I'm going to keep it 100 because I'm transparent.
About Steve
This is
Witkoff,
for y'all.
President Trump's envoy.
If in this
that has got us
ceasefire
to this point,
says something about
that's as much as
Gaza,
I have right now
if
from
there's
one
some
source,
ceasefire about Gaza, Trump will get
it's interesting
a humanitarian
if that is how
award.
The story
He will
evolves,
get the
if you like.
yes,
I mean,
I'm
the
not a
story
Trump
of what's
fan.
happening
But
here
that
as
would be
opposed to the
something
actual
they
developments.
you know, it would be a
Because, of
fake
course,
setup
what we've
that
seen
everybody
tonight
think it is. Like, wait a
is
minute,
the
they moved the
Iranians
shit, y'all moved your
fire
shit, y'all both knew y'all was
missiles
moving
at
shit.
Qatar,
Then the
and
bomb
the
was so
US
clean, and then
based in
boom, and yada
Qatar,
yada,
give them
nobody got
advance
hurt and all that
notice.
shit. That's what everybody's saying. Nobody got hurt.
And all of those missiles get shot down, and now the possibility that
Iran to Jordan, nigga, they met in Jordan.
Right.
They brokered a deal in Jordan. And then China took all that shit up out there. You hit this, nigga, we gonna let you shoot something, we gonna knock it down.
Right. Right.
Now Israel on their own, bro.
Right.
So if they fuck it off,
Yeah.
looking bad for them,
This is
Tel Aviv up, so.
Yeah, Tel Aviv got hurt today. Tel Aviv got hurt last night. And yeah, man, this is something to pay attention to. This is something to pay attention to, and I am watching.
Next 6 hours is very important because there's some people that don't get along with it or don't want it. They can try something, bro.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true, because it's all predicated on what Israel do. Because nobody said that Israel agreed to shit, and they did aggressive.
And they got 12 hours.
Yeah, they get an extra 12 hours to act ignorant. Or extra 6 hours to act ignorant. So it's going to be all hell break loose. But yay. I'm watching it right now.
attack Israel. In this process, they have effectively been dragged into, many will say, have got themselves into a war with Israel. That's not what their strategy was. And so you can understand why they may want to be trying to find an off-ramp. It's also possible to understand why the Trump administration may be wanting to find an off-ramp. President Trump is somebody who openly espouses peace and talks about really just wanting a ceasefire. That's what he's talked about continually, for example, with Russia and Ukraine. Again, though, back to my earlier point, we're waiting really to understand what the Israelis think of all this. And if you just think about Israel and Gaza and the Qataris and the US and all of those negotiations, you've had many moments where it looks like we're close to a ceasefire, only for it to fall apart on the detail and for many sides to realize that while they agree they would prefer to stop fighting, they don't agree on much else.
Kira, I'm going to let you keep working the phones. I'm going to ask you to stay as close to your camera for as long as we can get you, as this is moving incredibly quickly, because Matt Bradley, President Trump, in this announcement, again, coming on this online Truth Social post, in this announcement, was careful to say that the ceasefire would not begin for a number of hours yet, for at least 6 hours.
Well, what does he mean by that,
finished
a number of hours?
in-progress missions. And it sounds like even at this hour, 6:30 Eastern here in the U.S., we are still hearing explosions in Iran, right?
They duking it out.
That's
for the
right.
next
A
12
news
hours.
agency, a new news agency affiliated with Iranian state security, posted just minutes before President Trump's post announcing this ceasefire that there were still bombs landing over Tehran. Now, I've been reaching out to the IDF, to sources in the Prime Minister's office here in Israel. Nobody has said anything about the veracity of what President Trump said, but you know, we could believe this because the fact is that the Israelis' modus operandi, whenever they have these things, is to also continue firing right up until the moment when the ceasefire happens. I was in Lebanon last year, and we saw just that. The Israelis pushed for position in the moments before the ceasefire was imposed on them, continued shooting, continued taking up positions because they wanted the best, most advantageous position once the guns fell silent. Once the music stopped, the Israelis want to have a chair to sit in. So this is one of the things that we could be seeing over Iran. But again, it's 6 hours. And again, going back to that confusing, text that the president put up, it sounds as though the Israelis could enjoy 12 full hours where they wouldn't necessarily be seeing any Iranian counterattacks if the president's description of this deal is accurate. I'm probably more confused than what I actually read because I don't believe that any deal would give the Israelis full reign and not have to cease firing while the Iranians would have to hold their guns. But it might not even matter because we've been hearing from the Israelis day after day for the past several days that they enjoy
fall apart
complete
tomorrow
air
morning.
supremacy
So we
over
can't get too
Western Iran
excited.
and over the capital of Tehran. So it sounds as though as far as the Israelis are concerned, they can fly their jets in over Tehran and over Western Iran and simply loiter, hang out there for as long as they need,
Right,
and
that's
they won't
crazy.
expect to get any incoming fire. Same with the Americans. They said that they didn't get any incoming fire when they lofted their jets
That's
over
crazy.
Iran when they delivered that
They just let
devastating
'em do it,
payload
huh?
on those 3 nuclear sites
do y'all
just 2
think?
days
Y'all
ago.
think
So,
this was a-
maybe we won't see a lot
a
of more
joke
fighting in the next
for-
couple of
for all
hours.
of us to
But if we
just
start
sit
to see
back
more
and
bombardments here in Tel
there's something
Aviv, which
bigger
we
going
have
on?
every single night for the past 10 days, we might have an
Are we the
indication
ones
as to
that
whether or
got
not the
fooled?
president was actually speaking about a deal that both sides had agreed on. But he seemed very resolute. He said this is going to be the end of the war, the end of the 12-day war. Even President Trump, I'm not sure he would have gone that far in a public statement like that unless he had it nailed down, but I could be surprised.
Matt, stand by for a second. Let me go to Dan DeLuz because as you're seeing, this is the video earlier from just outside Doha, essentially, on the left side of your screen, of the Iranian strikes earlier today, the retaliatory strike against the Al Udeid air base that's about 40 minutes outside Doha in Qatar. No injuries reported, no deaths reported from those strikes. It's not even clear whether any of those Iranian missiles actually struck the base in the first place. You're also seeing now, bottom of your screen, it's a map of the region we're talking about here. And what's important to note is if, in fact, there is a ceasefire, as President Trump says there is, between Israel and Iran, which would be obviously hugely significant, does that then open the door for inspectors, for independent inspectors to come in on the Iranian nuclear program, Dan? Because that
What
is
about
the
Israel's
underpinning to all of this. That's why the president undertook these strikes, he says, in the first place.
That's right. Huge question. And if they're not allowed in again, if Iran says, no, we've had it with this,
Right.
we're not playing that game anymore, then we have no eyes on their uranium enrichment. We have no idea exactly what they're doing with their program. And they still have centrifuges left, experts say. And of course, there's the question that you talked about earlier about where is this enriched uranium stockpile? And so that also leads to another question, which is what is Israel expecting here? Because an unconditional ceasefire that doesn't have any conditions attached to it in terms of Iran's nuclear program and activities, that's probably going to be pretty hard for Israel to swallow. Like, we've just bombed them to try to destroy their program, and now there's not going to be international inspections. Iran isn't going to have any kind of commitments or undertakings.
Dan, I want to quickly go to Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, speaking now. Let's go there live.
She said, shut up. I don't know
We
why.
haven't seen this in a while, and it's really a big sigh of relief here on Capitol Hill. We certainly hope and pray and trust that Iran will end its nuclear enrichment program. They'll heed the calls of the rest of the world, and that we can have peace in the Middle East and peace in Israel.
Peace
It's
in
a
the Middle
really,
East.
really big day, historic.
When will you expect to be getting a briefing on all of this?
Well, we were set to have a briefing tomorrow afternoon, and so it'll be a little different in its tone, I suspect now. But just a great day. I think this should be something that every elected official here in both parties should applaud and be thankful for. So we're
Celebrate it,
Do you think the War Powers Resolution will still come to the floor?
It's kind of a moot point now, isn't it?
What do you think?
If they file it as a privileged resolution, it's supposed to be on the floor within 15 days, but it seems rather silly at this point. And I hope they'll acknowledge it as such and put it to bed, because it had zero chance of passage anyway.
Do you expect a reconciliation that we're going to be here next week, given the timeline that the Senate has of possibly voting on it Thursday?
Well, Leader Thune and I are both intent on keeping that July 4th deadline, and I expect that they will move the bill through their chamber this week, and we will get it done on time if that's the case. So that's our intent.
Do you think a ceasefire deal can hold? Do you have faith that the Iranians are acting in good faith by entering?
Do you have
Ronald
faith
Reagan said trust but
they're acting
verify,
in
but
good
it certainly seems like a good indication. I think the stakes are too high and they're in too much of a weakened position to be playing games with this, so we're going to take it at face value, and I certainly hope it's true.
Sir, how confident are you that the pilots were able to hit their target and achieve the goal that they had in striking Iran?
It was remarkable precision. It was planned and executed so well. We have the most capable military in the world, and this is a great indication, another example of that. I think that sent an important signal to the world, and I think obviously we all can extrapolate from the facts here and understand that was the reason that this is being resolved. It will be called the 12-day war, I suppose. That's what we're nicknaming it already, and just a remarkable turn of events. So let's hope that this is this historic, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we would all experience to truly have peace in the Middle East. That's what the people there deserve and they yearn for, even the Iranian people. And we hope that all comes about. So, thanks.
You have been listening there to House Speaker Mike Johnson. Mel Zanona, you saw her, our Capitol Hill correspondent, talking with him. Mel, I think you can hear me now. We missed the very top of that. Had the House Speaker been briefed by the White House, by the president, or was he basing his remarks off of that Truth Social post?
It sounded to me, Hallie, like he had not been personally briefed by the president. I do know that this morning, though, he told us earlier today that he had received a classified briefing on Iran. The House and Senate are also due to get a full briefing tomorrow, so I suspect Congress will be getting more information. But as you heard there, the Speaker reacting in real time to this news of a ceasefire, he was also asked, are you confident that this will hold? And he said, yes, this is a 12-day war. It's a great moment for our nation. So, in the Speaker's own words, a huge sigh of relief here on Capitol Hill, because this is an issue that had split the Republican Party, split the Democratic Party in some ways. There was talk of a war powers resolution that was going to come to the floor to try to prevent further Iranian intervention by the United States. Unclear if that's still going to come up. I suspect, though, that some of these Republican outliers, like Thomas Massey, for example, a Republican who had been pushing that war powers resolution, he might still want some assurances that in case things go sideways again, that there is going to be some congressional approval, because Congress really has been out of the loop. And the fact that it appeared, at least based on the conversation we just had with Johnson, that he was basing his reactions on the public news, it just shows how out of the loop Congress has been throughout this entire process, whether that is the decision making, whether it's the notification leading up to the events, the transparency around it, or the briefing involving what the decision making is going to be. But for now, just a big relief here on Capitol Hill.
Mel Zanona, great work corralling House Speaker Mike Johnson and getting that real-time reaction to this news now from President Trump that we've been reporting on over the course of the last 38 minutes, 35 minutes or so, that the president says there is a ceasefire that will take place in the overnight hours between Israel and Iran. Again, at this point, still no confirmation. I'm just checking our notes here. Still no confirmation from Israeli sources, from Iranian sources, that this is, in fact, what they have agreed to. I want to bring in our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, here. And Richard, while the House Speaker says that they are taking a sigh of relief, it is not at all clear that where you are in the region, they are doing the same, at least not yet, given so many of the questions that surround this.
All right, I'm done.
No, it seems like you're taking the victory lap before achieving the victory, because even in this somewhat cryptic Truth Social post, President Trump describes this conflict continuing through the course of the night, that there'll be a 6-hour period and then a 12-hour period, in which then another 12-hour period, and that it should be over within the next 24 hours. So this time on this show tomorrow, if this holds, we should be back on air together saying that there is a ceasefire in place.
Right.
I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. We will do that. Let's try and have a date tomorrow. We'll be back on air. If this ceasefire holds 24 hours from now, then we'll know.
I'm doing some stuff. Let me do this real quick.
There's been no response from the Israelis.
What do y'all think?
No
Y'all think this is a
response
ceasefire?
from the Iranians.
Think it was
But I
a
am
joke?
hearing
You think
optimism
that we got
from
fooled? What do y'all
very
think
senior
is going on
military
right
official,
now? I want y'all to tell me. Hold on.
It's time. The time has arrived, and that they're going back to negotiation. And this is a very senior military.
Hold on, we're going to mute this real quick because I want to know what y'all think. Trump announces ceasefire in Iran and Israel. I want to know what y'all think because this is breaking. And right before this news came out, some people were speculating that this whole shit was a fake. Some people were speculating. Some people, not me. I'm just saying, some people. But they said that this was the plan the whole time. Run the market up and back down and then back up and then short the oil market. My God, the oil market is getting slapped. But I don't know. Was it to give Trump a Nobel Peace Prize? Was it to make this peace in the Middle East thing come to fruition? Because remember, we was talking about regime change, right? If y'all was with me this morning, we had seen an interview where the exiled leader of Iran, his son, basically took a pledge today that he was willing to lead the Iranian people. Now, is that a part of this ceasefire? I don't know. Hold on, I'm doing some updates. Just doing some updates. And I think it's hilarious that out of nowhere we get this announcement. I think it is. I don't want to say that people were hurt as a joke, as Israelis did say. The casualties were minimal. But those 20-something people that did lose their lives, did they lose their lives behind a game? Huh? I don't know. All I know is I had to update my stuff, and
first Trump
this is
term,
breaking news,
Trump
y'all.
term, know
Thank
that
you
the
for joining me.
president
Please
often
like,
posts
share,
things online, whether it's Twitter,
subscribe,
X, Truth Social these days,
and hit the notification bell
he does
so
that.
you
That
will
is
get
still in
notified
and of
when
itself
I
an
go
unusual
live.
way to announce something as potentially consequential as this, particularly when the partners involved or the other entities involved, like Israel and Iran, are not also, I think, coming to the forefront to make this announcement simultaneously.
We need confirmation.
That is also not typically something that we would see in a situation that is anything
back
but
down to
typical.
earth. We need confirmation, though, so we'll see.
Yes and no. Often in conflicts, when the two sides truly hate each other that much, they can't dignify the other side by acknowledging their existence, and you have a ceasefire announced by a third-party mediator. That's not unusual. But what is unusual that he's saying is it's over. The whole thing is going to be over within 24 hours. They're just getting their last licks. We will see.
Yeah, we don't
He's
get that.
announcing unilaterally the start of a
Even the
ceasefire
news is like,
within
bro, what's
the
going
next 6 hours, and then another phase of that for the next sort of 12 hours. So the following 6 hours. So the first 12 hours should see the cessation of hostilities. It is now just around midnight here. So we're talking around 1 o'clock in the morning, I should say, here. So we're talking really about the next 12-hour period. That the hostilities should be over, and then by the time we're back on air tonight, if it hasn't kicked up again, then I think you can say that yes, this ceasefire did in fact take place,
my goodness.
and his post was correct, and
His post
and
was
this
correct.
12-day campaign ended.
Let's
It's a risky
Money
move
talk, bullshit walk.
to announce
Money
success
talk,
that a ceasefire is going to
bullshit
hold
walk.
ahead of time. But like I said, it is a war
come
of
back
choice.
down to earth and
Iran
don't continue to go up,
did respond. It doesn't have
then
much
we're
more
still being
capability
played,
to respond. So there is a real
see if this
possibility
is just
that
a
the two
healthy
sides
retracement.
could walk away. So it might work, is what I'm trying to say, because of the nature of this war. I've just never seen it done this way before.
I've never
Live
seen
for
it
us in the
done this
region.
way
Richard, I know
before.
you're staying up. You're monitoring all of this, as
This
is our
is
Piers Simmons,
unprecedented
who is also
for
in the
everybody.
region. He is in Erbil,
Help.
Iraq. And Kier, I understand you have some new reaction as well from those around the region who are watching, with the world watching what President Trump has to say.
Yeah, Ali, from here in Erbil, I'm just WhatsApping with senior people
WhatsApping.
in governments across the region and well-connected people. And the impression I'm getting is just how quickly this is developing and how much folks are trying to catch up. And I should just say, this is all one-source reporting, but we know what President Trump has posted. So, just to show our work a little bit, President Trump has posted this. We're just getting reflections from folks around the region who, in this kind of developing situation, still don't want to put their name to things. And I guess people watching might say, well, that's understandable. But one well-connected
they get it. Think about this.
person
The media
that I'm
is getting their
WhatsApping
media
with, very well connected with the
social
Israeli
media.
Prime Minister's office, says it's hard.
crazy.
I'm asking, are the Israelis agreeing to this? Hard to know right now. But then goes on to say Israel would be happy to end it now, given all of their successes. Meanwhile, a senior diplomat in the region WhatsApping
The
to me,
facility
it
or the
makes
uranium?
sense. And then just to reiterate, an official with knowledge of these negotiations telling me just in the past hour that this is a negotiation that has been brokered by the Trump administration and by the Qataris. And as we said, Hallie, it's truly fascinating as that diplomat WhatsApped to me just a few minutes ago, because, of course, it was the Qataris who were fired on
He
by
was
the
accidentally
Iranians
put in the
just
WhatsApp
this evening, but were given notice and were able to shoot all those missiles down. We journalists are going to have some an interesting 24 hours. The 24 hours Richard is talking about, we're going to have an interesting 24 hours unpicking what exactly has gone on here.
To say the least, Kier, I'm going to ask you to stand by. I don't want to go to Matt Bradley because, Matt, as all this is happening, there are new evacuations that Israel has asked for in, I believe, parts of Iran, right? Parts of Tehran?
What? We got
That's right. The
12
IDF
hours.
Farsi service has just
got some
released a
places that I
post
wanna
on
hit.
X asking for people to leave the area of Mehran District 6 around Tehran.
Never trust
The
US
Israeli army
president.
will
Don't
operate
repeat the
in these
same
areas. Now,
mistakes.
we're
Stay
also
alert.
hearing that, it sounds
Let me
as
see
though
what-
this is actually what I described to you before, that there is
what
going
they
to be
saying.
Iran stops shooting, and then the Israelis get 12 full hours of play. While the
play?
Iranians get
Why
no
are they
chance to
calling
fire
it
back.
play?
This doesn't sound like the kind of negotiated agreement that Iran would agree to, but it really doesn't have much of a leg to stand on. So it might have agreed to this because out of desperation, it simply wanted Israel's attacks to end. Remember, as I was telling you, the fact is that the last couple of days, Israel has enjoyed complete air dominance. So it's almost as if they had a truce imposed without
saying
it being
that
in the
when
letter
all
of
that
the law.
damage in
The
Tel Aviv
Iranians were
happened.
simply attacking here, Israel, the mainland, with these ballistic missiles, which themselves have been dwindling over the past couple of days. Now, this is definitely going to be a relief
So last
to
night
Israelis
wasn't the
who
worst
have
night?
really been
Ooh,
terrified
check out
over the
the media.
past 10 days, going back and forth to these bomb shelters and hearing the loud explosions and interceptions, and these missiles reaching their targets. But it's unclear how this is all going to work out on the Iranian side, if the Israelis are still going to be able to strike, and right just now releasing new orders for new evacuations in huge areas of Tehran, even as the ceasefire is supposed to be imposed. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. The modus operandi that the Israelis have always been using in all of the theaters of conflict, especially over the last year and a half, and the one that I saw myself in Lebanon, is that the Israelis are going to be jockeying for position before the ceasefire silences the guns. They want to be in an advantageous position that they can exploit after they no longer have the ability to shoot first.
Matt, thank you. I want to have you stand by and bring in Elise Labott, the Murrow Press Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations.
Mind you,
Elise,
this
I know
might be
you've been
made
in
up
touch
by
with some of your
America,
contacts
so
in the
we
region
might
as well.
all be just getting food.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And I mean, I think there's a sigh of relief that the fighting might stop for now. But I think there's a little bit of cynicism from sources I'm talking to whether it holds. I think the impression is that both sides are,
Netanyahu
a
and
little
Trump.
bit tired, building on what
tea
Matt says. Yes, the Israelis, really have had some successes. They'd be happy to take a pause because they also are, getting hit by the Iranian missiles. Their interceptors are running out faster than they can produce them. And they also just kind of could use a little breather. But sources say to me, listen, Israel does not have the same agenda that the U.S. has. Israel clearly is looking for ultimately regime change, whether that comes at the hand of the Israelis or it comes at the hand of the Iranian people themselves. They know that Iran can reconstitute their nuclear program because it was not, as we've been discussing over the last 48 hours, destroyed. If you kill the supreme leader, that's different. Then that kind of maybe puts the program more, in abeyance. And so I think there's a thought that the fighting might stop. Everyone kind of takes a little bit of breather and sees where they are. And don't forget, on the Iranian side, President Trump is not really offering a negotiation. Right. He's saying a total surrender for your nuclear program. That's like kind of coming there and accepting their surrender. So a negotiation is going to take place. I don't really think the Iranians are ready to give up that program entirely. No. So I think the thought in the region is the fighting could stop. Everyone's going to live another day. But I think it's still going to be a very tense couple of days, couple of weeks.
Gonna live
we also,
day. That is
as
a very
this ceasefire is playing
out,
it's obvious that Israel is not going to stop until the Iranians have stopped for those 6 hours. So the Israelis can keep going and keep continuing to do that damage. What happens in these next 6 hours is very precarious.
Elise, thank you very much. Yamiche Alcindor is back with us covering the White House there. And Yamiche, we've heard from President Trump. I don't believe since he posted that truth social, if you will, about the ceasefire, we haven't heard from him, I don't believe, again, although there is no, so to speak, lid at the White House, right? Meaning it is not out of the realm of possibility that we hear from him again. To be the case, just putting that out there, we've also heard from Vice President Vance. And to Elise's point about the nuclear program from Iran, which again is the underpinning of the entire initial Saturday strike in the first place in many ways, was to destroy as much as possible Iranian capabilities on the nuclear front.
Real quick. All right.
From Iran, which again is the underpinning of the entire initial Saturday strike in the first place in many ways, was to destroy as much as possible Iranian capabilities on the nuclear front. The vice president certainly hopes, as the administration does, that Iran will not seek to rebuild. There is some skepticism, I think, from experts who observe the region about Iranian desire on that front.
No.
That's not your television. That's actually our audio here on that front. So we'll get Yamiche going. Yamiche, we got you now. Go ahead.
This is what happens when you're calling sources while also trying to pick them up. Okay, so what I've heard so far from the White House is that the president has repeatedly said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's a red line that he drew in the sand. It's part of the reason why he took this action on Saturday. The president and the White House are leaning in on this messaging that just happened, of course, in the last hour here, that the ceasefire has been brokered. We still, of course, are waiting for Israel and Iran. I could also tell you that I just talked to Steve Witkoff, who is someone who's been heavily involved in the negotiations between Iran and Israel, as well as, of course, the United States. He's a top aide to President Trump. He told me that he couldn't confirm the ceasefire, that he was just getting off a plane. That does not mean that the ceasefire hasn't been reached. What it tells me is that things have been moving very rapidly, and the president has spent all day in the Situation Room surrounded by a number of officials, including defense officials and top aides, while Steve Witkoff, by the way, is dealing with a number of other things, including Israel and Hamas, as well as Russia and Ukraine. But it tells me that things are moving quickly, and that if the ceasefire has been brokered, that the news of it is still spreading through the administration as all of this is happening. And as you pointed out, the vice president has been clear that he believes this war is over. But it also, to me, is very interesting that he's saying that Iran has decisions to make and that they would be smart to sort of continue to go toward the path of peace. But any sort of negotiations where Iran tries to have any sort of nuclear weapons being developed or any sort of raw materials being developed, that to me is going to signal that, of course, President Trump is going to, in some ways, say that that's not something that can happen, that Iran can't be doing that. So it's going to be I think, a very interesting night here as we continue to wait for the response from Iran, because I'm very interested to see how they're going to play this, whether or not they're going to confirm this or whether or not they're going to sort of maybe even confirm it in a way that makes them look like they sort of
he said the
taken a step toward retaliation while also
is,
seeking for peace. But I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this moves forward. And I'm just going to continue to call people and try not to say
little deal.
We'll that's okay. Go ahead and mute yourself now, Umesh. Thank you very much. I know you've been doing a ton of reporting, as has our team. We'll watch for more on that. Dan DeLuce, same deal. I think the big thing here, just the questions over the course of the next 6-12 hours. We're going to wake up and we're going to have, it may be a very different landscape. It may not be.
See what this says.
There are so many questions, and there are so many ways this can go wrong. And, keep in mind that Israel felt it had the upper hand. It was essentially winning from their point of view. They had owned the airspace, as we've been talking about. They could really hit any target that they wanted at will. And they were hitting not just the nuclear military sites, but some other sites.
Increasingly symbolic to the regime.
Right. So the regime is fairly desperate for this to get a pause here. And in fact, their public mind was, we might negotiate and have discussions once you get the Israelis to stop bombing.
That's going to be the important part.
That was their line before the U.S. attack.
What does Iran get?
So they wanted a sort of
what does Iran get should be the headline. Because if they get more than Israel do, because Israel getting more hours. Israel, I don't know how or why, is getting more hours to do their bombardment. Hopefully Iran get more in the deal, just to be fair.
And Kier, I know you've been working the phones as well. Any updates for us?
I don't even know.
Yeah, Hallie, I think as we wind this up, it's important to point to reports that we are hearing.
Yeah, I think so. It was running out. Last night was a bad night for
whether Iran has signed up to this.
The way they're trying to frame it right now.
Iranian news agency describing the announcement of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran as a false and delusional plan. Other news organizations are reporting Iranian sources saying they don't know about it. Now, here's the interesting thing with journalism, particularly a fast-moving story like this. Sometimes you talk to sources.
Hold on, rewind that. They said that
Iranians being the announcement of a ceasefire. Are hearing that are somewhat cynical about whether Iran has signed up to this. An Iranian news agency describing the announcement of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran as a false and delusional plan. Other news organizations are reporting Iranian sources saying they don't know about it. Now, here's the interesting thing with journalism, particularly a fast-moving story like this. Sometimes you talk to sources, Yamish was indicating it with Steve Witkoff, you talk to sources who just aren't caught up, maybe are a few hours behind. So it doesn't mean necessarily that there hasn't been a high-level deal done and that this is yet to filter down. I'm just looking down because I think we're going to get a statement for the Qataris sometime pretty soon, but I haven't got it yet. But, I guess all of this is to say this is a fast-moving, developing story.
Yeah, that's what they said. Israel can attack for 12 hours, and Iran can attack for 6 hours.
That's Matt Bradley,
what they said.
Live for us in Tel Aviv. We'll leave
now,
the
I don't
final
know
thoughts to you.
If it's tit for tat, like Iran get the first 6 hours, and then Israel get the next 6 hours, and this 12-day war comes to an end. I don't know. But if they're bombing each other for 6 hours, and then Israel get another 6 hours, no. Iran didn't sign up for that. No.
I mean, I think my skepticism is the same as Kier's, the same as Richard's. It's not so much skepticism as it is confusion about the terms of this deal. As I mentioned to you before, 12 hours in which the Israelis, it sounds like, would have free reign over Iran, where they wouldn't have to stop firing, whereas the Iranians would. Those 12 hours before presumably ending the war completely.
Yep. Right.
Neither side has confirmed this deal.
Is crazy.
Neither side has announced that they will be giving up something or getting something in return.
Neither side had
obvious quid pro quo, the kind of thing that would almost always go along with some sort of ceasefire deal like this.
This is crazy.
And no real expression
this is all
that the
brought
Israelis
on by
have
Trump.
gotten what they succeeded, what they planned on doing. This was
I
one
don't
of the
care.
things that
Give me my
Benjamin
money.
Netanyahu has said
I don't
about
care.
all the conflicts in his neighborhood, that he's
Just
not
give
going to
me
withdraw
my
his
money.
troops. He's not going to cease firing until he gets what he wants, which is, in this case, the complete eradication of the Iranian nuclear program. And the big question looking forward is who signed this deal on the Iranian side? Is there Iranian regime left to commit to a deal like this? We still don't know. We don't know what happened to all of that uranium.
Yeah, the most unfair shit ever.
If
the Iranians
and
even
leaders and
signed up
who are
for
in
that,
Tehran who would be
they
governing
would
this
look weak.
country after this
So
ends.
yeah,
There's
I
so
don't
many
know.
questions.
We have to. They better get something out.
Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv. Our thanks to you, to Keir, to Dan, to Richard, to Yamiche.
Jarring video of a driver speeding out of control.
This is a developing story, y'all. This is crazy. Yeah. For 25 years, they've been planning this war. And they're not stupid. They're not stupid. They don't trust America. I guarantee you, this is just to pump the market. And then news tomorrow come out. Oh, there was no deal. Yada yada. And the market gonna tank. But they would never. Now I wanted to translate. Hold on. Some of these pages. They would never sign up for no shit like that. Ever. Come on now. Why would they? Let me get my Google Translate out. Let me see what this says right here. Okay, this page is taking the Hezbollah into our hands. Taking the Hezbollah into our hands. That's this one right here. Let's see what they say. If they said something recent. Nothing recent. I wonder if I could show y'all. Ooh. Because there is no translate button. Is this the translate button or is that the see more? That's the see more. Let me see if the other one. Let's check this one. This one says, because I don't trust it, y'all. My tinfoil hat getting tight. And it's way over there. Yeah, they don't have nothing recent either, so I will be following their pages and translating what they're saying. I will be, but yeah.
Of back and forth missile attacks. Dash cam video showing the moment an Iranian missile struck near a power station in Israel, a ball of fire and smoke erupting on the highway. And in Tel Aviv, another residential building torn to shreds by an explosion there. The entire side of this apartment complex completely ripped off. Israel firing back, plumes of smoke rising over Tehran. And this video showing an explosion at Iran's notorious Evin prison. We've got full team coverage across the region and here at home, but I want to get right to NBC's Richard Engel, who leads us off from Tel Aviv. Richard, what more do we know about the president's ceasefire post?
So this was a unilateral announcement from President Trump. It took many people by surprise. In it, he said that Israel and Iran had completely agreed to this ceasefire, that it would begin over the course of the next several hours, that it would be rolled out over the next 24 hours, at which point he said the end of the 12-day war would be upon us. So we have one more night of this, and that around now, tomorrow, according to this announcement from President Trump, it should all be over. We have not heard any confirmation from the Israeli government. Reuters is quoting an unnamed Iranian official saying that Iran has accepted a ceasefire.
And then once we're done, one of them could continue hitting the other one just for a little bit longer. Why are y'all doing us like this? Why are y'all doing us like this?
Involved in this process.
What do we do to deserve this?
They are encouraged. So a process is underway. President Trump saying the process is over, that the two sides are just getting their final operations finished with, at which stage the war will be over, what he's calling the 12-day war. And this announcement came just hours after Iran fired on that U.S.
This shit better
military
be
base
over.
in Qatar.
He got the name.
Iran threatened to respond to the American strikes on its nuclear sites.
And hats
and
already. 12-day war. This shit gonna go on for 13, 14 more.
Firing missiles at Doha, Qatar, targeting a military base housing up to 10,000 American personnel. Air defense systems immediately lit up the sky over the sprawling Al Udeid Air Base. Tonight, Qatar says it successfully thwarted the Iranian attack, which it strongly condemned. A senior Qatari official telling NBC News Qatar was expecting.
They were expecting.
Qatar closed its airspace, and Americans in the country were told to shelter in place. The Iranian attack appears to have been largely symbolic.
Nah.
Israel's attacks on Iran are certainly not. Israel is stepping up its strikes inside Iran and expanding the kind of targets it's hitting. Israel today blowing open the gates of the Evin prison. Human rights groups say Iran is holding hundreds of political prisoners there. For critics, the prison is a major symbol of the Iranian regime's repression.
That happened.
And Iran isn't holding back against Israel either, launching new attacks. This one captured on a dash cam.
We seen that this morning. If y'all missed that.
Tearing off the front of an entire apartment block in Tel Aviv, leaving just a skeleton.
An Iranian ballistic missile fired in retaliation to the American strikes in Iran exploded right here, destroying everything in the area except for this lone safe room with that metal window and reinforced concrete walls. Remarkably, a family of 4 was crammed inside, and all of them survived. What is it like for you now to look at your apartment like this?
What can I say? It's my life.
Osnat Steinberger was trying to recover photographs and her paintings today from her apartment. But even with everything gone, she told us she still supports what Israel and the U.S. are doing, saying better to fight Iran now while it's weak.
We learned from 7 October that when somebody's threatening you, for many years,
we learned.
Believe him.
But with so much destruction,
did y'all tell her that it was a ceasefire? Hey, we blew your house up, and don't even trip. I know you can get the pictures, but we're doing a ceasefire. We're calling the truce. It's done. So who won my house? Who won? Oh my God!
She hopes it's over now,
to these people.
And that it's time for negotiations.
That was Richard Engel reporting from Tel Aviv for us for the latest on this ceasefire deal. I want to get right to Gabe Gutierrez, who's reporting tonight from the White House. And Gabe, I know you have some more reporting about that post on Truth Social.
Great time to be an adult.
Do, Tom. So this really came as a surprise. And we just heard from the vice president who said that President Trump has been working the phones here over the last several hours trying to get to this ceasefire. Now, the president spent much of the day in the Situation Room speaking with his
on the phone like a telemarketer
staff, and we are still awaiting more details from
Trump's on the phone like a telemarketer.
Officials, and I'm actually just literally looking at my phone, Tom, receiving some text messages from my colleague Anish Al-Sindor. She says that she just got President Trump on the phone. He said the ceasefire deal is a great day for the Middle East. He says he doesn't think Israel and Iran will be shooting at each other anytime soon. So again, that breaking news, Tom, ABC News. Anish Al-Sindor,
he was not on the phone.
By phone just a few moments ago. He's saying
Trump was on the phone.
This is a great day for the Middle East, and he does not believe Israel or Iran will be shooting at each other. However, again, we don't have official word yet from the Israelis or the Iranians, although Richard mentioned that Reuters is reporting that according to a source with the Iranians, they have accepted the ceasefire. But Tom, this comes after a few days where it was very uncertain
they thought
what would happen here. The Trump administration now touting this as a major foreign policy victory. One more point I would say, we have not seen President Trump on...
They said this morning, some lady said on the news, I don't know if I said this when y'all in here, the Iron Dome is only for the Hamas rockets. They're not used to these incoming rockets. We're used to picking up debris from rockets that we drop bombs on, not from rockets dropped on us. Oh my God. It was weird. It was weird. I was like, first of all, y'all thought y'all had air superiority. Second of all, the gall. They're just like, oh, we're the big Billy badasses. How's my house gone? That should be crazy to me. But yeah. They thought Iran was weak.
Late Saturday night after he had announced those U.S. airstrikes on Iran. As we've been on the air just a few minutes ago, we did get a travel photo lid at the White House. That means that administration officials do not believe that he would be speaking to the American public tonight. But there have been so many fast-moving developments here. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but the White House is not expecting it at this point in time.
And Gabe, as we get more information, if he ends up calling anybody else, including yourself, we'll bring you back on the air, as this is a breaking news situation. Gabe, we appreciate it. As the world sort of waits and watches this ceasefire proposal, this all, of course, happened hours before the Iran's retaliatory...
Now, I had to put my tinfoil hat on because I'm starting to believe that we were fooled. I think we were fooled. That's why China flew their planes in to Iran out of nowhere. Why was that? Remember that? The whole international community had condemned Israel after doing, and America after doing what they did, and then the whole international community came back and condemned Iran for their response. It's like, oh, you can't do that. Oh, you can't do that. What if there's some real life behind the scenes New World Order type deal going on? And the reason I say that, let me tell you why I say that. It's because we all know, and I want to pull something up. The reason I say that is because oil is tanking. Oil is tanking. Now, I want to see something else. Give me a second. I want to see something else. Hold on. Oh, shit. I did that. Ow. Sorry. Wrong button. What am I doing? I want to see what the dollar doing. Okay. Look at the fucking dollar. Before I even looked at it, I put my hat on. And I had this little itch. It was a little itch. I was like, China came in. Everybody moved their shit. They're trying to denuclearize at least one country. Market folks like me, we understand that the dollar's getting weak and the petrodollar is about to be out of here, and the new currency is about to emerge. What was this meeting about? Are we in the middle of the dollar just broke $100? That candle right there on the dollar is not to be played with. This candle right here this is the US dollar, Dixie, DXY. This signifies almost a new low. We are about to break a new low in the dollar, you guys. Right after this whole shit. Did we sign some type of deal that we're not going to approve of? Did Trump just sign away No. I won't say it like that. Did the whole country and the world agree on contract expirations that will weaken the U.S. dollar, short the oil market? Hold on, let's check out ExxonMobil. Weaken the oil market, get away from the petrodollar. Sorry. And start. We're gonna go ExxonMobil, right. And start a new world currency through crypto. Bitcoin is up $4,000. The dollar just fell to almost an all-time low. The oil market is on a free fall. And there's this backdoor fucking deal that China, probably Russia, but we know Trump, Iran, and Israel is a part of. And they are making us believe, just like we believe that the planes was going west when they was going east. Just like we believe that the uranium was in the mountain and then it was gone a few days prior. What if they're trying to pull a fast one on us? What if they're trying to pull a fast one on us, y'all? I am not a financial advisor, nor is this financial advice, but contact your CPA, check your bank account tomorrow, and if you have zero crypto exposure just in case, get some. That all shouldn't be happening at one time. I'm going to just tell you like that.
Tom, unfortunately, that's right. Today, Philadelphia reaching a staggering 99 degrees and setting a record in doing so. But the heat is expected to peak tomorrow when some 50 cities could approach new highs. Tom?
Okay, Emily Aketa for us there in Philadelphia where they have a heat health emergency. Let's get right to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what areas are we seeing this record-shattering heat right now, and is there any relief on the way?
There's relief in sight, but not soon enough for a lot of us.
I think they're getting
record highs today across the board here, going from the Great Lakes. I mean, we were 100 degrees in Plattsburgh, New York, almost right along the border with Canada. And that's the hottest they've ever been in any month of June, going back 80 years. So for tonight and tomorrow, this area of the magenta, that's where we're most concerned with.
Magenta.
Temperatures will not drop
like
that much
name.
overnight. It's just so humid. It's going to hold a lot of the heat. So from Chicago to New York,
all right, so we got heat warning. We got heat warning. Let me see if we got any updates. They talking about a heat warning.
We should
but
be
yeah, you guys.
City,
I don't know. I feel fooled. I feel played.
Even right now, you know, we're off the peak heat of the day.
I've been sitting here going live.
106 in D.C. That's hotter than anywhere down along the Gulf Coast. So for the record highs tomorrow, many of
the parts
trying to keep y'all updated on the news, and we don't even know what the hell the news is. We don't even know what the news is. We are so in the dark, y'all, that we can't even speculate. There ain't even no speculation. How do you even speculate on this? What do you say? What do you say? Like, because I said it, right? When the bombs so-called hit, we was like, where's the nuclear explosion? Why were they so reckless? Right? Think about that. They knew the fucking implications of a nuclear contaminant situation. They knew it. But they probably also knew that shit was gone. They probably did. They was like, we just gonna do this whole Mission Impossible shit for everybody to tune in on YouTube. And there ain't gonna be no shit there anyway. And behind the door, we gonna come with this, all right, we're gonna stop doing it. You stop, and then everybody gonna be like, hey, the president involved was Trump. He did what it took to bring peace in the Middle East. No. I'm not falling for it. I think that there's something bigger. And they don't want to tell us, you guys. They do not want to tell us. Hold on, what's going on?
You
Diddy.
do cause the
This was the
prosecution to
Diddy
have to
situation
prepare
earlier. What
for
happened?
all of those witnesses. So there is a tactical advantage. Here's one person, though, that the defense
All right, Diddy's
always
lawyers say
knew
they
were
do
never
not
going to
plan to
call,
call
and Chloe
witnesses.
already revealed it. It was Sean Combs. He was never going to take the stand, but you saw that they even said he wants to. We defense attorneys do that all the time.
So, Chloe, explain, when do we think the jury will get this case?
Right, and I just have to say, I'm surprised they didn't even call one person to try to say that Combs is a good guy, or somebody that worked for him who said we weren't running a RICO conspiracy. But Danny was like, if you call someone to say he's a good guy, you're going to play that video of Cassie Ventura being brutally beaten in that hallway over and over,
But that's a
right?
good point. Why not calling character witnesses?
not,
You don't have to.
tell 'em.
Oh, no. Character witnesses would be a terrible idea for Sean Combs, and here's why.
I don't believe
Here's the
shit.
rule. The prosecution can never
Oil
introduce
market
evidence
is
of
on
the
the
defendant's
fucking
bad
free fall,
character.
y'all.
The defendant can introduce evidence of his
this
good
is not
character.
a
But as
good
my
thing.
law school professor described this rule, it's the dump truck rule. Beep, 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 as the dump truck backs up. Because now that
Not
means
good,
that if you choose as the defense to introduce what you think is good character, they now open the door and can introduce all kinds of awful evidence about your bad character. And Combs has a lot of bad character, the worst
and
character.
they've done that for 6
What are you
weeks,
talking about?
almost 7. As for your question,
Yeah.
the closing arguments are going to take place on Thursday. It's going to spill over into Friday morning, but the jury is going to get the case Friday afternoon. And you can imagine that it will have been 7 weeks at that point that they want to wrap things
Let's
up.
see what Al
before
Jazeera have to say.
If you're here in Las Vegas, right now we have an offer going on where we can get you a...
You do? Hold on. Good looking, bro, because I'm out here, you know what I'm saying? Hey. All right, take that number.
And intelligence assessments, objective intelligence assessments, are so key here. And so I think you're right to note that this is another key aspect.
Yeah, she hilarious,
of if
ain't
there will
she?
be a ceasefire, because the U.S. intelligence community would have a very big role. No doubt the Israeli intelligence community has a big role itself in informing it. And we also like to say as well in the diplomatic or intelligence community that often the Israelis are informing as well as trying to influence U.S. officials, which happened in the very beginning, where there appeared to be some type of disagreement from the U.S. intelligence community over the Israeli intelligence, of how close the Iranians were to producing some type of weapon. So you're absolutely right of how this will play out internally to the U.S. As well as to international audiences.
All right, Adam Clements, a U.S. foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon official. Thanks so much for joining us on Al Jazeera. It's great to get your perspective.
Now,
thank you for having me.
Stephen Zunis is the director of Middle Eastern Studies at the University.
So supposedly, our major air base in the Qatari area. That's the biggest one. That's the one they targeted, and there was no casualties. It was a fireworks show for everybody to witness. And now we have a potential ceasefire hours after that. Yeah. This is fucking stupid.
Honest.
Fucking
I think in this case, if he says there's a ceasefire, I think there very likely be one, because despite people talking about the tail wagging the dog or whatever, the United States has enormous leverage.
Tail wagging the dog.
Israel. I mean, all Trump has to do is say we will suspend some military aid or some of the many other perks for which
Who said it was the tail wagging the dog?
And that's enough to get Israel in line.
Look what he said. Uh-oh. I just put my fucking hat on, right? I'm gonna give y'all, I'm explaining this tail wagging the dog situation. I just put my hat on, right? And then I brought up the market, right? I said, I knew the dollar was down. I didn't think it was that down, but I knew it was down. I said there may be a new world order with a currency shift where I don't have to get into it right now with y'all when everything is getting ready to be converted into crypto and all that, yada, yada, yada. But this son of a bitch just kind of confirmed it by saying all this talk about the tail wagging the dog. I don't think that's what it is. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Did y'all hear anybody say anything about the tail wagging the dog? Anybody? No. That was information he just offered, right? So, now I told y'all that contracts were getting ready to expire. And I don't have the time to do the research on which contracts is getting ready to expire. But before I even brought up the market, I knew that with China and even with Qatar and us, and Israel and Iran and all these superpowers coming together, and the conversation is about denuclearizing, I knew that we were getting ready to shift, a major shift, a currency shift. Mind you, we took ourselves off the gold standard, went to the oil standard, petrodollar. We get it. I don't want to go into a whole history. But what I stated about contracts expiring, meaning that you have to either exercise the contract, meaning you're going to buy whatever agreement it is, if it's those shares that you wanted, if it's the bond that you wanted, if you want to renew the bond for till maturity, you can renew the bond. This is the time when you have to do it. I guarantee you this is like a 30, 40, 50 year bond or contract. This is a 50-year contract. When you have the tail wag the dog, you end up offsetting and buying at the same time, right? You're trying to dump, you're trying to buy. You're trying to dump, you're trying to buy. But your goal is to get rid of your main position, right? And that main position would be the dog, right? So you're trying to dump a lot of this shit. You just like, let me get out of here. And that could be the dollar, right? Just dump it out. But if you're sitting there trying to buy it up so fast, the little guy, the tail, would keep the dog from being sold, and the tail would be dominant. The tail would be the one wagging the dog. It would be the dominant force, opposed to the dog being the dominant for running down the street and the tail is wagging. No. The tail's going this way, and the dog is wagging. Somebody got liquidated. With this tank in the dollar, with this tank in oil, somebody got liquidated. And the market, either the feds or somebody, is trying to hedge as fast as they can, and they're hurting themselves. The volatility in the crypto market and the volatility in the gold market is not making sense. We see this drop, and then the gold just stopped. It stopped. It's done. It just stopped. Boom. Drop. All-time low. Not all-time low, but 52-week low. It should be coming back up. And then go, the dollar. It should be fluctuating. It should. A little bit. Should. Now, if he's right about the tail wagging the dog when nobody was fucking saying that shit, we are about to have a catastrophic change of events. It's going to be the craziest. You can call it a transfer of wealth, but pay attention to Bitcoin. Pay attention to the dollar. If the dollar is weak and then other countries' currency starts to be stronger, like the euro or the yen is getting stronger to the dollar because of this contract agreement. I don't have the time to talk about the Great Depression that's on its way in 100 years time from the last one, which would be like 2030 something, from 1932 to 2030. I don't want to get into all of that. You guys, please pay attention to your finances right now, starting right now, because they're not going to tell you. This is not. Hold on. I want to see one more thing. Okay, gold is fluctuating. Now, gold is about to fall hard. I'm not saying this. It's not financial advice. Don't listen to me. I don't know. Somebody is hedging disgustingly. And it doesn't look like. It damn sure ain't retail. And it doesn't look like a hedge fund. This look like government. Government is moving a lot of fucking money. And gold is going to come down. Something is going to happen, you guys. So please pay attention to your finances. Not financial advice.
Projectiles and interceptions in the sky, this time over the Qatari capital, Doha. Shelter-in-place warnings as a barrage of Iranian missiles target the largest U.S. airbase in the Middle East, in what's being seen as...
I didn't pause it. Oh, shit. I wanted to hear that.
It was more about trying to weaken Iran in other ways. And
conversation about...
willing to challenge U.S. Really more about the nuclear...
hedging.
weapon.
Tail wagging
they would have stuck with the original nuclear agreement. I mean, that's the only way you could really guarantee it. Instead, by opting to war, it makes you wonder that it's really more about the nuclear issue. It's more, frankly, about challenging the only remaining recognized government in the region that is willing to challenge U.S. and Israeli hegemony. And I think this is more about trying to make a point. I think it was more about trying to weaken Iran in other ways. Indeed, the bombing went well beyond the nuclear facilities to include other military, governmental, energy, and even media. So the underlying tensions that created this war are still going to be there and could very well lead to another war in the not too distant future.
All right, Stephen Zunis, Director of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of San Francisco. Thanks so much for joining us on Al Jazeera. Great to get your perspective.
Sure thing. My pleasure.
Just hours before Trump's announcement of a coming ceasefire, Iran fired a salvo of missiles at a U.S. military base here in Qatar. It was an unprecedented attack on a neighboring country.
Let's see what Trump coin do too. Keep an eye on all of this shit.
But Tehran says the attack was a justified response to the American strikes on its nuclear facilities. Behdad Mahichi reports.
He just started the whole crypto. Y'all, please keep an eye on your finances, please. Oh,
projectiles and interceptions in the sky, this time over the Qatari capital, Doha.
What are we doing?
Shelter-in-place warnings as a barrage of Iranian missiles target the largest U.S. airbase in the Middle East, in what's being seen as a symbolic show of force. Tehran calls it legitimate self-defense and retaliation for the American bombing of its nuclear facilities on Sunday.
Are there any?
I don't know, man. I'm hedging for it. I am positioned for it.
As most Americans did by receiving the news that popped up on my phone when it really was first announced by the president, by the administration.
Do you feel like you should have known more?
No advance. Well, in fairness, we are going to be getting a full classified briefing tomorrow.
Y'all should have known more.
I think that is going to be important. It's going to be telling. Do we all want to know more? Absolutely. But I think that there was an element that required a level of just closeness in terms of the information being closely held.
Yeah.
I understand that. I get that. But I think it is going to be imperative going forward that we fully understand what led up to the decision, and then more importantly, where we go next. really where we go next.
When we talk about the president's strikes over the weekend against Iran, one of the most vocal critics of the strikes, it's a member of your own party, Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie. He's essentially been saying that Trump campaigned against getting into wars and that the Republicans are afraid to stand up to him. How do you respond to that?
Well, I don't think any of us want to get into a war, and certainly we don't want to get into a long, protracted, yet another forever war in the Middle East. And so I would join, but I think that the president has made clear himself he has no desire for a long, drawn-out war. So let's acknowledge none of us want that. So how are we going to, again, back things down so that negotiations can proceed? The first step is a bona fide ceasefire. So what was announced just within this past hour. Hopefully, we will see that holds. That's what we're hoping for.
We all hope that. Senator, you and the president have had a contentious relationship, right? He's called you a creature of the Washington swamp. He actively campaigned against you in 2022. How would you describe your relationship with President Trump?
You know, I think that there is a level of respect. As I've shared with the president, you know, I might not have voted for you, but I will work with every president that we have. It's my responsibility as an Alaskan senator. I don't get to pick and choose who I get to work with. I work who the American people have said is going to be our president, and I do just that. And I represent a state that is pretty independent. They supported Donald Trump, absolutely. But they sent me back. So as I've shared with him, I said, sir, you won and I won. You want to do good things for the country. I want to do good things for my state. Let's figure out how we make it happen. I think that kind of mutual respect, you can get some things done.
Is it hard to be in the president's crosshairs when you're fighting for the people of Alaska and federal resources? And a lot of times in Alaska, as you mentioned throughout your book, you got to be bipartisan.
You have to be bipartisan, but again, I don't think it should suggest that I'm in his crosshairs all the time. Maybe when it came to the campaign, but again, the campaign is over. I've now been reelected. We're working together. He's got some pretty ambitious agenda items for Alaska, and they're items that I share. I encourage him on much of what he is proposing with resource development, and I have shared just that with. So when we can find those areas to be working together, we need to do it. We must do it, not just for Alaska, but for the country.
Yeah, you know, you made some news earlier today on a podcast, leaving open the door to possibly becoming an independent and caucusing with the Democrats. At least that's the way it sounded. Let's listen to it. I want to get your reaction on the other end.
Is there a world in which, by becoming unaligned or an independent, you could help Alaskans, that you consider it?
There may be that possibility. I'm evading your answer, of course, but because it is so supremely hypothetical, but you can tell that the construct that we're working with right now, I don't think is the best construct.
You know, and that answer seemed reminiscent of a key line in your book. I want to show it to our viewers here. This comes straight from your book. You write, most likely, I will never be understood in Washington. The best gift that Alaskans have given me is that I don't have to answer to Washington. What is it about Alaskan politics that you believe allows you to not necessarily play by the rules of Washington? Because as far as Republicans go, you were pretty brave to say that.
Well, I don't think it's any great secret here that my commitment is not necessarily to the Republican Party. It is to the people of the state of Alaska. And I put that out there every single day in saying that's who I work for. I don't work just for Republicans. I don't work for the Republican Party. I work for the people of the state of Alaska. And so there's been a lot of news that has broke today. I am not going to make news on your show tonight, Tom, by saying that I'm leaving the Republican Party. That's not going to happen. I am very independent-minded. Alaskans respect that. They've asked me to continue my service in that very independent vein. But my values are still the values that I have long held. And they're values that are very much Republican, whether it is personal responsibility, individual liberties, strong national defense. I mean, that part of it hasn't changed.
Yeah,
so,
but I just to be clear, I want to sort of put a bookend on this and ask you one more thing about your book. You're not considering leaving the Republican Party, right?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, what I shared on the podcast is there is a
shame breaking news right now on your show.
Right
Leave me alone.
Where we have two parties that pretty much control everything, and you are either on the red team or you're on the blue team. And it doesn't seem like there's much space in the middle for those who just want to put party politics aside and say, what are we going to do that's good for the country? It's good for Alaskans, good for the people back here on the East Coast. Let's work towards that. Let's get out of the partisan ruts that we have just found ourselves
Senator,
in.
running out of time, but I do want to point this out. I want to ask you about something you put at the beginning of your book. This is the image. It's a graphic that comes even before the introduction of your book. It's an image of Alaska superimposed over the continental United States. Why did you want to start your book with this image?
Wow.
People need to understand the size and extent of the place that I call home. We stretch from Florida to California to the Gulf to all the way practically to the Canadian border. And so the people that I represent are just as diverse as those from Florida to California to Minnesota to Louisiana. And I'm blessed with that. It's a hard job, it's complicated, it's complex, but it's the best thing that I could possibly be asked to do is to help serve Alaskans.
Senator Murkowski, we thank you for joining Top Story. Your book is out. We appreciate your time. We do want to get back to that breaking news on the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran that President Trump announced late today. NBC's Keir Simmons is in Erbil, Iraq. He joins Top Story tonight with some breaking news and some new reporting. Keir, what have you learned?
Breaking news? What breaking news?
Yeah, Tom, we have some new insight into what happened here with our own Michel Sindor speaking to President Trump and President Trump saying this ceasefire can be unlimited and can go on forever. What we're learning is the extent to which President Trump really pushed this deal through. So what I'm told by a diplomat with knowledge of the talks is that President Trump spoke to the Emir of Qatar. He told the Emir of Qatar that he had got Israel to agree to a ceasefire deal and asked the Emir of Qatar to try to get Iran to do the same. Now, this was then handled, I'm told, by this diplomat, by Vice President Vance and the Prime Minister of Qatar. They handled the details and Iran agreed to that ceasefire. So this deal was coordinated at the highest levels, and that may be one of the reasons, Tom, why through the evening we've been talking to sources, some of whom have not known that this deal was happening. We're trying to catch up on the news. There were even reports from inside Iran that the Iranians hadn't agreed to this deal. Reuters is now reporting tonight, based on one Iranian source, that in fact Iran has agreed. It is a developing story. You know, Tom, classic President Trump to announce it on his social media platform almost immediately while the ink is not dry. But another aspect of this that I think is just stunning, Tom, of course, is that earlier today, just a few hours ago, we were reporting on the Iranians firing missiles at a base in Qatar that thankfully they managed to shoot them down, that the Iranians gave Qatar notice that they were going to do this. And we were talking about this as something of a show, as something of an indication that the Iranians wanted an off-ramp without any idea at that moment that, in fact, that was exactly what was happening. And now this news that President Trump has personally brokered this, working with Qatar, according to this diplomat with knowledge of the talks, Tom.
Keir Simmons taking us behind the scenes on how these diplomatic plays happen. Keir, we appreciate you and all your reporting. Back here at home, we are following late developments out of the Supreme Court tonight related to President Trump's deportation efforts. In a brief, unsigned order, the court clearing the way for the Trump administration to swiftly deport migrants to countries where they have no previous ties, known as third countries. Previously, a lower court ruled that migrants should have a, quote, meaningful opportunity to bring claims that they would be at risk of torture, persecution, or death if sent to these third countries. The ruling immediately applies to a group of men the administration seeks to send to South Sudan. All three liberal justices dissented, calling the ruling an abuse of the court's power. The majority did not provide explanation for its ruling. And those deportation efforts tonight hitting a Marine veteran and his family hard. His wife detained at her interview for a green card, separating her from the couple's two young children, one of them just 3 months old. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist spoke with that vet and has this story.
So it seems like the court denied Trump's attempt to send people to a country they have no ties to. And it's a split decision. Like, why is that weird? That's weird, bro. Why is that a split decision? They don't have no ties to Sudan. Why are y'all trying to send them to Sudan? I don't know, man.
Poor veteran Adrian Kuat didn't expect to be caring for his 2 young children all on his own.
How are you guys doing?
My son misses his mom a lot.
No offense, bro, but there's a lot going on in the world. Not like that. But
this is a magical tool and the most
amazing time to be alive. We have Trump and Elon earlier this week, or this month, this quarter. Then that shit went out the window, and then it was Trump versus the immigrant community, and of course, Abrego Garcia, Mahmoud Khalil. Then the Hispanics on the streets, of course, he rallied against the American people. And Iran. Don't forget about Gaza. He tried to turn Gaza into this Gaza-Lago situation. Next thing you know, everything gets thrown out the window. Soon as the judge come into play, all his fantasy land get thrown out the window. And this is one of them, the Abrego Garcia. So not only did Mahmoud Khalil get left out or sent out, released from jail, Kilmore Abrego Garcia, the guy that they Photoshop MS-13 on his hand. He's supposed to be a dangerous guy, human trafficking, all this shit. The judge had ruled and said that he is allowed to be left out as he fight his federal charges. Now the Supreme Court is split on sending people to countries they've never been to. Trump is taking so many L's, you guys, that we don't even have the time to keep up with him. And if this deal, this so-called ceasefire, didn't go as planned, and this is going to be so televised, everybody is going to look at his legacy in this few months as a complete failure. All the aggressive shit he attempted, ironically, democracy prevailed and he lost. They're not even saying on Fox News, oh, the MS-13 Maryland dad is getting sent home. They're not even saying it. They're not saying that the judges are ruling against them. They were big on that. This guy was a terrorist. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like, is that Travis? Travis, what it do? What it do? Welcome back. I don't know, Travis. We are in for a fucking roller coaster, and my weed ain't strong enough. It's not strong enough. I think I need a drink. But Trump is taking L's, and I feel like he's going to take another one with this ceasefire agreement. I really do.
This has been climbing and climbing and climbing over the past couple of years, the past couple of decades, in fact.
What is this?
And we're also tracking thunderstorms to the middle of the country. We'll talk more about that coming up in our next hour.
Well, thank you. Now to your Money Watch headlines. The number one reason
here we go. Money Watch.
Say they won't go electric. Charging difficulties. A survey of Uber drivers shows with EV prices down, cost is no longer the top issue preventing drivers from making the switch. Instead,
Travis,
it's
I
limited
got some sleep, bro.
to charging stations.
I had got some sleep. I promise.
And staying in the world of EVs, Tesla's robo-taxis hit the streets of Austin, Texas yesterday. Texas lawmakers tried to postpone the launch date until September 10%. When updated autonomous vehicle laws kick in.
I did not get to play.
But Tesla stayed on schedule. The service isn't open to the general public just yet, and for now, a human safety monitor
is
still riding shotgun.
We are in the twilight zone.
Coming up, our first look at the images ever taken by the largest digital camera in the world.
Hey. So after we woke up and seen the damage from the Iranian attack on Israel, newscasters were covering it, and next thing you know, warning sirens went off, and they had to cut their feet and run to a bomb shelter. And then we seen the bomb live as somebody was driving. Next thing you know, we see attacks on one of our bases, right? Iran started letting off bombs at a military base that we own in Qatar, and those were immediately intercepted. They told us it was 6, but then the Iranian official said that it was the same amount that we dropped on them, so that makes 14. We all seen the videos live, looked like a lot more than 6. And then next thing you know, we all sitting on edge trying to figure out, are there going to be some proxies and some sleeper cells in America that's going to be activated? And next thing you know, boom, ceasefire. That's just to sum up the day for you, man. How was work?
Remember where I put my phone down. One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I
need not one, not two, but... And I'm out the door.
Let's see what we got over here.
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I loved being a
I promise I got some sleep.
The boat is being transferred to a nearby port where it will be turned over to investigators who are still looking into what happened. And the first images released from a powerful telescope in Chile. The boat is being transferred to a nearby port where it will be...
Super yacht recovered from Italian sea after sinking.
Turned over to investigators who are still looking into what happened. And the first images released from a powerful telescope in Chile. One picture shows gas and dust clouds in an area 9,000 light years from Earth. The telescope, which uses the largest digital camera ever built, is able to detect asteroids in striking distance of Earth, map the Milky Way, and answer questions about dark matter. Scientists say it could transform our understanding of the universe. Okay,
how's my community? Do y'all believe in aliens?
Next wave of weight loss drugs that could soon be on the
know
market.
You believe in aliens. Don't ask me why I think that. I could be wrong, but I will put some money on it.
NBC's Maggie Vespa explains why they could be even more effective than what's currently available.
Tonight, major potential breakthroughs
I had
in
to
the
get that
booming
recap
world
out.
of weight loss drugs. First, drug maker Amgen trumpeting the early experimental success of Maritide, a longer-lasting GLP-1 injection that patients could take once a month instead of once a week.
Hold
the
on,
regimen typically recommended.
Try to get y'all some updates. We don't need to know about that. Let's see what's going on in the world. I'm gonna hang out with y'all till they come back. But yes, it's been a day, man. It's been a day. I think if you missed it, in conclusion of that rant, I think we're being played, bro. I think we're being played. A lot of people on social media think we're being played. I think all our leaders got together before this happened, and they just planned this shit. Let's give the people, the world, a distraction. And then we can turn around and be like, hey, Trump did this. Togetherness. Now, Travis is an alien, and B don't believe in him. All right. Well, I was wrong. I lost good money on that because I bet a lot of money on that. And well, I hear you. Well, I do. And if that's the name we're gonna call him. But yeah, I think this Earth was a small player. It gotta be. Right? Come on. It gotta be. Come on, B. You really think we're the only species in the universe? We're a tiny planet. We a small galaxy. The Milky Way is a small galaxy. compared to other ones. Oh, wait, who is this? Is that racist girl?
Has been muted, that it was well telegraphed in advance, and most importantly, that it was non-lethal. It has apparently given the Iranian regime the face-saving response that they need for domestic purposes, while also paving the way for renewed diplomacy.
Huh? No, I don't think
Let's
so.
now look at news
that looked like that one girl that was on Piers Morgan talking
in
about.
Thailand, authorities seized more than 2.5 tons of crystal meth from a tourist boat. Officials believe the drugs were about to be smuggled out of the country.
What?
8 men were arrested in connection to the bust. Thailand officials said there was no indication where the drugs were heading, but could have been sold for around $90 billion.
Wait, where was it going?
World leaders gather in the Netherlands for the NATO summit this week. Everyday
them. They want their drugs to stay in. They arresting people for smuggling shit out.
Heard through various protests. This group tried to block a road into The Hague while protesting climate change. One protester who was later arrested said they were more concerned with climate collapse than attacks from Russia.
Okay.
Now, these are the first images ever taken by the largest digital camera in the world. If you're doing something else, stop what you're doing and take a look at these pictures. This sits on a mountaintop in Chile. The camera does.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, my bad. Yeah, we are all aliens. We are all aliens. I'm not gonna lie. I hate humans. I do. Humans bother the fuck out of me. We are one annoying species. I swear. I did not see it. I did not see that documentary. I gotta see it. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think that aliens are what we think they are either. I don't think they're those big diamond head, big eye creatures that they might look just like us. Who knows? They might be taller. They might be smaller. They might have more limbs. They might not have limbs at all. We don't know exactly what they look like. But what we do know is that science says that if you have H2O, carbon monoxide, and all kind of elements, you can create species that can evolve into other species, right? Now, I don't want to get into a whole quantum conversation because quantum is my conversation too. But yes, I don't think they're the ETs that we think they are. Nah. I always said, because I stay in Vegas and we see a lot of shit. We hear a lot of shit in the skies, y'all. And people be having those sightings like, oh yeah, alien was in my backyard and he ran off. Yo. Oh, you talking about Men in Black? Ain't no documentary. Man, listen. Yes, I seen Men in Black. So, you got me there. What was I saying? Shit. Men in Black, yeah, that's my movie. Damn, you made me forget my thought. I'm sitting here like, did this motherfucker just say documentary? Oh, he did say Tommy Lee Jones. Oh, he did say Will Smith. You got me. Yes, I think aliens are real. But no, I don't think that they look like us. But in Vegas, right? That's my point. I stay in Vegas, and we have sightings all the time, right? I wouldn't say all the time, but we hear noises all the time, and we get a lot of sightings, right? And, bro, I hope and pray that one day I catch one. I do want to catch one. I do want to sit him down. I don't know if he smoked or she, interview some. Be like, hey, why you here? And then, because I don't know if y'all seen the last one out here in Vegas. Supposedly the FBI and the Men in Black came by to the house of the guy that posted the video and said, hey, shh, you can't talk about this, that, and the third, right? Granted. my video would have been out already. I would have went live. Hey, you, blip. Listen, I come in peace. And I think they come in peace. I swear to God, I think they do. Like what's they said, the Men in Black. We got the government that have locations for these invaders or visitors to come and be inconspicuous, so they won't scare the community of humans. Right. Sometimes they get off track. Right. They fall in somebody's backyard in Vegas when they're supposed to be at Area 51 or something. Right. And yeah, they act civil in disguise, and at some point they gonna act out one day. But I don't know. But I do believe that we're not the only ones in this universe. No. That is a cold ass alien rant.
Wow. Tonight,
that would have been hard being a part of Men in Black.
Ceasefire in the war between Iran, Israel, and in a lot of ways, the United States. In about 48 hours, we have gone from seeing the U.S. bomb Iran's nuclear facilities to Israel and Iran bombing each other. And then Iran launching missiles at a U.S. base in the Middle East to now the President of the United States declaring that a ceasefire agreement has been reached. All of this culminating in this very bizarre new form of social media / real world diplomacy that I don't think we've ever seen before. And here's a post. Congratulations to everyone. I'm going to read the whole thing because this is a moment here in history. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire.
Listen to that.
Approximately 6 hours from now.
It's been fully agreed. Y'all, I need to get high. And then they just say Israel didn't agree yet. We're still waiting to see. Trump. Oh my God. Fully agreed by both parties.
When Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point war will be considered ended, officially Iran will start the ceasefire. Upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire. And upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful.
Look at them. They have OBS issues.
On the
Hit the button.
that everything works as it should, which it will.
This is breaking news, so we're all trying to figure this out
countries,
right now.
Israel and Iran,
zoom in.
having
Now
the
zoom
stamina,
out.
the courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years, destroyed the entire Middle East.
This was the moment for this hack.
God bless
Today
Israel,
is the
God
moment
bless
for
Iran,
the hack,
God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States,
I just don't know
and
what to
God
believe right
bless
now.
the
Speaking of
world.
aliens.
This is a far cry from moments like these where the world was holding its collective breath. A lot of people wondering if we were possibly witnessing the beginning of World War III. These are Iranian missiles over Qatar heading for an American military base there. But here's the thing. Apparently, Iran gave a heads up that those missiles were coming. They were all but one shot down. Then came the post before that ceasefire, the one that we just told you about. Again, this is another one that's going to be studied in political science classes going forward. President Trump saying, "Thank you, Iran." Quote, "I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured." Is he trolling there? We just don't know, but all of it out on display for the world to see. He went on to suggest that all of this
Think about what we're
over,
witnessing right now. Think about what we're witnessing. Even the media is saying this is something we've never seen before. Stuff don't happen like this. Mind you, a lot of times people will say to the kids, this is what they say to the kids. Kids will have their opinions on politics and current events, and old heads, you know, not like me. I'm old, but I'm not a boomer. No, I'm just playing. They be disrespecting the kids. Where you get your news from? Social media. I just played a video yesterday of I think James Worthy, I think that's his name, from Talk TV. He has cancer. He's on his way out, and he just want to let everybody know that, hey, you know, he ain't been the best guy, but whatever. On his video where he was disrespecting that little girl, he said to her, "You get your information from social media. That's why you're so lost. You should get it from an expert like me and all the newscasters." Yeah, We are in a time. I said it once and I'm going to say it again. I think I'm going to put it on a shirt and wear it on the show. When the media gets their media from social media, I think we all can have a show. We all can have a show, right? We all can have it. Sometimes I beat them to the information just by going on social media. So don't never let them fool you about you and your phone and looking up current events and thinking that you don't know what the hell you looking up because all that information ain't got shit on Fox News. No, because Fox News got it from social media.
Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. That is key here. We're going to be talking about that in just a little bit. Finally, is this it? Are we now going to see peace in the Middle East? Is Iran no longer a nuclear threat after the before and after pictures that we've seen?
I haven't got this shit studied, nor am I claiming. All I'm saying. So don't sue me. Nobody sue me. I know y'all creative Americans. I know it. You humans, y'all are creative. So don't sue me when I say this. But you know that feeling you get in your head when you're around so much technology? It's that like vibrational headache that on a quantum level, I can explain it, but I'm not going to right now. And you just feel like if you turn your phone off or put it over there, or your computer, you shut it down. You got to get away from so much technology. Even in the air, you could be outside and just you can feel it in the air. When I put this hat on, it goes away. It kind of goes away. I swear. That don't sue me. This ain't research new. I didn't pay nobody to do no research. But I feel different. I do. The bullshit don't come in, but that woo feeling don't come in either. It's crazy. Try it. Steal it.
Nuclear sites. It's hard to tell exactly what's been destroyed, but here's some of the stuff that we can see from satellite images from above. But there are still so many questions about what was destroyed underground, and specifically questions about this 400 kilograms of missing enriched uranium that we're going to be tackling a little bit later as well.
880 pounds.
Our team is all over this breaking news. We've got NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley out in Tel Aviv tonight. NBC senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez over at the White House. NBC's Melanie Zanona is over at Capitol Hill, and we've got a brilliant panel. Elise Labott and Bradley Bowman also here to break all this down. Matt, starting with you, we're seeing this post here, but are there missiles still flying?
What's
Is there
wrong
still
with this
active fighting
guy?
this late into the night there?
Yeah, well, we heard from a media source that's connected to the Iranian security apparatus. They said that only a couple of minutes before Donald Trump announced this ceasefire that was set to start 6 hours from then, there were still attacks on Iran by the Israelis. And we also heard from the Israeli Farsi-speaking Twitter group saying that there was a sprawling new announcement of evacuations in Tehran. So it looks as though the Israelis are going to continue to pummel Iran. We've heard no confirmation about this ceasefire deal from the Israelis. We've heard basically nothing from the Iranians either, though Reuters had a report confirming that this is happening. But it looks as though the fighting is going to go right up until the wire.
And Matt, I'm trying to read this through here. Like, what are the potential sticking points? Because as I read this,
like
it
Bob
seems to say,
from Bob Burgers.
Iran is basically agreeing to get potentially pummeled for like 12 hours without firing back. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. I was wondering the same thing. Do the Israelis get a free hand over Iran for 12 hours? Well, maybe they do. The fact is that the Iranians or the Israelis have already said that they have complete air dominance over western Iran and the capital of Tehran. And have for the past couple of days. So that might not change anything in terms of what's going on the ground, but it does seem very lopsided if we're just to read what President Trump posted on Truth Social, that the Iranians would have to stop firing and that the Israelis would only have to stop firing 12 hours later. And then correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like both sides will stop firing for 12 hours before the war is announced as completely finished. No details about a quid pro quo. Nothing for the Israelis about, nuclear.
That's crazy. And then they're going to stop fighting for like 12 hours. Oh, that's all he missing is the mustache. I know he looked like him, but he just missing the mustache. Yeah, he looked like he just missing the mustache. That's all. But yeah, they said they're going to stop for 12 hours. Yeah, he like by the
nuclear checks or uranium checks where.
So we still haven't had confirmation, though. That's the thing. We still need confirmation from someone, right? Who's going to confirm this? Who is going to confirm this, y'all? Anybody? Anybody going to confirm this? Because we don't believe you. We don't believe you.
All of this uranium has gone. Nothing about nothing for the Iranians for security guarantees or anything guaranteeing the viability of their regime going forward, which has been badly weakened. So there's a lot of details that are missing, but this is the president of the United States, and he's saying it with immense certainty, really. And, while we don't necessarily have to believe everything that President Trump says,
yeah, please don't believe everything.
He does seem to be going pretty far out on a limb.
Immense certainty for sure, with a lot of caps locks here. Meanwhile, you're just talking about that uranium, the enriched uranium that we've been hearing so much of. If I understand it correctly, it's like 400 kilos, like 880 some pounds of enriched uranium, up to about 60%. Do we know where that's at right now? Is that still kind of like a bargaining chip in all of that, or in all of this, or any word on where it might have gone in the last 3 days?
Where'd it go?
Yeah, Gotti, your guess is as good as mine. We don't know where it is. We don't know if it was still underneath the Fordo nuclear enrichment facility, which was bombed presumably to smithereens by multiple bunker-busting bombs dropped by the U.S. just 2 nights ago. We don't know whether this was moved out, whether it's somewhere else in the country, whether it's been split up. All of these are all questions that would factor into this deal that President Trump just announced. You would think that the Israelis would want to have some sort of security, some sort of guarantee about the nature of where that uranium is, its level of enrichment, and its proximity to being turned into a bomb. But we don't have those details now.
And I mean, there's no precedent for what we're seeing today, and yet you have covered Israeli ceasefires before. Does it look like we're going to see an intensification of fighting up until the end? Like, what does the IDF usually do in a ceasefire scenario?
Yeah, I mean, in Gaza and in Lebanon, we've seen the IDF kind of trying to stake out the best possible position before the guns go silent. They want to get a chair right after the music stops. They don't want to be caught out. And this is probably going to be the same. But again, given the text that we're reading, the letter of the law as stated by President Trump, it does look like the Israelis are getting quite a big buffer zone of time in which they can do their worst on Iran, as if they already had it. They can continue to pummel Iran for those 12 hours.
Yeah, they got an extra
and
6
they very well likely will,
And I mean, this is going to be an obvious question on a lot of people's mind. Does that include possibly continuing to try to take out the supreme Ayatollah there?
The supreme leader is definitely in the crosshairs, but it sounds as though if the Iranians or the Israelis or the Americans wanted to do that, they might have already done it. To do so might be considered a bridge too far, though it seems as though all of the bridges that were too far have already been crossed by both Israel and the United States. They're setting precedents one on top of another. So assassinating the Ayatollah wouldn't necessarily seem like such a massive escalation considering what's already happened. But it would make things more complicated in terms of rebuilding the country and in terms of trying to create a day after, which the Israelis have tended to neglect in every theater of war over the past year and a half. When we look at Lebanon, Hamas in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and now their attacks in Syria, they haven't left open much room for a political solution that would tie everything up nicely in a bow, and it doesn't look like they're going to do the same with Iran.
Mm-hmm. And you're out in Tel Aviv. It is right now the dead of night. Even though there is a heightened state of alert, people are sleeping in Israel, right?
Choice of words.
They're going to wake up tomorrow to a very different looking landscape in the world. What do you think the reaction is going to be?
I think one of massive relief. I think everybody who went to bed tonight here in Israel was expecting to be woken up within several hours with sirens and the need to rush to one of these safe rooms that almost every building here has. This has been the ritual every night for the past 10 days, and I'm sure that most Israelis believed that they were going to be facing this again tonight. When they wake up this morning, if they went to bed before President Trump's announcement, it's going to be like Christmas morning, knowing that they're not going to be facing any more Iranian bombardments, at least for now.
At least for now.
And Matt, there's a lot of symbolism here in the 12th day war, the 12 hours. But here in the 11th day or whatever day we're in, like how much longer could Israeli defenses
12-day war, y'all.
kept up? Like how long could they have kept up this interception rate, and how many more ballistic missiles did Iran have to engage in Israel in this way?
We don't know the answer to that. Of course, the Israelis are keeping the number of ballistic missiles or missile defense systems they have pretty tight to their chests. As far as the Iranians are concerned, they say that they've knocked out 2/3 of Iran's ballistic missile launchers, which is why we're seeing a dwindling number of projectiles in every salvo that the Iranians fire at Israel. To be sure, though, quite a few of them, at least an increasing number of them, when you talk about the ratio, seem to be getting through and striking basically civilian areas here in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in the country. So we don't know the details of Israel's capacity to continue to deflect Iranian weapons, but this is definitely going to come as a relief.
Yeah, we'll hope that ceasefire holds. Matt Bradley, thank you so much. And let's get over to NBC's Gabe Piers over in Washington.
Whatever
at the White
ceasefire
House,
you think we got, we hope it
only
holds.
does it look like the president's been working the phones with world leaders here, as I understand it, he's also been working the phones with reporters, including some reporters at NBC.
جوابشون رو میدیم. انشالله تمام پایگاه‌های آمریکایی در سطح منطقه انشالله کن فیکون خواهیم.
Sorry, can't play that. Well, they not waving American flags. They don't look like they waving American flags. So that whole regime change out the window.
Again,
people don't want us over there.
The comments from the President of the United States a short time ago to my colleague Amish Alcindor. Now, just a few minutes ago, I did speak with a senior White House official who filled in some of those blanks about how this all went down throughout the afternoon. Now, the White House, this White House official says that Iran did alert the U.S. about this strike through Qatar. Now, Qatar was a very important mediator here. After that, the president, through intermediaries, spoke with Iran. And there was a post earlier on this evening when the president first called it a weak response by Iran. You read it in your introduction. He also said he called it a weak response, but he also thanked Iran for letting the U.S. know about the strike ahead of time. That's what he was referring to. It was after that social media post that, according to the senior White House official, that President Trump then called Prime Minister Netanyahu. And he spoke with Bibi Netanyahu this evening from the Oval Office. A lot of this was unfolding while the president was in the Oval Office, not in the Situation Room. He had other national security staff monitoring these developments from the Situation Room. The president spoke.
You just tuning in, please like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to my channel and hit the notification bell. That way you can get notified when I go live. We are trying to cover the what would have been World War III, which is now looking to be a ceasefire in Trump's head only so far. And we're waiting to see, because both parties have 12 hours. One of those parties only gets 6 of the 12 hours to hurt each other. Yeah. So if you're just tuning in, and you this is the stuff you're into, yeah, welcome.
Iran would actually stop, and that's why this was a staged ceasefire, according to the senior White House official. So this official saying that the president is elated at this point. The administration is touting this as a major foreign policy victory, but we're just starting to get word of exactly how this all unfolded on a remarkable day here at the White House, Guy.
Yeah, quite the negotiation tactic there. And we're so used to seeing diplomacy happen behind closed doors and then hearing a very watered-down version of an official readout with a bunch of people participating in the decision-making. But so much of what we are watching here play out seems to be coming from the president's social media posts. Is there a lot of participation in the decision-making here?
Right.
Or is a lot of this happening, like, at the president's whim?
Yep.
Well, the president, more so than others,
and the media
more so
mad
than any
about
other
that.
president, does
the
use
media
social
mad
media
about
to
that.
his advantage.
They mad that they don't get the information first. They like, damn, how did anybody go on social media and find all this news before we can give the news? And now when we give the news, we late. That's how the media feel. They like, damn, are we living in some type of situation where there is no situation room where people talk about the situation before the situation come out and become a situation? Hey, this is actually making them uncomfortable because they don't even know how to cover the news. They don't even have their script already prepared, and they read it already like 9 times. And it's one of them things. They're like, shit, my son got the info before me. Shit, this is crazy. Crazy time to be alive.
Presents agreements that may have been agreed to behind closed doors almost in real time for the public to be able to consume. However, in this case, we do understand that while the president was very involved, he also used intermediaries. We understand Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who also happens to be the interim national security advisor, he was involved in some of these negotiations with Iranian officials, again, through Qatari officials, and also Vice President J.D. Vance was involved in all this, as well as a special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Though this was happening very quickly, Gotti, but I think what you're referring to is you've never seen a president like this before use social media and then make this announcement. Usually in other previous administrations, you'd see a very formal statement with diplomatic language in that statement. We did not see this evening in multiple social media posts from President Trump.
Yeah, and we've also seen some reporting out about like the calculus behind this, or maybe the lack of calculus. All of this has some risks. We know that there was a possibility of sleeper cells threatening the United States.
Right, what happened to that?
Some of that is state-directed, and then some of that is ideologically driven. But what was the White House's calculus when it came to threats like, a potential dirty bomb threat or something like a sleeper cell being activated in the United States?
Everybody. They want to be the first one with it.
According to NBC News reporting, citing 2 U.S. officials as well as another person familiar with the matter, President Trump did get a warning from the Iranian government through an intermediary last week while he was at that G7 summit in Canada. By the way, Gotti, I remember speaking with you, it was about a week ago. Yes, a week ago, when he abruptly left that G7 summit. That day, he had apparently gotten this warning that Iran was warning that if the U.S. did strike Iran, that Iran could come back and activate these sleeper cells and perhaps unleash some sort of terrorist attack. After that, just yesterday, we had the Department of Homeland Security issue this new bulletin warning of either low-level cyber attacks or potentially, if Iranian officials were to sign off on it, that there could be some attack against Americans here in the homeland. The senior administration official that I spoke with this evening seemed to downplay the concern just a bit of sleeper cells here in the U.S. And I think that's because the way the White House is seeing this is that Iran right now is not motivated to carry out some sort of attack because they're in a bad position right now. Their weapons, their defenses have been so degraded by the... Now, these not evening seem to downplay the concern just a bit of sleeper cells here in the U.S. And I think that's because the way the White House is seeing this is that Iran right now is not motivated to carry out some sort of attack because they're in a bad position right now. Their weapons, their defenses have been so degraded by the Israeli military that they really have their backs up against the wall here. So it would not be in Iran's interest to escalate this by having one of their proxies or a potential sleeper cell in the United States carry out some sort of an attack on Americans here at home. That would require a huge response from the White House, and that's something that the administration feels that Iran just isn't going to try.
Maybe that's why he called it off. He didn't want no sleeper cells over here.
Up until just a few hours ago, the idea of a ceasefire seemed very far off. But I think you were right to raise the point with Matt that so far we do not have confirmation from the Israelis. It could be that the Israelis are perhaps waiting to see how the first 12 hours of the ceasefire play out, whether Iran does indeed stop firing. And then they
Iran
may
is
be
going to
inclined
unleash
to go
everything
along with
they
this.
have.
But of course, President Trump,
that way when they
full
wake
of
up,
optimism, saying that
it's gonna
essentially
be
this war is
rebuild
over
Israel
and
for some
declaring that it is over.
Nobody's going to get hurt.
We'll just have to see
But
how things play
they're
out.
going to be
over the next
set back to
24
where
hours,
they
Scott.
can't hurt.
Yeah, you put it out on social media and you see what happens next. That is the world that we live in today. Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you so much. Joining us now is Elise Labott. She is the Edward R. Murrow Press Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, and Bradley Bowman. He is the Senior Director of the Foundation of Defense of Democracy Center for Military and Political Power. Thank you both for being with us here. It has been a weekend of very high anxiety. Elise, starting with you, do you think that this ceasefire is going to stand?
I think it might stand for, the next 24 to 48 hours, maybe even for a couple of days or weeks, Scotty. But sources that I've spoken to in the region say clearly it's good news for now, but they don't think it will hold. And why won't it hold? No. Because the actual objectives of both sides are really not, have really not been met. The Iranian program, as we've been talking about over the last few days, was not completely, as President Trump said, obliterated. It was damaged. Right. But Iran still, we've talked a little bit about some of that nuclear fissile material that could go for a nuclear weapon, that enriched uranium. We don't know where it is. It's unaccounted for. It's pretty likely, because we haven't had any radiation damage reported, that it's being, hid. And some satellite imagery from experts, nuclear experts, show that it has been moved around even before the U.S. strikes, and even, as they knew the Israelis were going to hit. So that's on one side. On the Israeli side, the Israelis have a different agenda than the United States. It's pretty clear that President Trump wants to get this in his rearview mirror. He wants to move on from this war. The Israelis have talked about regime change. President Trump, even though he's kind of flirted at it, is not interested in that.
How you
and so
know?
President Trump wants to end this war, call
fuck that. Didn't he say regime change? He said, y'all can't handle y'all people and make Iran again, great again. Why not a regime change? That's what he said. Come on, lady. That's what the tweet said. What do you mean he kind of played around and alluded to? Come on, you guys. Come on.
Today, I think Israel has been beat up. It's still taking, obviously it did a lot of damage to Iran's nuclear facilities, but it took a lot of missiles. There were casualties, and its interceptors are dwindling down as faster than they can produce them. So I think in what I've talked to sources in the region, they say, look, it's possible that everybody kind of wants to, the Israelis and the Iranians want to stop the fighting, regroup, live to fight another day. The Iranians still haven't said that they're ready to abandon their nuclear program entirely. So that either means more strikes by the U.S. and or Israel,
think about
or
that.
It means regime change. But the Iranian program is going to live another day.
Yeah, at least thanks. And,
what if they say that? We can do a deal. We can do a ceasefire, but I ain't giving them my nuclear program. Do Israel stop? Do we stop? If that's the case, then this would literally be for nothing. Nothing.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly how and what a ceasefire looks like in this particular case. What does officially Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, there will officially be an end to the war. What does that look like on a practical end here?
You know, I think if you're confused by the social media post, you're not alone. I mean, in this single post, Trump announced the ceasefire. A confusing timeline, as your question implies. Named the war and extended blessings and thanks to all. So not too shabby for a single social media post. But all joking aside, you know, we have a ceasefire announced, but the shooting continues. And I'm not going to say the deal is done until we actually have a ceasefire. And as Elise suggested, you know, not all ceasefires are good. Some are bad. And how do you judge between a good and a bad ceasefire? I'd say whether it addresses the sources of the conflict.
A bit more skeptical, as they said they only learned of this information online. They want some more facts, some more information before they jump to any conclusions here. But Republicans were very quick to shower praise on Donald Trump, some of them even suggesting that he should win the Nobel Peace Prize because of the U.S. involvement here. And I also caught up with Speaker Mike Johnson moments after the news broke. Here's what he had to say.
Told you.
It will be called the 12-day war, I suppose. That's what we're nicknaming it already, and just a remarkable turn of events. So let's hope that this is this historic, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we would all experience to truly have peace in the Middle East. That's what the people there deserve, and they yearn for, even the Iranian people. And we hope that all comes about.
Now, the big question on Capitol Hill is whether there's still going to be a bipartisan push to essentially block further involvement in Iran. That is something that a bipartisan group of lawmakers had been pushing. But I asked Johnson about that, and he said it's a moot point now, and he doesn't see a need for it. And one of the Republican co-sponsors of that effort, Thomas Massey, says that he informed the Speaker on the House floor just shortly ago that he does not plan to bring it up as long as the ceasefire deal holds. So perhaps we won't see a vote on that. Democrats still could always force a vote. Still remains to be seen, though.
Interesting. I mean, leading up to this, there was the big controversy and the debate about whether any of this was constitutional or an overreach of powers without the blessing of Congress. And that's been something that we've seen not just with President Trump, but presidents before him. Is that entire debate moot now as well, or is that going to continue to be discussed?
I mean, I think it depends on how it plays out. It depends on if the ceasefire holds. I do think there is still going to be a very fervent debate, at least within the Democratic Party, about this. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's a progressive Democrat. She made an interesting point saying that Trump acknowledged in that Truth Social post announcing the ceasefire that this was a war. You also heard it in the Johnson remarks to me, him saying, we're calling this the 12-day war. And the reason why that matters, Gotti, is because that strikes at the heart of this constitutional debate, because Congress is the sole authority over whether we can go into war. They have the power to declare war, not the president. But Republicans have argued that in this case, this was a limited strike. This was not a war, at least prior to the strikes. That's what they were saying. And that Trump has the authority to respond to imminent threats. So now that Trump has acknowledged it was a war, it is a war, that obviously could be something that Democrats could use to make the argument that the strikes in the first place were not constitutional. But again, the question is whether there actually will be this debate on the House floor or the Senate floor. We're just not sure yet.
And we saw Republicans like Representative Massey kind of criticizing Trump leading up to this as well. There was, I mean, within the MAGA base, there were people saying, what are we doing? Like, why are we going into another Middle Eastern war? Do you think that this ceasefire, if it holds, will patch everything up with
Do y'all think it's a real ceasefire?
People that voted for the president thinking that they wouldn't see any type of U.S. involvement in Middle Eastern affairs? Or do you think that that's going to still stick with people that didn't want any U.S. involvement in any type of further conflict?
I do think that there's going to be a desire within the MAGA coalition and the MAGA base to rally around the president, rally around Trump in this moment, because at this point there were no casualties. Trump got in. It appears that the conflict is resolving, with the ceasefire as long as it holds. I think people are going to be really eager to give Trump credit and to not have these.
Let's see what.
Looking for reliable car insurance that doesn't break the bank?
Let's see what Nina Turner got to say. Let's see what. Oh, that's why. Never mind. Rolling. Nah, we're going to keep rolling. Sorry, rolling. We're going to keep rolling, though.
The veneer or the belief that some of the committees, some of the lawmakers were very briefed up on these types of affairs, intelligence committees, what have you. But it seems like we're entering an era in which it's a very small circle around the president, and the president is the one that's making, these decisions at the last minute, at the last second, possibly on a whim. Is there a lot of talk between what the president decides to do?
Let's see what CBS
Homeland. I mean, there's a real fear that could still happen, even if there is a ceasefire. What are your thoughts on that?
Here we go.
No, that's absolutely right. Well, there were two major concerns.
You still might get hurt over here.
Potential blowback to the strikes on Iran over the weekend. One is sort of conventional missile strikes, and Iran did some of that. Not a whole lot. That's a good thing, but nevertheless, they did attack or attempt to attack the U.S. base in Qatar today. Thankfully, U.S. missile defenses were swatting those down with some degree of effectiveness. I saw some video of that. It's pretty remarkable. If you haven't, go take a look at that. But the second category of that is the asymmetric.
Have you seen the videos of Israel being
sleeper cells or whatever? Could be in the United States, could be other places as well. And you're right. It's hard to deter that by denial.
Oh, you're talking about this
but
one.
I think the
I take that back.
The play there is to deter it by punishment, which is to say, to communicate to the Iranians, hey, we know you could do this, but it would be a really bad idea if you do this, and you will pay the following 6 consequences if you do. You can't completely prevent it, but you can affect their intent to not order it in the first place.
Tom Carrico, thank you so much. Always great to talk to you. All right, let's now look at news we're following around the country right now. Police are searching for a motive after a man started shooting at a church outside of Detroit. A parishioner hit the shooter, identified as 31-year-old Brian Anthony Browning, with his truck. Then police shot Browning, killing him. Browning also shot one of the officers in the leg during this incident. Police have learned that Browning was the son of a church member. They believe he was suffering a mental health crisis at the time of that shooting. To New York now, where federal prosecutors could soon wrap up their case in the sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Homeland Security Special Agent Joseph Cercello took the stand today, detailing the evidence against Combs. Jurors also saw more explicit footage of Combs' encounters with a woman known as Jane. The defense has indicated it will wrap up its case this week without calling any witnesses, including Combs himself. Closing arguments could come as soon as Thursday.
What do y'all think about the Diddy case? I really don't care. I don't even follow it, to be honest with you. I heard it was a lot. Cassie came out, said her piece, and it was a thing. But to follow it the way that it's being followed, not me. Not me. I haven't even really done too many videos. I got 1 or 2 videos on it, but nothing too crazy because I don't really care that much. What I do want to hear is Fox News version of this ceasefire. That's what I want to hear. Hold up.
Going into this weekend, how's the Republican Party reacted so far?
Jesse, just in the last couple hours since President Trump came forward and announced that there is going to be a ceasefire in a couple of hours, and since White House officials have started briefing us that President Trump and Vice President Vance were key players behind the scenes in that, at least one senator, Jim Banks, is saying that Donald Trump deserves the Nobel Prize if this ceasefire holds, and we would expect to hear a lot more talk like that. I also just saw a statement from Thomas Massie, the Republican who is joining Democrats and pushing for a war powers resolution, basically telling him that he has to go to Congress if he wants to do anything like that again. And Massie is saying tonight that if the ceasefire holds, he will drop that push for a vote. Jesse.
It's very nice of Massie. Peter, thank you very much. I studied abroad in the Netherlands, so I'll text you some recommendations. Just behave yourself.
That would be great, Jesse. Yeah, please do.
I will. Donald Trump announcing Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, bringing an end to the 12-day war. And while Trump pushes for peace, the left's hitting the streets. They just added a new flag to their arsenal. First, it was Ukrainian flags and Zelensky tributes. Then pro-Palestinians planted their flag, turning Colombia into Gaza U. Next, well, the riots were in Espanol, and LA started looking like Mexico City. But now they have a new flag.
1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your racist war.
We don't.
5, 6, 7, 8. Iran is a sovereign state.
And anytime Trump locks horns with bad guys, liberals take the foreigner's side, or they just go into hiding. Biden's back on the beach.
What's wrong with taking the side
soaking
of
up
the
the
people?
sun with Hunter and a double scoop of chocolate chip. The rest of the party, mum and muted.
Ooh, speaking of chocolate
Their
chip,
top
I do
28
want some ice
contenders, Gav, Gretch, and Tampon, said they were monitoring the attacks over the weekend, but didn't take a position. The rest of the Democrats are all over the map. Crockett's mad Trump didn't holler at her before the bombing.
You could have hollered at us on Monday. If you truly
that's
felt
what
like
he's
there was
supposed to do,
something like,
Jesse.
there is nothing that they will say that will
He
make
was supposed
me
to
believe
address
that
Congress if he
this
was going to
action
war.
Needed to take place, and it needed to take place without the consultation of the Congress.
Bernie bros found out mid-rally about Midnight Hammer and started booing like Trump defunded Ben & Jerry's.
This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc.
That's a crowd, Trump. That's a crowd.
That the only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
Yep.
Meanwhile, AOC's ready to draft articles of impeachment, which is odd because when Obama and Biden launched thousands of missiles into Libya, Syria, Iraq, Pakistan, nobody said impeach. But a few Democrats said bombs away.
There's going to be a lot of people in my party that are going to disagree with the strike in Iran, and I actually support that. I've been always calling for that thing. I think it was entirely appropriate. And again, there might be votes on that. So for me, that's not a war. That was a very limited military exercise, and it struck that, and then that's where we're at. So really, it really wasn't about unconstitutional or it's anything like that.
Democrats are all over the map because nobody's telling them what to say, and they can't really think for themselves. So their positions sound ridiculous. Soon some district judge will rule that Trump doesn't have the power to use the military. And where's Kamala?
Hold on.
The last thing she said was Happy Juneteenth.
Yes.
Nationally syndicated radio host Dana Lash is here. All right, so how are the Democrats handling these strikes and this quick ceasefire?
It's not a ceasefire. It's not confirmed.
Jesse, it's pretty unbelievable because they're all over the map on this. I mean, I remember going all the way back to like the Green Revolution and going back to Egypt and Libya. Democrats loved unilateral action. They loved unilateral action in Libya, going after Gaddafi and trying to reinstitute a bunch of Clinton stooges in order to nation build. They loved getting involved in Egyptian elections and backing the Muslim Brotherhood, as Hillary Clinton did, a banned entity in Egypt before then. They loved getting involved in Honduran elections and trying to back different leaders in Honduras. I mean, we could go on and on. I don't know if there's ever been a moment in my life where Democrats haven't loved unilateral action and nation building. And to just the cherry on top of all of this, everybody remembers the entire reason we are in this position in the first place is because of Jimmy Carter and Democrats back in the 70s when they decided to get rid of the Shah and they installed the Mullah regime. That's exactly why we're in this position. Democrats own it So you would think that they would be celebrating that their legacy has come full circle, but they haven't yet.
Oh, shut
and as
up.
far as the
Nobody's
argument
listening
on
to
whether or
you.
not the Office of the Executive has unilateral action, I've made my position very clear on my radio program, Jesse. I think war is a last resort. I'm not an interventionist, but I'm not a neocon. However, I would like to direct people to reread, if they haven't, or read James Madison in the Federalist Papers, because it's all brilliantly lined out. And it's in these things, Jesse, for progressives to read, called books.
Right, like when
you
we
can
invaded
have a noble
Iran
objection to
in the
these
50s.
strikes.
Sure.
There was people on the right who had it. There's people on the left that have it, and that's fine, and that's good. I mean, not everyone's going to agree on everything, but to say that you know that Trump should have asked your permission if you're Jasmine Crockett. I mean, what?
She's a
I thought this was
congresswoman.
a secret aerial campaign.
We're gonna love it.
He's just supposed to announce to the world,
We're gonna love
Jasmine, can I please have your permission to do this?
Watch when there's a
And it
Democrat in
doesn't make any
office.
sense.
I'm not a Democrat. I don't know why I said we. The other party gonna love it.
The objections from some of those coming on the right, because they're genuine objections that come from a place of genuine concern. Just to remind everybody, we have grown up. I mean, Jesse, you and I have grown up our entire lives with military campaigns that had mission creep. The objectives were changing. It turned into these long, protracted conflicts. And then, multiple generations that were involved in it. I had multiple generations of my family that were in Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, that's like wild that would even be considered commonplace in our culture. But we kind of got off base in terms of how we prosecute conflict. So to see a one and done, or to see a politician and elected officials say, we're going to get in, we're going to do this, and we're going to get out, we're not used to that yet. So I give a lot of grace to a lot of my friends on the right who aren't all on the same page with this. That being said, I think you could look back at POTUS's first term and see that everything that he engaged in militarily, we didn't get involved in any kind of long-term committed conflict. It wasn't mission creep. What he said, we went in and we did, and then we came back out with like the most limited loss of resource and even loss of human life. And that's how it should be. So I think we're still on the right kind of acclimating to this. However, I will add, on the left, there has never been any consistency. There has never been any proper follow through. There's never been any clear communication with the American people about any of their objectives, which again is why we're in this position in the first place. So I think it's good to have a healthy dose of caution. And I like what Congressman Thomas Massie, who I know, I think, he's genuinely a kind-hearted person who comes at it from a very strictly constitutionalist angle. And thank God we have people like that holding down that spectrum in Congress. I think that we can all agree that it's better to have some of those folks in Congress than not. But to see where this goes, we have to make sure that, the intelligence is accurate. That's all we've been acting on. I think that the president has demonstrated in previous military conflicts and engagements that he deserves the grace and the benefit of the doubt on this. I haven't always agreed with him on everything, but I'm willing to do that with this.
Yeah, he's earned the trust of the American people, especially what he's gone through during the last term, and especially that last campaign where he almost died. Dana Loesch, great to see you. Good to talk to you as always. Thank you so much. Johnny asks people about the Iranian situation.
Yeah, so Fox News is, they are going to Fox News. And I don't know, you guys. I do know this better be a legitimate ceasefire. That's what I do know. Because if it's not, somebody gonna have to answer. And the way Fox News is over here sitting there talking about how, this was a definitive, legitimate success for Trump. And we don't even know, we didn't even hear if both parties are agreeing. We don't even know if they willing to sign on to the deal that Trump wrote on a piece of tissue with a crayon. We don't even know. We just have to believe our orange man. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't think so, you guys. Fox News don't care. CNN they stressed out. They like, I don't know. I got to get the message from Telegram. This is just one big ass mess. Where are the adults? Where are the adults in the room, y'all? Somebody. Somebody tell me where the adults in the room's at. Somebody. Hold on. Let's see if we got any breaking news. On the tweet. So they over there recycling. Oh, sorry. But yeah, man, this is bullshit, y'all. I don't believe it. I don't believe nothing. Congratulations to everyone. God bless the world. Yeah. Hold on, latest. What's the latest? Hold on, where? Hold on. There's a coup taking place, or has taken place in Iran right now. A 12-hour ceasefire was for who? To sign with Donald Trump. Who's this? Oh, yeah. See, this is what I said earlier. Remember, he came out this morning to say that I'm willing to take the stand. I'm ready to take over. Let's see. Trump announced Israel, Iran agreed to complete ceasefire, yada, yada, yada. Where's that one we just had? Oh, damn. This is going. Okay. Break-in. Trump said Israel and Iran agreed to ceasefire, yada, yada. Trump claims ceasefire. Trump claims a ceasefire between Iran and Israel lacks verification. Neither country has confirmed it. And Iranian media like Fars News denied it, calling it false. Ooh, ongoing military actions, including Israel evacuation warnings in Tehran and Iranian missiles. Hold on, Grok. Iranian missile launchers suggest no ceasefire is in place. Your claim of 3 high-level sources confirming Trump's statement as a lie aligns with this. Yeah. But those sources aren't. Get out of my way. Oh, no. Aren't verified. Obviously, is what it said. Well, there go grokking. U.S. officials backed Trump's claim, but without Israeli or Iranian confirmation, it remains dubious. More evidence is needed to clarify the situation. Look at Grok. Grok said, it might be a lie, y'all. It might be a lie. You got shit going on in Israel and Tehran. So, watching Al Jazeera with Trump saying Israel and Iran had agreed to ceasefire next minute. I don't know what that means. The news break to watch a live missile attack by Iran on Israel. It's raining fire. Journals and ground saying its biggest attack yet on Tel Aviv. What a clusterfuck. So I don't know, y'all. Are they trying to get Tel Aviv out? Israel out? What's going on? Who suffered more damage between Israel and Iran in this war? He asking Grok. Based on available evidence, Iran has likely suffered more damage in the ongoing conflict with Israel since June. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Well, that's what being alleged. We'll see at the end of that one. Where's that shit at? Where the dude that said that he was willing to hold on, where is it at? Following Israel ahead. Yeah. The important part is Trump illustrated America has no intentions of being dragged into a forever war. U.S. President Donald Trump said a complete total ceasefire between Israel and Iran will go for we know that. Is there a treaty or resolution being signed by Israel and Iran to hold them accountable? Never forget it was Trump that started of the war between Israel and Iran, and Trump did not destroy nuclear weapons because there is no nuclear weapons. Trump announced complete. We get that. Where the fuck is that shit at? Israel and Iran have been fighting for 12 days. I heard it was reported that ceasefire will go on in effect. Here it is. There is a coup taking place, or has taken place in Iran right now in 12 hours. Ceasefire was for due to sign with Donald Trump and Netanyahu. That's why Trump said God bless Iran, and also mentioned no more wars between U.S. and Israel and Iran. Yeah, so that dude, I seen that shit earlier. I'm like, yeah, he looked like a snake. He's gonna try to come in and make the people revolt against their government. It ain't gonna work. We're about to there is no ceasefire. The ceasefire is with that guy, Pahlavi Reza. Pahlavi Reza. That's who the ceasefire is with. It ain't with Iran. Nope. Iran don't agree to it. They don't. I guarantee you they don't. This dude is self-proclaiming that he's the leader of Iran right now. And him and America and Israel made a deal. And we're going to ceasefire after they blew off the doors of a prison. People can say whatever the fuck they want about President Trump, but tonight he announced historical. No, he didn't. We don't give a shit what he announced. Hold on. Our military is protecting the life and property, yada yada. I want to see more Trump stuns the world. There's a coup taking place. We've seen that. Did you hear the news? Trump brought peace. No, he didn't. A ceasefire. Yeah. Last time I checked, Trump didn't pressure nuclear capabilities by Iran. No, he didn't. Liberal Democrats. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we got any other updates, because come on now, to get Israel and Iran to chill the fuck out. Oh man, hold on real quick. Where is y'all think this is about to go as planned? We think this is about to go as planned. What BB had to say about this? BB been quiet, huh? BB been quiet. 6 hours ago, yeah. BB quiet. BB quiet about this. They are trying to take over Iran with this weird ass dude that Daddy used to run it and got kicked out. They signed the agreement, and a closed door agreement without Iran being involved. And now we believe that there's a ceasefire. They believe that we believe that there's a ceasefire. Hold on real quick. Where is because I want to see some. They bombing Gaza still. Hold on, let's get some state media. Hold on. I want to see for my goddamn self. I don't trust nobody. The Iranian Observer. Okay, Trump said Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire. Okay. That will start in 6 hours. This chance is high that it won't be the case. Okay, this is the Iran Observer. They gonna tell the real. So Iran launched a small salvo of 14 missiles. Qatar and Iran have good relationship despite Doha hosting an American airbase. The key point is that Trump tarnished the security of Arab allies. It was 14 missiles, not 6. Why are they lying? Why are they lying when they even told us that they said they responded with the same amount of missiles that was fired on them? Why are they lying? Footage of impact on American Air Base in Qatar. Oh, they got footage of the impact. What impact? There was no impact. What are you talking about? Ain't no impact, bro. They all got intercepted. They all got intercepted. Nope. What? What do you mean? I thought they were all intercepted. Hold on real quick. What is Jackson and Hinky saying? I know he probably trolling right now for real. I know he trolling. Yeah, 3 minutes ago. Break it. Iran announced no official ceasefire. Oh shit! Hey, what are you doing? Let me. Oh, turn that water off. Hold on. Let me see. Breaking. Iran announced no official ceasefire, but agrees to withhold further attacks for now, pending Israel does the same. The final decision on the cessation of a military operation will be made later. 8 minutes ago, the Zionists lied to Iran about nuclear talks for 3 months, only to launch their terrorist war. I hope for peace, but do not trust these genocidal maniacs. Hold on. 8 minutes ago, this motherfucker Jack been on. Trump's ceasefire claim is completely false. No official announcement. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not with Khamenei. The ceasefire is with that other dude in the tie, in the suit. That's who the ceasefire is with. The Iranians don't want to be led by him. As Iran, this 13 minutes ago, as Iran repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there's no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stop its illegal aggression against the Iranian people, I bet you he just continues to say yada yada yada. Now, is Trump just saying this to get us off of it and stop watching it? And Israel is about to be blown up, and hopefully all the civilians get up out of there, because it seems like there is no ceasefire according to everybody else outside of Trump's head. All Israeli airstrikes have stopped. Really? Really? Notice how the Zionists who were kissing Trump's toes all week are ruthlessly attacking him. The Zionist war pigs are only loyal to the cause of death and destruction. That's true. Damn, this motherfucker been every 20 minutes. Tehran right now. Several U.S. bases in Iraq are under attack. What? Is this true? Is this true? And they not talking to us? Hold on. We gonna keep these bastards. Hold on. We know Fox is gonna lie.
Now moving, what is actually in the details will be critical. I'll get into that. My monologue, which is straight ahead.
We're gonna keep it. We're gonna turn it down. We're gonna keep Fox in the background as we go over some of these TikTok or these X posts.
Jennifer Griffin's coverage has been phenomenal.
Hold on.
Jennifer, great to have you
I want to see because somebody may have some videos inside of here.
U.S. bases across the Middle East braced for the expected Iranian retaliation for the surprise and very stealthy U.S. bombing strike on Iran's 3 prized nuclear sites on Saturday that involved 14 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. Iran's response came in the form
that's
of a missile strike
y'all.
targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East, a face-saving attempt by the Iranian regime to show its population the regime survived after the humiliating U.S. weekend bombing. A senior Qatari defense official said its military shot down 18 of the 19 missiles fired from Iran in 2 waves. One Iranian missile hit the Al Udeid base but caused no casualties or significant damage. The skies over Doha lit up with the Patriot interceptors. President Trump
didn't say no.
14 ballistic missiles were fired, 1 for each of the U.S. bunker busters. He thanked the Emir of Qatar in a Truth Social post. Quote, I want to thank Iran.
Y'all is going down, and we can't. They're not telling us. Hold on. Hold on.
Perhaps Iran can now proceed
Iraq, right?
to peace
Iraq.
and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Qatar says it was not given advance warning by Iran. Meantime, the Pentagon released this nighttime video of the American B-2 bombers as they prepared to launch at 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning for their 37-hour nonstop bombing run to Iran. The U.S. military had expected strikes on 3 U.S. bases to mirror the U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, but only Al Udeid was targeted. Tonight, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, and Iraq, all home to U.S. bases, reopened their airspace, and the U.S. Embassy in Qatar lifted its shelter-in-place orders.
They reopened their airspace, she said?
Significantly from Al Udeid in Qatar, where 5,000 to 10,000
She said they
American
reopened their
troops normally would be
airspace, you
based.
guys, in
Then,
Qatar
as the
and
Vice President
Iraq.
was about to go on the air and speak with Brett Baer,
Okay,
the Truth
okay,
Social post
okay.
came through. Israel and Iran had agreed to a ceasefire. What the president called the 12-day war was over in 3 hours. That ceasefire, which was mediated by the Prime Minister of Qatar, will go into effect. Sean?
All right, Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon, as always, thank you. And joining us now, live from Israel, is Greg Palcott. Greg, what are you hearing on the ground there?
You better tell the truth, Greg.
Despite all the talk of ceasefire,
Yeah.
score settlings in the region, the war between Israel and Iran continues.
Hey.
The latest word we're getting is that the Iranian capital of Tehran once again taking a beating tonight. Iran's air power took another whack today. 6 different air bases.
Thank you for framing it that way, Fox, because that's what Iran said.
A symbol of the
Iran said that Israel has been stopped.
Prison, which houses political prisoners under horrendous conditions, took a hit. And 2 days after the U.S. B-2s dropped those bunker-busting bombs on the Fordo nuclear facility, Israeli fighter jets were back, knocking out access routes to the badly damaged complex. Iran, though, is busy too. Dramatic dash cam footage shows an Iranian missile today narrowly missing a highway. It was targeting an industrial area and an energy substation in Israel's south. Tehran posting an evacuation notice tonight for an upscale business area of Tel Aviv. That's the same neighborhood that was blasted the first night we got here last week. Sean, also, Israel claims to have shot down drones launched from Iran in the northern part of the country. Seemingly last licks before that hoped-for ceasefire kicks in. We're still waiting for the last official word, both from Israel and Iran.
All right, 13 seconds ago.
Go forward. Back to you.
All right, Greg Palcott in Israel tonight. Thank
Multiple
you.
Iraqi bases are under
to the
attack.
Netherlands for a NATO summit at The Hague this week. By the way, telling them they must pay their fair share. Our very own Peter Ducey, he's on the ground tonight ahead of the president's arrival. Peter, I know that'll be a big part of the message. One of the big questions is, will President Trump say the U.S. will pay less, which I'm hearing he might.
هل هذا يعني لا نود أن نغرق ماجد كثيرا في التحليل ولكن هل ينم عن هي مبيتة هذا التعطيل
32 NATO countries pay the 2% GDP required. President Trump has long said he does not think that that is enough, especially because no matter what happens or what the status is,
أمام هجمات متوقعة قادمة في ظل هذا المشهد الذي يبدو أنه ينحو نحو التهدئة والاستقرار.
نعم، على ما يبدو الجهة التي تقوم الآن بعملية الاستهداف هي تريد
countries for the most part are going to say they will try to do by 2035 because leaders here in Europe are still very, very worried about Russia. There is a war on this continent right now happening in Ukraine. They think that NATO is a great
I want to translate this. Hold on.
Against future Russian aggression. But we just don't know how much oxygen the action in Iran over the last couple days is going to take up.
We don't believe you. We don't believe you.
Might be able to come in to say,
they do not care about the military in Iraq, yo. They're not even covering the fact that they're under attack.
Military action in Iran and helped to broker this big ceasefire between the Iranians and the Israelis that seems like has gone into effect within the last couple of minutes because the social media open source reporting that is reporting that it is all quiet over Tehran. So
marching on American bases.
A lot could change between now and when the president leaves, but while Greg was giving his report, they told us 6 o'clock in the morning.
Al Hadeth channel, a drone attack on
and so far only one country
American bases.
Up their spending, and that's Spain.
Hold on,
so
let's get some news from Al Hadith.
Trump is going to have something to say to the Prime Minister of Spain.
They live right now
when he gets here. Sean.
All right, Peter, if I had to add one thing, I kind of would bet the president will also challenge NATO nations for stop funding Putin's war machine by buying cheaper energy from Vladimir
this is
Putin
Iraq,
and
you
Russia.
guys.
I'm sure that'll be a topic of discussion as well. We'll be watching your coverage. Peter, thank you. In just 12 days, President Trump, in coordination with Israel and our Arab partners, he has totally reshaped the future of the Middle East and the world. The naysayers, the isolationists, were dead wrong. World War III is not happening. Instead, President Trump has stood up to the worst bully terrorist nation in the entire world and on the planet, and now peace is possible tonight. Thankfully, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been totally defanged. Their nuclear program has been obliterated. Their scientists are dead.
To the right of
their top generals, many of them are dead.
And then
most of their missile systems have been destroyed.
And then at the bottom right is Baghdad, y'all.
The so-called elite revolutionary guard, they have been ripped to shreds, with more top generals being killed by the Israelis. And after all of that, Iran is all of a sudden now ready to come to the table because they have no leverage at all whatsoever. This is what peace through strength, the Trump doctrine, actually looks like. Can this be a lasting peace? I can't give you that answer tonight. Only time will tell. Now, of course, it is possible, as the Iranian regime, they may simply be trying to buy time so they can rearm. The devil will be in the details of a final deal, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and our Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff, they are now in the process of hammering these issues out. Any deal obviously would insist on any place, anywhere, anytime instructions. The Iranians need to stop providing
American
money
Air
and
Force
weaponry
base,
to all of their proxies.
military base
that
in
means
Baghdad.
Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad. That would be the militias in Syria.
سكان رامات غان قرب تل أبيب طالبتهم بالإخلاء.
They should recognize Israel's right to exist once and for all if we want a real and lasting peace. Or we will have to assume they simply want to build out a bigger, more lethal ballistic missile system. Remember, they have ballistic missiles now with 2,000 pounds. They're looking and aiming to go to 4,000 pounds, and they are firing those missiles into heavily populated areas. The fact that we can even discuss this tonight is only because of President Donald J. Trump. This is what Obama and Biden could and never would do with their policies of appeasement. Remember, that included bribing the Iranians with billions of dollars in cash.
Trying to see what this says right here, y'all. This is Baghdad. This is American base. This is American military base.
And in the case of Joe Biden not enforcing Donald Trump's sanctions
armed forces
that
that
were
defend
bankrupting the
Iran
Republic of
until the
Iran,
last
their
moment.
feckless diplomacy, their appeasement policies allowed the mullahs of Iran to get within weeks of a nuclear weapon. It allowed them to build out their weaponry and foment terror all throughout the region and the world and kill Americans. And of course, they developed these facilities with all that money deep underground, including the Fordo nuclear site that took years to build deep under this mountain that, of course, is now obliterated. But tonight, one thing is clear to the entire world. The technology, the logistics, the skill of the U.S. military is unmatched. No other country comes close. After decades of being jerked around by and threatened by the Iranians, it took just a mere few hours for the USA to obliterate their nuclear ambitions. Over the weekend, 9 B-2 stealth bombers launched from Missouri. 2 were decoys that flew west. 7 others flew east over the Atlantic, and of course these bombers were refueled midair, ultimately entered Iran's airspace completely undetected, and according to my sources, the U.S. was even able to trigger false alerts and coordinates on Iran's air defense systems, causing them to shoot at what they thought were planes, but was absolutely nothing in the sky. Incredible, misdirection on the part of our military. The bombers then dropped, as Jennifer Griffin said, 14 massive bunker buster bombs.
Y'all. They're not telling us what's going on at our military base in Iraq.
Deliver a payload of 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles, deflection, precision, and ultimate perfection. None of the U.S. planes were fired upon. None of the munitions were intercepted. All of the targets were successfully hit. All was destroyed. And all of our U.S. servicemen and women, thankfully, made it out of Iran's airspace. What is a very difficult military operation. Thankfully, thank God, safe and sound. Make no mistake, President Trump didn't just decimate Iran's nuclear ambitions. He sent a message the entire world was watching on Saturday night.
I'm trolling. So I got a picture of this.
Anytime, anywhere in the world, with precision, with planes sitting on a tarmac in the middle of America. I promise you, Russia, China, North Korea, all of them were paying very close attention to what was unfolding on Saturday. And meanwhile, Iran's supposedly powerful allies, Russia, China, nowhere to be found. In fact, China even warned Iran not to block the Straits of Hormuz, one day after Secretary of State Marco Rubio urged China to do just that. And thanks to President Trump, thanks to his team, thanks to our amazing military men and women, American strength is back and better than ever and stronger than ever. And tonight, the world is thankfully a safer place, as President Trump stated over and over and over again. And the Iranians would not listen. They must never and will never.
They really believe
this,
man. As our military base in Iraq is being attacked. This is crazy.
Give the president a lot of credit for trying. Once again, Iran, they have another opportunity, if they choose it, for peace. How about they start by recognizing Israel and stop providing their proxies the weaponry so they're fomenting terror not only in the region but around the world. Now, only time will tell if they do, but trust but verify, peace through strength is now the foundation of President Donald Trump's doctrine. Here with reaction, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Senator, your reaction to all of this. I'm a trust but verify guy. I'm a peace through strength guy. I believe you are as well.
Yeah, so let's put this in context. In a few hours, Donald Trump reversed the damage done to America by Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. By destroying Iran's nuclear facilities by using B-2 bombers, helping Israel, but delivering a decisive blow, which was bold and brilliant, President Trump let every other adversary in the world know Joe Biden doesn't live in the White House anymore. There's a new sheriff in town. He's been strong. He's been measured. President Trump has. He wants peace, but it takes two people to have peace. So what would I say about the ceasefire? If the ceasefire is genuine and will lead to peace, it is a major league accomplishment. If the ceasefire is used to rearm and regroup by Iran, we've gone backwards. How can you determine the difference? I am tonight challenging the foreign minister of Iran to publicly say tomorrow, you have the night to think about it, that the Iranian regime no longer wishes to destroy the state of Israel. We've abandoned our policy of killing all the Jews. We recognize Israel as a legitimate sovereign nation entitled to live in the region in peace with the rest of us. If they will say that, that is a giant leap forward and may lead to peace through a ceasefire. If they can't say that, that probably tells you all you need to know.
Well, it's interesting.
All right, I had to post this.
As Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel won't launch war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there's no agreement or ceasefire. However, provided the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 p.m. 4 a.m. Tehran time.
What you got to say about that, Lindsay?
We have no intention to continue our response afterwards. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. But, you know, the bigger question here is they have been arming their proxies. They have armed Hamas. They were part of the planning of what happened on
we armed
October
Israel,
7,
stupid. It ain't working.
They have been arming Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad. They have been arming the Houthi rebels and the militias out of Syria and Iraq. The Israelis have been fighting a seven-front war. Sure, Israel can react to it, but there's got to be some system of checks and balances. If the Iranians really want peace and they want to survive.
Nobody's talking about this, y'all. Hold on, where's it at? Nobody's talking about it. We're going to keep this footage
These were the
up.
hard targets. If the president wanted to ruin their economy, he could do so easily by taking out the refineries that are clustered together inside of Iran. If he wanted to take out their entire electric gas grid in the country, he could do that. You know, literally, it would be a layup for the United States military compared to what they did this weekend. So there's a lot on the line here, and there are a lot of easy targets that would destroy the regime. President Trump, once again, is giving them an opportunity to choose peace. They chose not to listen twice the last time. What makes us think they'll listen this time?
Well, they've been severely degraded. Their nuclear ambitions have been set back in a very large, dramatic way between Israel and the United States. But do they still desire a nuclear weapon? Do they still want to kill all the Jews and wipe Israel off the map, attack Saudi Arabia and purify Islam and come after us? Do they still want to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the planet? A ceasefire that will lead to peace is a wonderful thing. And the only reason we're talking about ceasefire is because of Donald J. Trump. But here's my question. The Iranian foreign minister said at 4 o'clock Mideast time, they would no longer attack Israel if Israel doesn't attack them. That's not enough for me. What I want him to say tomorrow morning is not only will we not attack Israel in the future, we recognize Israel as a legitimate member of the Mideast, a sovereign nation entitled to live in peace, and we no longer desire,
Lindsay.
will try to destroy the state of Israel. We've changed our policy when it comes to Israel. We no longer want to kill all the Jews and destroy the state of Israel. If he will say that, then you've got a real breakthrough. If he won't say that, then I think they're just buying time to regroup and come at Israel later. So President Trump, you've done a wonderful job.
It would take years, Senator, for them to build back the nuclear program. I mean, years and years and years. But it probably would only take them 6 months to build back in a significant way their ballistic missile program.
So let me hear if I
2,000-pound bombs.
we can't get this in
They
English.
want 4,000-pound bombs, and they have shown a willingness.
وأوضح المسؤول أن نائب الرئيس الأمريكي جي دي فانس ووزير الخارجية ماركو روبيو والمبعوث الأمريكي الخاص
This is going down, y'all. Hold on, let me back out of here.
Steve Witkoff, that when they get to the nitty-gritty details of what the ceasefire will actually be in reality, that would be something that we must insist on, and I'm sure they would, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure they. I'm sure we wouldn't sign up for a terrible deal, but I'm not asking for nitty-gritty details.
I'm
not
to say 2 minutes ago.
To do the deal overnight. I'm asking
Trump
for them
spoke
to make
with
a statement
the
tomorrow
Emir
morning,
of Qatar
Mideast time,
before
that
the
the Iranian regime
Al-Yuha
desires to destroy
attack
the
on
Jewish state, Israel.
and asked him to convince
They recognize
Tehran.
Israel can live in the
Fox
region
News,
as an independent sovereign
Doha
Jewish
played
state. They accept that. And if they
mediating
can't say
role
that, there are no details that matter to
in
me.
reaching
so what I want to do is
reaching a
hear from the
ceasefire
Iranians,
agreement
we don't want to kill
between
all the Jews
Iran.
anymore.
Oh, the
We've
fuck
abandoned
up!
that as
Hold
our
on,
goal. We'll accept
screenshot.
Israel. If they won't say that, that says all I need to know. God
I got to
bless President
screenshot
Trump
it
for his strong
because
leadership.
it keeps
But
moving.
our friends in Israel, they told me Sunday,
And going
we're
out of
not going
sync.
to live this way anymore. If they can't acknowledge Israel has a right to exist, then this deal will not last.
You know, it's amazing. Donald Trump certainly, I mean, he's
Hold
put a
on.
lot of time, effort, energy
I keep
into the
screenshotting
cause
it, but I'm
of peace
screenshotting
and
it in their
giving
language.
all of these countries opportunity after
now I turn my damn phone
opportunity
off.
after
Yeah,
opportunity.
they said that this was a
And, that's a
manufactured
credit to him and the federal
ceasefire. It's not a real
Senator,
ceasefire.
thank
Hold
you.
on.
When we come back, the Supreme Court handed President
Hold
Trump
on.
a massive victory.
Y'all can get y'all
for
Google
his immigration agenda. Wait till you hear
translate
the details.
out.
Stephen Miller will weigh
Do
in.
what I'm
He'll
doing.
react to all of that, and of course, the announcement tonight for President
And it
Trump.
says
there will be
clear
a
as day.
ceasefire with
I gotta
Israel and Iran,
screenshot
and
these.
more breaking news straight ahead.
There we go. That way I can have them.
I'm Jillian Michaels with some straight.
All right, 2 minutes ago. Okay, it says Trump spoke with the Emir of Qatar before the Al attack and asked him to convince Tehran. Convince Tehran. Fox News says Doha played a mediating role in reaching a ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see what this shit is saying. They're not going to tell us. Iranian foreign minister. No agreement on ceasefire yet. He said no agreement on ceasefire yet. Hold on. 7 minutes ago. After detecting a drone attack, Al-Arbayah, I guess, and Al-Hadesh correspondent said the air defense system for U.S. forces at an El Assad base has been activated. So 7 minutes ago. We are still trying to take out incoming drone attacks in Iraq. America is drone attack on Al-Assad base. Y'all, this is breaking. This is breaking. If y'all can see it and zoom in, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so y'all can Google Translate with me. Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay. Drone attack on American forces in Baghdad International Airport after targeting the Taji camp and advancing air defense to confront it. Okay. Oh shit! What the fuck is going on here? Okay, that one at the very bottom, that's Iran. Bottom right, that's Iran. The two on the bottom is Iran, and Haifa on the top left, Tel Aviv on the top right. So we still got these footages. Hold on. Let's see, because 33 minutes ago, 2 drones that attempted to target American forces in Baghdad International Airport were shot down. Alright, the drones were shot down. On one of these. This was a few minutes ago. So let's see. Let's try to get some updates. I like this. I like this because this is going to give us an actual situation on that side. Because you know Fox News is not going to say none of this. Okay, who is this? This is Arabic, Iraq. Okay. Iranian city of Tehran a few minutes ago. Let's check this page out. Okay, that's in June 2nd, 19 minutes ago. Let's see what this says 19 minutes ago. Air radar systems.
Now, earlier today, before the ceasefire announcement, the Department of Homeland Security issued a national terrorism advisory system bulletin warning of, quote, heightened threat environment inside of America. This is just another example of the dangers stemming from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Alejandro Mayorkas's absolute preventable disaster at the border.
This one says,
the one that allowed in known terrorists,
air radar
murderers,
system
rapists, cartel members, gang members, and drug dealers. And according to our very own Bill
Ali Air Base in southern Iraq were destroyed in drone attack.
Nationals were caught illegally
crossing
the border.
Whatever.
More than half were released into the United States. In other words,
Ali Air Base was destroyed, you guys.
Why would people from Iran be showing up at our southern border?
Destroyed.
And why would Joe let half of them into the country? Do you think they all had good intentions for our country? And breaking today, the U.S. Supreme Court handing President Donald Trump a massive victory when they ruled that he can continue deporting illegals to third countries for now. Here with reaction, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, let's start with the peace agreement. Trust but verify, peace through strength, both in play. Donald Trump's doctrine, consistent with his first term, when he dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan, took out Soleimani and Baghdadi associates, and of course beat the ISIS caliphate. Now he is once again given the Iranians a chance for peace. Will they really take it?
Well, let's just take a moment to think about how historic this moment is and what President Trump has achieved in this 12-day war. Presidents going back to Bill Clinton have said it is the policy of the U.S. government
Look at how excited they sound.
Iran
Hold
to
on,
have a nuclear weapon. But under every president except Trump, Iran marched closer and closer to being able to put onto a ballistic missile a nuclear warhead that could take out an entire city. That has been the direction Iran has been going in year after year. President Trump took action flawlessly through the United States military to obliterate Iran's nuclear sites and to stop them through the use of military force from having a nuclear weapon. It was a bold, courageous action, and it happened without a single leak, without a single solitary service member losing their life.
Really?
Everyone said, who was a critic of this action, that it would lead to World War III, and instead we have a ceasefire, and instead we have the beginnings of a new era of stability and peace and security in the Middle East. President Trump, once again, has demonstrated that he alone has the wisdom, the judgment, the strength, and the courage to see this nation through the most dangerous challenges we face around the world.
Stephen Miller.
It is amazing his persistence when it comes to the issue of peace, and all credit to the president for that. Can we have peace with a regime that up to this point, their whole nuclear program has been obliterated, but their nuclear ambitions, I'm sure, have not been. As Senator Graham said, he would like to hear them recognize Israel. That would show a level of seriousness in terms of a ceasefire. In that time, in other words, it won't buy them time to build up their ballistic missile program. And instead of 2,000, pound bombs, they'll have 4,000-pound bombs. Do you think, as part of this deal, I know that the Secretary of State, I know Mideast Envoy Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, the two of them will be now in contact with the Iranians. Do you feel a level of confidence that they will agree to the inspections that would be necessary to trust and verify?
Well, Sean, I think the most important point here is even more fundamental than that. The words are easy. We've had inspection regimes in Iran for years now. The lesson that the Iranian regime has learned from President Trump is the lesson of hard power, Sean. President Trump gave them a 60-day deadline. The deadline was very clear. Make a deal with us or pay a price you cannot imagine. Look what's happened over the last 12 days. The leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard has been killed. The senior leadership in the government has been killed. Their entire upper leadership ranks have been executed. The entire infrastructure that allows them to create ballistic missiles has been wiped out. Their air defenses have been eliminated, and President Trump dropped 30,000-pound massive ordnance-penetrating bombs on Iran, wiping out their nuclear capabilities. What lesson has the regime learned from this? When President Trump offers you an olive branch, you better take it. Because if you don't, what's going to happen? So, you know, we can talk about words and press releases and everything else. Sean, the lesson the world has learned is that
in
President
Iraq
Trump
has been destroyed. This is our
talks softly, and he carries a stick that will smack and destroy and annihilate any single effort to create a nuclear power in this country that threatens American security.
No ambiguity. I'm in full agreement with everything you said. Quickly, we have less than a minute. Your reaction, this court decision is massive, Steve.
Yes, this is an incredible victory, the Supreme Court win. It allows President Trump, as the law has long said, but the courts have blocked, it allows President Trump to send illegal aliens convicted of rape, murder, homicide, assault, battery, crimes against children to any country around the world that is willing to accept them. So whether that be South Sudan, or whether it be Somalia, or whether it be Ethiopia, any country in the world that is willing to accept these monsters, we can get them out of our country and be free of them forever. The only thing I have to share tonight, Sean, in a little bit of breaking news, is that the district court judge in Boston has said he's going to defy the Supreme Court's ruling. So expect fireworks tomorrow when we hold this judge accountable for refusing to obey the Supreme Court.
All right, Steve Miller, we always appreciate you being on. Thank you, sir. This was a big decision and a big win all the way across the board. But the real big win is Iran's nuclear ambitions were obliterated on Saturday night. When we continue, the left's hypocrisy.
You can hear it in his voice that he knows what's going on in Iraq, but he can't cover it. He's not allowed to cover it.
Comments when Obama was launching strikes. As we continue.
Good news.
Hold on. Let's mute him. Because nobody's talking about it. Hold on. We're going to go to Al Jazeera. Hold on. Let's see if somebody covered it.
لأنه اليوم كل واحد بده يحافظ على كرامته وعلى شرفه بده يقول إنه أنا مع المقاومة وإذا ما قال مع المقاومة ما تأخذني بهالكلمة ممكن هلا نيلك أنا ممكن هلا نحكيها بالعلن.
Oh shit. Look, they saying on here, U.S. confirmed all Al-Hudud air base attacked by Iran, short-range and medium-range missiles, ballistic missiles. Bahrain, Kuwait, and Dubai resumed air travel after a brief pause during Iranian attack. Israeli military says it carried out the most extensive wave of attack in Tehran. Iran state media, air defense activated after explosion in southwest city of Ahvaz. Iranian media reports Israel bomb roads leading to Fordo nuclear site. And gates of even prison. Yeah, we know that. We know that. Israeli military says it struck Fordo facility in order to obstruct access routes. Iran's armed forces chief staff says the United States attack on nuclear sites will not go unanswered. Sorry, choke on the fry. Iran Central Command warns of powerful operations with heavy consequences for the United States. Several Israeli citizens, or several Israeli cities hit in last wave of Iranian strikes. Israel's electricity corporations report disruptions in South due to damages, so they ain't got no electricity in the south of Israel. Russian President Vladimir Putin hosts Iranian regime minister Abbas, whatever, in Moscow. Putin says aggression against Iran is groundless, and Russia is trying to help Iranian people. Donald Trump, if the Iranian regime is unable to make a regime change, we know that. Putin trying to help. The International Atomic Energy Agency holds an emergency meeting after United States strike on Iran. UN nuclear watchdog chief calls for maximum restraint and return to nuclear negotiation.
كأنه فيش حرب هون. بس بقيت تصور كل شيء بيطلع بوجهه.
Well,
on full display after President Trump strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, Democrats, they immediately started accusing him of acting unconstitutionally. But as Fox News legal analyst, our friend Greg Jarrett, is pointing out, President Trump's actions were totally legal and likely saved lives. One Democrat who remained surprisingly quiet on the subject is failed 2016 presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Maybe because in 2008, she echoed Donald Trump's attack on Iran and even took it a step further. You may recall. If not, we'll remind you. Take a look.
Attack on Israel. What would our response be? And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them.
All right, following the left's meltdown, President Trump sent a letter to members of Congress calling the strikes on Iran both necessary and proportionate. Here now with reaction, Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin and Alabama Senator Katie Britt is with us. Senator Britt, start with you. Let's see, if I recall correctly, Obama, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, Pakistan. George W. Bush, Afghanistan and Iraq. If I recall, Bill Clinton, Iraq, Serbia, Sudan, and Afghanistan. And I can go back to George H.W. Bush, Iraq and Panama, Reagan, Libya, Grenada. Sounds like the War Powers Act argument is long dead and gone, and they forget the new legislation adopted after 9/11 by Congress.
Absolutely. Look, President Trump is going to win the Nobel Peace Prize, no doubt. You look at what he's done with the Congo and Rwanda. You look at where he is with Pakistan and India and what he's done there. And then you look at this, what everyone talked about but no one thought was possible. He has brought peace to a region that needed stability. He has shown what America First
we need all this footage for
actually
later.
He's made sure that he's preserving American lives at every single turn. Look, President Trump understands what we need. We need a president who is unafraid to act and that stands firmly with the American citizens. That's what we saw today. And look, Democrats don't know what to say. I mean, their silence has never been louder, if you know what I mean. And I think it's because President Trump just keeps winning and they don't know what to do.
Let me ask you this. After 9/11, Senator Markwayne Mullin, Congress passed a joint resolution known as the...
Sean Hannity just blurted out a whole bunch of times where America was in conflicts in the Middle East. Well, like we all say, we don't give a fuck about the Democrats or the Republicans. Both of y'all keep getting us in forever wars. And they always do this partisan shit. Oh, that was Obama. That was Biden. That was Clinton. We don't care. It was y'all. It was y'all. And that's basically what everybody's saying, that even though it was all those different presidents, the spearheader behind it was Benjamin Netanyahu. And we're trying to figure out how the hell is Benjamin Netanyahu getting us in all these wars that Sean Hannity can clearly spew out. So, yeah. Everybody's trying to figure out if this is a ceasefire, if it was a war at the beginning, and if it's going to hold up. Because all this grandstanding and premature celebrating, it's going to fall in your face
the
or fly in your
authorization
face.
for use of military force. It granted the president the exclusive and extraordinary powers to target those groups and nations he determines aided the terrorist attacks or harbored the perpetrators of 9/11. The stated goal was to prevent any future attacks of international terrorism against the United States. Okay. So obviously, if the dog bites, the bee stings. If you're feeling sad and you're a Democrat and you hate Donald Trump, you want to immediately run to the word impeachment. But it's amazing the selective, phony, feigned moral outrage that we always get from them and the double standard.
Look at them.
Yeah, Sean, remember it was in 2011, I think it was the 1st of January 9th or something like that in 2011, Nancy Pelosi, during a press conference, was asked about Obama's attack in Libya. Remember, that attack went on for 7 months, not 12 days, it went on for 7 months. When Nancy Pelosi was asked, does the president need Congress to authorize, she said very simply, no. And she turned around and walked off the stage. So their memory is very short and the hypocrisy is loud and clear. And keep in mind, when Congress passed the War Powers Act, all it did was require the president to inform Congress within 48 hours, which he did. He informed Congress almost immediately. At the same time, it was very clear that the president, who switches from the president to the commander-in-chief, has the ability at that point to make a decision: is this in the interest of the United States from proliferate life, possibly weapons? Is it an issue with the safety of our assets and the personnel that's home and abroad? And if so, the president has well within his authorities, according to Article 2, Section 2, which has been challenged by the court, and the court has reaffirmed this on several different occasions, that it's within the president's authority to do so. And then, keep in mind, to go back to what you talked about just a second ago, the Wars Power Act reaffirmed that as long as he informed Congress within 48 hours. All that, check, was done.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the president and the ceasefire agreement. What would you like to see negotiated by Steve
What does that mean?
Witkoff and Secretary of State Rubio, Senator Britt?
Look, I mean, we've seen
America's
over the
clown,
last 4
right?
years,
Right.
obviously, an
America's
emboldened
clowns.
Iran. We saw Joe Biden kind of step back from sanctions. I want to make sure in this that not
What kind
only
of flag
do
is
we
that?
cut off
Lithuania?
that they've been using to
Some?
fund
I don't know.
terrorism all across the region.
I think it says
but I want to
America.
make sure that they recognize Israel. Look, President Trump did remarkable things in the first
something or
term. I mean, when he
clowns.
brought together the Abraham Accords, he set the
Taco,
foundation
rainbow,
for peace and
shit.
success for this region
Okay.
for generations to come. I want to make
Pat,
sure we
what does that
build
mean?
off
Talk
of
to me.
that.
Explain.
Look, you can't ask the people of Israel to raise their children in bunkers. You can't ask them to live every day not knowing if missiles are going to come abroad or overhead. We've got to have some stability, and the Iranians have to be able to say, look, we recognize Israel, we want to be able to see that, and ultimately, hopefully that's where we get to. The death to Israel and death to America. I mean, if we just rewind just a year ago, right? Just a year ago, as they are swearing in their new president, chants of death to to America, Sean, were in the background. That's what the people were saying. So we've got to have a total shift in posture about what we expect from them in the Middle East if we want to make sure that we're actually bringing the region together and creating stability and peace for the long term. So I have no doubt, though, that President Trump will achieve that. People know when he speaks, you better listen. They have learned that lesson the hard way.
Because I'm going to switch it up on you, so you better hear what I said the first time.
Israel is in a strong place, that the Jewish people have confidence and have the ability to live and thrive, and that Iran makes good on whatever promises that he has gotten from them in order to create this peace deal. So I have no doubt that President Trump will make this happen.
Let her get her grift out.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, we only have a minute, but I hope one of the consequences of the president's, devastation to their nuclear program is that countries in the region will no longer have the fear of Iran, and that they will sign on to the Abraham Accords, and we can actually
sign on the Abraham Accord
of real peace. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. Not everybody can call it the Abraham Accord. It may have to call it normalizing relationships. But what President Trump demonstrated is that you can lead by street. And when you're able to do so, the rest of the world pays attention. What President Trump did here is he reset the rightful place of the United States of being the leader in the world. And now the rest of the Middle East can breathe a sigh of relief. No one in that region wanted Iran to have a nuclear weapon. No one did. And now the best way to achieve peace is make sure you have economic ties. You can do that through the Abraham Accord, or you can do that through normalization. But the more you tie their economy together, the longer peace will happen.
All right, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, thank you. Senator Britt, thank you. When we come back, Democrats actually praising Donald Trump for his leadership over the last several days. We'll explain that straight ahead.
Really? Hold on real quick, y'all. Because I'm not seeing no coverage of these attacks in Iraq. I don't think that we care. And I don't think they're going to say anything when they get back. But this is happening right now, live. Right now, our troops are under pressure at some of these bases. And hold on. Yeah. Trust in Trump. All right, well, I just want to know if they care, because I need to see more footage. Hold on. Let's get back to the footage. Because we got footage from Iraq. That's what we doing. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Jaden, 12 days more. Ozzy.
بين إيران وإسرائيل، لكن وزير الخارجية الإيراني عباس عراقجي نفى.
Hold on real quick. Let's try to see. This is crazy, man. This should be coverage. The news should be all over this. They should be all over this. All right. 4 seconds ago. Let's get back to the news. Then we'll translate them in. Things are working. Ah, fuck. That has nothing to do with... world leaders are urging Iran not to escalate. This isn't going to Iraq or Afghanistan. Yes, it is. And this shit comes out from mouths of golden thieves in Iraq. So, is it about gold? I don't know. I'm trying to get down to the bottom of it. Iran launches missile strikes on U.S. bases in 4 countries.
Oh my goodness.
Iran target U.S. bases in Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq with ballistic missiles. Kuwait and Qatar defense ministry confirmed successful interceptions. No casualties reported, but I think Iran got smacked. Oh shit! Iran is hitting the American military bases in Iraq. That's what's happening. Iran is hitting our military bases in Iraq, and Fox News refused to cover it. Hold on. Yeah. There's not too much coverage on it, but it's going on. It is going on, and these are that live coverage that we had earlier. And yeah, this is sad. You would think that these stupid asses would say something, at least something. No. Ain't got nothing to say. Nothing to say. Hold on. There go the bum again.
For change, actually commending Donald Trump's leadership during the Middle East crisis and chaos. Senator John Fetterman said it was the correct move by the president. Even Trump-hating Adam Kinzinger said it was the right call. Not that we care what he thinks. Here with reaction, Fox and Friends weekend co-host Charlie Hurt.
We don't care what he thinks.
Former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
Divide.
Mark, Senator Fetterman, I think, has been very consistent on it, and he does deserve a lot of credit. I don't think we need Democrats' approval. I will tell you this:
they don't need Democrats' approval. They think they are, don't they?
Trio allowing 12 to 20 million unvetted illegals, including known terrorists. We had Iranian assassination.
729. Remember?
They have created a national security disaster that will last probably the next 10 to 20 years. And anything that happens by
how many Iranians did Trump let in Trump 1.0?
Well, obviously, we've got to be vigilant here on the home front, but I can tell you tonight is a night to celebrate, but it's also a night to recognize courage, and that's what some of those Democrats are doing. They're recognizing courage.
How many Iranians did Trump let in his first presidency?
A bold stand, a bold move to make sure that Americans are safer. Not just Americans, but around the globe is safer tonight because of the actions of President Trump. Don't you find it fascinating? Over the last 72 hours, President Trump was able to stare down the Ayatollah. He was able to take down a nuclear
He did have a travel
facility.
ban. He did.
He was actually able to negotiate a peace agreement. And yet, here we have Hakeem Jeffries and Leader Schumer. They're silent. It's unbelievable. They need to get on board and recommend President Trump for a Nobel, because if this is not worthy, nothing is.
That's such a good point. A military operation like this, Charlie Hurt, and I was warning about this all last week, does not come without
Trump
danger,
wasn't part of that travel ban situation. He had let no Muslims in.
The timing involved, the deception.
It's funny how they don't want to talk about the Muslims came in 1979 during the revolution. And those are the Muslims. Oh, sorry, those are the Muslims that they're okay with.
What a huge victory for the president.
Those are the Muslims that they say that support their idea of a regime change. And they're not even counting those Muslims. They're not even saying, hey, those are the Muslims that are in this country. Nope. They just want to stoke fear, division, and say this was a Democrat problem if you get hurt by a Muslim.
I agree with Mark. It's kind of astonishing to sort of realize when you rack up all of the things that Donald Trump is accomplishing right now. This is just the latest, and it is truly extraordinary. Washington is usually a place where promises from politicians go to die. You have
this was the post I was making. Shut up! I'm getting tired of you. This was the post that I was making. This was me and my phone, right? And I was screenshotting. I'm trying to screenshot the translated version of what this said. And that's what it said. It said, a drone attack on American bases in Iraq. I want y'all to see my responses to some of these people. Because, yeah, if you Google Translate some of this shit, yeah, that's crazy. This one, urgent. Iraq, urgent. Al-Arabiya, whatever, sources, says air radar systems at Amam Ali Air Base is, I think that's how you say it, Amam Ali Air Base in South Iraq destroyed in drone attack. I think I forgot to put the IMAM. I-M-A-M. Now my neighbors, these are my guys. Hey Iraqi. I-M-A-M. Yeah. Yeah. This is the base that is under siege. This is the base that has been destroyed, you guys. Here it is. And they will not, I repeat, they will not tell us what's going on at this air base, y'all. Let me see, where is it located at? Ew. It's right over the border, South Iraq. Let me see if y'all can see that. Y'all can't see my cursor. I'm gonna fix that. So, you see where the pin drop is? That's the air base that it has been destroyed. It's not under attack. It's not on fire. Nope, it is gone. That thing is no longer, according to Al-Arabiya sources. They're the ones that said it. And we can't get no news about it. We can't get no news about it on our media. And this is our base. This is our Air Force base, y'all. That is ours. Hold on, let me see if I can get a satellite image. What? Where's my... Hold on. You got any comments? Any recent comments? No recent comments. No recent comments. Let's see. We got some recent comments. Newest. Nope. Nothing within the last few minutes. Okay. All right, let's see this place. All right. So supposedly this base here, hold on, because it's gonna look like you're gonna have to find like a command center in the area. You know, they should have dates. Do they have dates before I say this? They should have dates on when these pictures were taken and updated. Is there dates? When was this picture taken? It's not a recent picture. So yeah, we lost that one, you guys, and for some reason Fox News don't want to tell us. So let's see what Fox News is talking about. I don't care about him. Please skip through that, please.
He's contributor. That's him.
Oh, they done with their propaganda. So, hold up. Let's see.
Now, if we can be serious for a minute, let's do some.
Please stop, Tyler. Oh my God, these people. All these people bother me. Oh, they bother me. Oh, they are not serious journalists, you guys. They are not. And I'm trying to see if there's any updates, because this is some fucking news, y'all. Nobody want to tell us what's going on with our shit that's being attacked. They're going to wait till it's all said and done, and they'll say it in the morning. What we got? We got about, 8 more hours? They said 12 hours, right? It's been about, 3 hours since we heard about it? Something like that. 9 hours? Something like that. I don't know. Hold up real quick. Wait, what? He announced ban. What? Okay. Yeah, I don't see. Battle zone. Tel Aviv on fire. Let's see if it's one of them things. Hopefully it's not. If not, then we can leave it running for a little bit.
Giant open universe where you can do whatever.
Yep, one of them things. We're gonna need to watch this. We've seen most of the videos already. Hold on real quick. Okay, let's see. We're gonna leave it on CBS for a little bit. See if we can keep updated.
Talk to you about the overnight operation by US B-2 bombers. You've flown those kinds of aircrafts. What's the trickiest part of that mission?
John, this is an incredibly intense mission for a small portion, but it's an incredibly long mission. 18 hours into the target area, multiple air refuelings, and after you strike the targets, another 15 hours back home with air refuelings on the way. They're going to be tired. Fatigue is a huge factor.
So now let's talk about the results. Here we have the Fordo nuclear facility, these aim points. What does this picture tell you?
John, when I look at this picture, I see an attack that was very precise. I see a weapon that's 24,000 pounds of hardened alloy steel that punched a hole in this mountainside and detonated to provide a path for a second weapon to go even deeper and detonate in the mission space. If the weapons worked as intended, and if our intelligence was accurate, I don't doubt there was significant damage to this site.
Oh my
General Mark
God, look at how they get it. We would never know.
What happens next
Us,
in this following
here,
region
at home,
may be
we would
up
never know.
to Israel,
We just have to
which
go
has
off of
been
what they
pounding
said.
Iran's nuclear
this was
infrastructure
successful.
for nearly 2
We had
weeks.
another one went down there.
Deborah
and
Patta
it was
reports tonight from Tel Aviv.
Fucking lying.
11 days in, and Israel's nuclear capability had been destroyed, with the US delivering the knockout blow. Former head of Israeli military intelligence Amos Yadlin told us although Ayatollah Khamenei had not given the order to weaponize a nuclear warhead, they had intelligence a small group had been working on it.
How close was Iran?
It was in a place.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. You know, I don't waste time, and I definitely don't waste money.
I joined StartEngine as a strategic advisor and a shareholder and a paid spokesperson years ago because I liked where this company was headed. And now, the numbers speak for themselves. StartEngine just posted a $30 million Q1 revenue. That's not a typo. That's 3x growth year over year. That's an incredible number. Here's the part you need to hear, though. They're still raising money. But this round only lasts until June. Now you can join the future of startup investing. Of course, it's up to you. But just remember, this round closes next month. Take care, my friends.
Netanyahu, do not prolong the war.
Deborah Pata in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
And now more of the top stories from around the world in tonight's Evening News Roundup. The Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration can resume sending migrants to third countries that are not their homelands. This lifts a lower court pause while the policy is challenged as a breach of asylum law.
A new study finds 1 in 4 abortions in the United States is now provided by telemedicine. Doctors in states with laws that protect them from out-of-state prosecution are increasingly prescribing the abortion pill in states where the procedure is banned.
On Lake Tahoe, a powerful storm overturned a boat over the weekend. 7 of the 10 passengers on board are dead and 1 is missing.
And CBS News has been examining why death rates for U.S. kidney dialysis patients are among the highest in the industrialized world. After a 7-month investigation, we found that a third of dialysis clinics failed to meet federal performance standards. Now, as Erin Moriarty reports, there's a push to rein in the companies that dominate the market.
53-year-old Jeff Park relies on a home dialysis machine to do what his kidneys no longer can, remove waste and excess fluids from his blood.
Could you live without having that treatment?
No, I would die within 3 days.
More than 500,000 Americans are on dialysis, and until 2021, Park, like most of them, received what he and others call fast food dialysis at clinics run by for-profit corporations like DaVita and Fresenius.
They're interested in keeping the revenue streams flowing, moving us in like cattle. To get that patient out, get the next patient in. You would sometimes find blood stains still on the armrest, sometimes in the chair, blood stains in front of you on the floor that no one's been able to clean up because they're too busy.
Our CBS News investigation found that since 2013, dialysis centers have been cited by federal regulators for more than 115,000 deficiencies, including poor training and unsanitary conditions. Around 67% of those deficiencies were split between clinics reported to be owned by DaVita or Fresenius.
They have almost 80% of facilities across the country. We've gotten to the point now where they have a classic case of a duopoly where they control the market.
Ryan McDevitt, a professor of economics at Duke, is co-author of a new study on the dialysis industry and says the lack of competition he fears is leading to poor quality care.
It's a pure volume business the way it's set up right now. Get as many patients through as possible.
And in more than 2,500 cities, the choice for patients is now down to a single option. Often it's either Fresenius or DaVita. The companies declined to speak with us on camera, but in statements they say patient care is their primary focus. DaVita says they take every concern seriously, and to mischaracterize such anomalies puts patient well-being at risk. Fresenius says their ability to innovate for the betterment of people living with kidney disease far outpaces the industry.
Why aren't more doctors who are treating these patients speaking out?
Most physicians I've spoken to about dialysis, they got into medicine to treat patients, to do good for the world. But right now the system's broken and they don't really have a choice.
One solution is to get more people on home dialysis, like Jeff Parks, in his case provided by Fresenius, all owing for treatments suited to their needs. But there's also high demand for more access to transplants, which is the only way off of dialysis. That's the real solution.
Eye-opening. Erin Moriarty, thank you.
Still ahead on the CBS Evening News, Lonnie Quinn with everything you need to know about the dangerous heat that is broiling much of the country.
And we'll have these stories.
How to sort through conflicting vaccine information. I'm Lana Zach in Naperville, Illinois, and I'm speaking with families and doctors about how they're making their decisions.
I'm Ian Lee in Wayne, Michigan, with the quick response that stopped a likely mass shooting at a local church. That story next on the CBS Evening News.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger?
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good. That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired, and this is our paradise.
That's just off the.
You know, it's going.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Coinbase and all of those that may be hit.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, the dog trainer, the heiress, and the bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, you have to get an external.
I'm very good at what I do.
You have to get an external
you're scared.
crypto wallet.
I'm here to help.
You said you were the best.
Nah, you have to buy it. It's a
Where can I find
like
creators who actually drive results? Popular pays.
You can have
the reward
on your phone as an app.
Tracker. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and return to CBS Fall.
Hard wallet, because I have a hard wallet.
Summer started 3 days ago, and much of the country is already feeling the first heat wave of the season.
New York City hit a record high 96 degrees. Philadelphia topped that at 99. Lonnie Quinn says dozens of heat records could melt away as everyone sweats this one out. Lonnie.
You bet you guys, I think it's going to be even hotter tomorrow. So Boston, for example, was in the upper 80s today. Tomorrow, Boston is going to be 102 degrees. Factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like 107 in Boston. New York City, 96 today, 100 tomorrow, feeling like 106. Richmond, 102, feeling like a sweltering 114 degrees. But let's talk about Richmond for just a moment here. Because Richmond, you folks get your fair share of 100-degree days. The last time you had one was this time last year. But for New York City and Philly, you have not hit 100 degrees since 2012. It's been a while. The excessive heat is in place, and so are the warnings.
And Lonnie, why are you on the street? Usually we see you with a big Manhattan skyline behind you.
You're right, because that's a great shot, that iconic view of the skyline. We couldn't go up there. We wanted to. That was the plan. It was literally too hot. The equipment was malfunctioning. We had temperature readings on the surface of the roof at 122 degrees. It's covered in nothing but tar paper, so that absorbs the heat, it magnifies it, and just throws it back. So we had to make the call, and we left the roof and came down here, and remind me to send the executive producer a very nice holiday gift, because it's much more pleasant down here on 57th Street.
Well, we're glad to hear it. Lonnie Quinn, thanks, Lonnie.
A church community in Wayne, Michigan, outside of Detroit, was left shaken on Sunday by an attack on its house of worship.
Police say the church was targeted by a man armed with an AR-15 style rifle and hundreds of rounds of ammunition.
Ian Lee tells us about the heroes who stopped the attack.
A live stream from inside Cross Point Community Church recorded the moment congregants heard gunshots outside in the parking lot.
Everybody to the back.
Nearly 150 people, many of them children, scattered.
They gotta come on.
Police identified 31-year-old Brian Anthony Browning as the gunman. As Browning approached the entrance of the church, a parishioner saw him and hit him with their vehicle. That vehicle caught on fire. This is some of the charred remains. A shootout then ensued with armed security guards, and Browning was killed right there. Police Chief Ryan Strong said church members and staff were trained to respond in emergency situations. That may have saved lives.
We are grateful for the heroic actions of the church's staff members, who undoubtedly saved many lives and prevented a large-scale mass shooting.
The gunman attended services at the church along with his mother 2 or 3 times in the past year, according to Pastor Bobby Kelly Jr.
He gave no indication that he had any animosity toward the church, toward me in our meeting.
It was at least 2 security guards and a church member that stopped the gunman.
You never know what you're going to do when it happens. You can think you're going to do something, but in the moment you don't know. And they did what they're supposed to do in the moment, and they put their lives on the line for others. And so I can't go on enough about how brave they are.
While the police don't know the motive, the church considers itself lucky. That shooting could have been a lot worse. The congregation will be gathering again here next Sunday for a service to give thanks.
Ian Lee in Wayne, Michigan, thank you.
Eye on America is next.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. It's the most popular F word in Washington, fraud.
Is it true that the Social Security number of just about every single American is available for sale on the dark web?
An eye-opening 60 Minutes report.
That's chilling.
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Your life is still a mystery. When your gut tells you something fishy's going on, there's almost always a 4-day-old carp lying around somewhere. Finishing this is the only thing that's important to me. Either way, the truth is coming out.
Heading home? Who the hell are you, Madeline Matlock?
Matlock. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Sunday morning, we hail a driverless taxi, plus billionaire Barry Diller's revealing new memoir, and when trash becomes art, this Sunday morning.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
was almost like being face to face with the devil.
48 Hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 Hours 24/7.
Elspeth. Oh, I thought I saw you. And then I thought, well, who else could it be? Dressed as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
I work with the police. I like my outlandish theories with a heavy dose of evidence.
Nice alibi, by the way.
Can you be careful with that?
Whoever did this is still out there. And I do love a mystery.
Elsbeth. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Tonight's Eye in America looks at public trust in vaccines. Some people are just not sure what to believe. Lana Zach went along with a family on their search for answers.
You could try it. Walking. You got it.
Every day is an adventure for Eunice and Anthony Perez, raising 3 children in Illinois, ages 2, 7, and 8.
I tell people all the time, like, we could do anything because we keep these little humans alive.
Yeah.
That's
a primary focus.
Yeah.
Their middle child, Liam, has an underlying medical condition. He was born with only 1 kidney. So confusion over vaccination guidelines is stressing their family dynamic.
Do you two ever find yourselves disagreeing about your vaccine decisions?
Yeah, right? Times, yeah, definitely. It's just not as clear as parents, right? We would wish that it was.
A recent study found 1 in 3 adults under the age of 35 is uncertain about childhood vaccines. And now state and federal guidelines aren't fully aligned with each other or the American Academy of Pediatrics.
I'm not anti-vaccines. I'm pro doing your own research. Anywhere you go, someone's telling you what to do, what you shouldn't do.
Under the Trump administration, the CDC recently stopped recommending COVID boosters for children and advised parents to consult with their doctors instead.
Where do you get your information about vaccines from?
Well, we have our pediatrician, Dr. Schneider.
We went with the Perez's as they visited their doctor.
So we haven't talked about the COVID vaccine for the kids for a little while, right?
Ann Schneider has treated the Perez family for more than 8 years.
There's been a change, right?
The science hasn't changed with these vaccines, and that's not the reason why they changed the recommendation.
Dr. Schneider told us these conversations are getting more complicated.
When your families come in and talk to you, where does it seem like they're getting most of their information?
Social media. I know that the benefits for these vaccines outweigh the risks, but I also have to respect the
Solve for X, where X equals better grades and more confidence in math.
Dad, are you trying to get me to say IXL?
Yep.
Seriously though, algebra is finally starting to make sense.
You're gonna ace this test.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Through HIMSS, hundreds of thousands of guys are finding doctor-trusted treatment for their ED. In fact, we'll show you one. This is him.
I'm him.
Today, he really feels like him.
I'm him.
But he didn't always.
Am I even him?
So he went to HIMSS.com and got ED treatment prescribed 100% online and delivered right to his door. Now, every day, he feels like him.
I'm him!
Find trusted treatment for ED and start feeling like him.
I'm him!
Get started today at HIMSS.com.
We're NCIS.
Do you guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right. Or whether it's intentional, that's the result of the veto.
So as a result of Governor Abbott's decision, that means hemp businesses are still allowed to keep operating. That special session is set for July 21st, where they're going to be supposedly making some new rules regulating THC. Elizabeth?
Karen Waugh, thank you so much, live for us in Houston. Well, CBS News has been examining why death rates for U.S. kidney dialysis patients are among the highest in the industrialized world. After a 7-month investigation, we found that a third of dialysis clinics failed to meet federal performance
sorry about that,
standards.
Monkey Rich. That
Now, as
Fox
Aaron
propaganda
Moriarty
is something
reports,
else.
There's a push to
I was
rein
actually
in
here
the companies
to
that
debunk
dominate
it,
the
but
market.
I took care of myself. Ain't you wanna say take care of
53-year-old
myself?
Jeff Park relies on a home dialysis machine to do what his kidneys no longer can, remove waste and excess fluids from his blood.
All right, let's see what we got.
Could
Let's see
you
what we got.
live?
Any updates? Any updates? Any updates? Let's see. Let's see what we got. Hold on one second. Thank you, Iran. Da ba ba da ba 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 da ba. Well, what's this? An hour ago? No.
فرماندهی و قهرمان این جنگ.
No. An hour ago. So we got all this news. We got all this news from an hour ago, at least, right? Anything from like 5.
علیه تروریسم و نابود کننده داعش.
Anything? Let me see. Nope. Nothing. That's 7 minutes ago. That's the same thing that we know about already. We'll translate some of this later. Let's see. Hold up.
And Iran and Qatar have been open this entire time. Having said that, you know, what we've been hearing is that this is a really fluid situation. Technically, if we look at the timeline that Trump set out in his initial post where he gave that phased out ceasefire plan, the very complicated timing of the ceasefire plan, we're still, you know, nearly 2 hours away from the first part of that ceasefire. And normally when you start reaching any kind of a ceasefire deadline, we tend to see the parties ramp up their activities ahead of a ceasefire. So what we saw from the foreign minister saying that, you know, if there's this cessation of fire at 4 a.m. Tehran was something that came from him. But based on what we saw from Trump's timeline earlier today, we still have a bit of time to reach that. Having said all of that, we really don't know. This is just,
We don't know
every
nothing.
minute we seem to get different details and different
Seriously, we don't know.
you know, words from Trump. I mean, he's claiming that it's peace and it's over and we're winners. But,
Right.
you know, as we know, any small thing
Right.
can shift
Say
the
it.
whole situation and escalate the situation once again. You know, the strikes that we saw from Iran earlier were very well orchestrated from what we could see. There was just a few, you know, less than a dozen missiles that were fired from Iran, you know, on the Qatari base, given that Iran's been firing hundreds of missiles over the past week and a half against Israel. So it was very measured. As I said, you know, we understand that the diplomatic channels were open. The Iranians gave the Americans gave them warning about these strikes coming. And, you know, it seemed like it was a very well orchestrated strike. The issue is that even if you have an orchestrated strike, it's very hard to control. The moment you've got bombs flying in the sky, there could be a mistake. Someone could get hit, and there could be an unintended target. So until we actually reach a proper ceasefire, which is complicated according to the ceasefire plan, it's going to be hard to tell if it sticks. Before today, when Trump was asked about it, he signified that it was going to be difficult to get Israel to agree to stopping the attacks. You know, it seems like he's convinced Netanyahu to do it, but, you know, we've seen that happen multiple times between the U.S. and the Netanyahu government, where they don't seem to necessarily see eye to eye. So we're going to have to see if that continues. And of course, on the other hand as well, the hardliners in Iran don't want to be seen to be giving in if the Israelis are going to continue any attacks.
Leonie, briefly here, how do Americans feel about this so-called 12-day war, as Trump calls it?
I thought it wasn't a war. That's how we feel. We didn't know we was in a war.
Yeah, you know, the polling before when these strikes began from Israel against Iran, majority of Americans were against them. And then there was a Snap YouGov poll that was taken right after, in the 24 hours after the U.S. struck the nuclear facilities in Iran. And the majority of Americans were against those strikes, the concern being...
YouGov poll taken right after this strike. Which one of y'all went on your phones and did a poll about this strike? How often are Americans tuned in to these polls where they know in the next one they can get on and air their grievance and see who they agree with or not? That way they can hurry up and get tallied. Do you think that's the majority of Americans or a selected few? And that selected few, which party line do you think they lean towards the most? They don't represent the majority of Americans.
That they were worried about the retaliation from Iran after those strikes. And then interestingly, there was also a question asked about whether they thought those strikes would make Americans safer, and only 25% of them said that they believed those strikes would make America safer. So yeah, it's overall Americans would be happy to see this whole escalation end, for there to be a proper ceasefire, because the last thing Americans want is for their troops to be embroiled in yet another war in the Middle East.
All right, Leonie Lacani line for us from Washington, D.C. Thanks for that update. And really quickly, we're just going to say that the Israeli military now says citizens can leave protected areas, signaling that this latest possible threat of missiles from Iran is now over.
Ah, really? Are you serious? That's it? We're done?
So he's saying that...
That's it? These rounds of missiles are over with? We're good? It ain't even been 6... Has it been 6 hours, y'all, since we... Has it been 6 hours since he said what he said? Huh. I don't know. But remember, Iran is supposed to stop their wave of missiles in 6 hours. And then Israel get an extra 6 hours to bomb them. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. I can't get no updates. I feel like everybody is pulling our leg. I'm getting irritated at all of them. Look, everybody's quiet. Everybody's quiet. Twitter is fucking quiet, you guys. Nothing update. Everything about an hour ago. Right? Even the lower loomers, like, they ain't got nothing to say. They have nothing to say. Hold on. Oh, sorry. You would think that they would be talking right now, right? You would think that Anderson Cooper. What happened with Anderson? Why is Anderson Cooper trending? Why is Anderson Cooper? I don't know why Anderson Cooper is trending, y'all. We know that he's in Israel right now in a bunker, and they are bombarding the hell out of Israel right now. So I don't know why he's trending. I can't understand it. Caitlin Collins is interrupted by Anderson Cooper being informed the shade she is throwing on Trump.
I just want to try to learn some more information as soon as we get it about that. But if that is the case, that's incredibly significant, because that is, we were waiting. We had not heard from Iran. We had not heard from Israel.
That is what we've been hearing from administration officials. And so the question is whether or not this still holds for the next few hours.
Caitlin, I just been given word that Iran, according to a diplomat who briefed CNN, Iran has agreed to the ceasefire. So this is significant. I just want to try to learn some more information as soon as we get it about that. But if that is the case, that's incredibly significant because that is, we were waiting, we had not heard from Iran, we had not heard from Israel.
That is what we've been hearing from administration officials.
Are we
and
sure
so the question
we heard
is whether or not
from...
this.
Are we sure we heard? From Iran? Are you lying, Anderson? Huh. I'm going to do some research. I'm going to figure this out. Because according to Anderson Cooper and Caitlin Collins, Iran have responded to the ceasefire. And they agreed to the ceasefire, according to Anderson Cooper, an hour ago. So, mind you, I think we were here an hour ago when we couldn't find nothing. They said there was nothing. They said there was nothing. So, we do have Anderson Cooper admitting. So, we'll see. I will keep y'all informed. We will find out. All right. Please, thank you. If you just now joined this stream, like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. That way you will be notified when I go live. Thank you for joining me. I will be back. I promise if something goes wrong, if there's some breaking news, I'll be back. Even if there's not breaking news, I will be back to say goodnight. But I thank y'all for joining me again. I'm out of here. Peace. Yeah.